$45 million richer, I think everybody's cool.
Hey, man, my whole thing is, at this point, he went from one tax bracket. Well, he's in the same tax bracket, but his account went up, and it's all that matters. And the thing of it is, whenever you can better things for yourself, your family, whatever you have presented, that's a win. It's a good thing. I look at all the stuff, and I know how people break stuff down. As I look at it, he's in a great position right now, financially, and depending on how this whole contract thing works out. If he's still going here and this team love him, cool. If not, he's a free agent. When he becomes a free agent, things change. Salary caps go up. You know what I'm saying? And all that type of thing. But my main concern is Terry McLaurin signed a contract with Washington, and that's what my focus is. I'm focused on looking at him play for this team and do things he's been doing since he's gotten here. I can care less about all the other stuff, the other outside stuff to try to make things look differently. Two people came together, two entities came together, and finalized a deal that made the team better. It's all that matters.
And I truly believe it's water under the bridge now at this point. I don't think players were caught up in it, especially because
the players never got caught up in it.
Well, dude, while we didn't see him practicing, he was in the building with those guys. Like he's largely been here. And
most of the stories and most of the things were speculations. Wasn't nothing no player was saying or what was going on. Players basically tried to stay away from other people's contract out. Every once in a while, if you look around the whole league, how many times have you really, of all the people in the league, you got 1,800 people, how many times have you heard a player really discuss, like, well, he need to come on into camp. He can't be worried about money. You haven't heard that. If you heard it maybe one time, it doesn't happen.
It is.
Even if they got something to say, they keep their mouth shut. Which is best?
I bet it's like 95%.
What if you say something about a player that can whoop your ass when you come back in the locker room? You know what I mean? It's just like
I love that. That's always where your mind.
No. I'm just saying it goes there a lot because let's be real. Every time you see a football team walk out, hooray together, don't mean they never had any scuffles and things going on in the locker room. But players, you might say something about another player's contract and you might piss off his boy. Or piss off another guy just by saying, worry about your own business.
Right.
You know, and I think a lot of people outside the locker room try to imagine or want to act like they think they know what goes on. No. The players don't give a damn for the most part. They worry about their own. Because as soon as you start talking about somebody else's contract, wait till yours come up.
Right.
Then they're going to start discussing yours. Then it's going to be a problem.
Well, and it's like, I mean, I think it's important to say this, like, the media is generally in the locker room 3 hours a week, right? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You generally get to be in there. Some days it's 30 minutes. Some days it's 80 minutes. But generally there's like a block of time. Call it an hour a day for 3 days a week. How long are players in the locker room per week? Like 4 hours a day over 5 days?
To be honest with you, yeah, about that. Because, like, you think the locker room is what the players basically go in there, get dressed, and go to a meeting room. Or go in to get dressed and go outside.
Go eat.
Yeah, go eat. Come back in, get undressed to get dressed to go home.
Right.
Or go to a meeting.
Right.
They're not in the locker room very often, but that time in the locker room is sacred.
Right.
Very sacred.
And I just think it's like we get a snapshot, but to try to make any definitive declarations from a snapshot is not always going to be accurate. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's.
And I know enough that, like, we don't always, like, people are like, oh, like, I've seen enough players over the years walk in and be like, oh, media's here.
But
and
so
then it's like,
you know what I mean?
They got the media hour.
Temper what we do.
Right, exactly.
Like you may see some things where they're comfortable doing it.
Right.
But for the most part, they temper what they really do once you walk in. And they know what time the media is in.
Right.
They know when different eyes are in there.
It's written on the monitors when they're
but
all around the building.
They have different when different eyes come in, they understand. They know what's going on. Just like any other club you have. I don't care what the club is, you know, for sorority, fraternities, or you got some type of little social club. When everybody that's in the club is there, it's a certain freedom you have. When somebody that's not in the club walks in, you get guarded. It's natural. It's just, like, people try to make athletes so much different. Just think about what the hell you do with you and your friends. You know, I think any person out there, when you are with your best friends, you let your guard down. When anybody walks in, they may be, if your friend brings somebody in, yeah, he brought this person in, that's my boy, but I don't know this dude over here. You hold back a little bit until you find out the other person is cool. And most times, guys, like, you got into the media. When you first walked in, they didn't treat you like they treat you now.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? I think people try to make it so different. It's because you're not there. Just think about how you are with your close groups of people.
I think the page has been completely turned for Terry. It's also interesting. The first practice after roster cuts is always a little weird. It's usually pretty subdued. I had somebody from the organization mention that to me yesterday just because you could hear how quiet it was out there. One, you have 20 less guys, so there's like an inherent loss of that volume. But you could, like, I think vets try to be cool to young guys because they know that they probably just stressed out getting a phone call for the last 48 hours. It's just like a.
Right now, they know this is what counts. It's business now.
Right.
We need you. And believe me, next week, it'll pick up a little bit more.
Right.
You know, like you remember Dan was saying that. Dan said he hated Monday and Tuesday. Prior to it, he said that. You hear a lot of coaches say that. Veteran players say it. Hell, young players, I know that it got to be demoralizing to them. I've been out this game for 20-something years, and I still feel super, super bad at this time of the year. Because, you know, somebody's dream has been just shattered, going to be shut down.
When we return, let's check in on the New York Football Giants with our guy Dan Duggan, covers the Giants for The Athletic. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Commanders have the oldest team in the NFL this year and the oldest team in the NFL in more than a decade. That's based off the average age of all the players on their 53-man roster. This is according to data compiled by Jimmy Kemsky, who's been tracking this since 2012. The average age of the Commanders' 53 players is 28.1. The Commanders are the first team ever to have an average age over 28. The previous oldest teams were the 2023 Saints and the 2018 Raiders, who both had an average age of 27.4 years. The Packers, meanwhile, are the youngest team in the league for the third consecutive year. Their average age, 25.2 years. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All week we've been checking in around the NFC East, and we're going to keep that going, checking in with the New York Giants. Big Blue Dan Duggan covers the Giants for The Athletic. You can give him a follow at D. Duggan, Duggan 21 on Twitter, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Dan, thanks for making some time, man. How's everything up there in the Meadowlands?
Yeah, it's going well. I'm just making my way to the facility, so I might have to deal with some honking horns and cursing on these New Jersey and New York highways. I'll try to keep it a minimum. On my end, I can't promise the other drivers will be the same.
All good, man. All good.
How good did Dart look?
I mean, you saw him. He looked great. How much of the Giants preseason you watched? Anytime he's out there on the preseason field, he looked like the second coming. Day-to-day in camp, there was, probably more ups and downs than, when the lights were on. But I would say the thing he did is just checked every box. And not in a situation like Washington was last year where, like, the starting job was even, an option or the plan. It's always been this long, deliberate plan. He's going to sit behind Russell Wilson. So, nothing he did this summer changed that necessarily, but I definitely think it might have shortened the leash for Russell Wilson and probably, might expect the timeline for Dart because, it's preseason. You never know exactly what to make of that, but he certainly looked ready, and so now it's just a matter of time until he gets on the field and has a chance to prove it.
Well, I guess the other side of that coin then is how did Russ look?
He looked like Russ. I don't think anyone came in with any illusions of this is, the mid 2010s Russ from Seattle, going to the Super Bowl and stuff like that. I mean, this guy's been was 14 in 5 years, Hall of Fame coach after Hall of Fame coach, keeps moving on from him, and there's reasons for that. I mean, I think there's limitations that you see in terms of, he's obviously always been a smaller guy, but he's able to overcome that, his mobility and stuff like that, and that's definitely declined. At the same time, he's a veteran quarterback. He's seen every look. He's been through everything. So in training camp, he's going to come out here and he's not going to look bad. He looks very confident. I covered the end of Eli Manning. Even when, his play was on decline, he still looked good in practices, So I think we'll see for real when the rush is live and, you're going against another opponent. But, I think he looked exactly what you expected. Like, he looks like a competent NFL veteran quarterback.
So elsewhere on that offense, Malik Neighbors looks like he's a future all-pro, just superstar. But I know he had a really weird camp with injuries. What's the latest with Neighbors?
Yeah, listen, I think they just kind of kept him in bubble wrap. A lot of these injuries were kind of hard to nail down. Like, it wasn't like anything you saw happen. And he missed all the spring with a toe injury that apparently dates back to college, even though it never really slowed him down at all his rookie year. Then it was a shoulder, he missed a day or two. I think anytime he said the word ow, it's like, all right, you're down for 4 days. Because, when you look at the skill players on this roster, it's basically him and everybody else. So if he misses any time, I think they know they're pretty much screwed. So they were not going to risk anything. He doesn't need anything to prove anything. When he was on the field this summer, he looked even better than last year, which is almost hard to believe because he was so dynamic as a rookie. I think it was just let's get him and Dexter Lawrence, guys like that. Let's get them to the opener. They don't need all the reps. And now that we're coming up on the season, the Neighbors appears to be full go.
There seems to be a lot of talk about the Giants' defense, that they're going to be getting as good as they were back in the past. And you got Abdul Carter there, Dexter Lawrence you just mentioned. How good are those guys looking as the season approaches?
Well, I'll say this. If they're going to have any success, if they're going to, overachieve, it's going to be based on the defense. Again, I think we kind of know what Russ is. The offense, I think, is not going to be some explosive unit. The defense has a chance to be really good. And obviously it starts up front, and you mentioned the Giants' history. They obviously have a blueprint here where they've seen it work in the past, so they kind of went all in on it this year. When, they're sitting there at 3, it was a no-brainer to take Abdul Carter, but then you just add him to the pieces they have. It's already, adding to a strength where you have Dexter Lawrence, you have Brian Burns, you have Kayvon Thibodeau. That's a pretty formidable force them up front on third downs. I'd say the problem is, or the question is, can they get to a lot of 3rd and 8s and 2nd and 12s? Because the run defense has been bad for a couple of years. For all of Abdul Carter's talent, he doesn't necessarily upgrade that so much. So they need to be better on 1st down and have 2nd and 8s and then 3rd and 6 so they can unleash, all these exotic packages. Because I do think if they're playing with the lead or if they're getting teams in 3rd and long, they are going to be tough to stop. Because I don't know how you match up with these guys, because I think the thing that separates Carter, if he can line up anywhere, and you'll see it, week 1, he'll be playing off ball, he'll be on the edge, he'll be in the 3 technique. So having a guy like that who's such a weapon, I think, opens up everything else. You have to pick your poison. You chip the edge guys. You're going to double deck. Someone's going to be one-on-one, and I think they have confidence all 4 of these guys will thrive, when they get those matchups.
So they use them like the Cowboys use basically Micah Parsons.
100%. The parallels are almost too obvious. You try to think of something else, but no, that's who it is. Obviously, the number 11 at Penn State, the guy who comes into the league and fills all these roles. And, of course, Micah eventually just became, an edge rusher 90% of the time, whatever it is, because he's just so good at that. And I think that's what will happen to Carter. But you bring him into a situation where, obviously, they paid a ton of money and made the trade for Burns, and they have Kayvon. They still have a lot invested in him in terms of he was a number 5 pick a couple years ago. So where would Abdul Carter fit? The fact that you can't move him around, I think, makes it pretty smooth this year. But I think he's going to be so good off the edge, it'll probably make a discussion next year of what happens to Kayvon. They have his 5th-year option. Maybe he becomes a trade piece. I don't think one of these guys is not going to be the odd man out. And I think Carter might have the highest ceiling for sure. So if he's as good as advertised, that may make somebody expendable. But for this year, it's a good problem to have because you just have 3 really talented pass rushers, and Carter's versatility allows you to get them all on the field.
Yeah, he was so good, especially in the college football playoffs. He had one arm, wasn't his shoulder broken or something for Penn State?
Yeah.
That was crazy. Talking with Dan Duggan here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most dependable HVAC equipment in the DMV. If you want to give Dan a follow, learn more about the Giants, you can at DDuggan21, DUGGAN. I follow him. I recommend it. If you look at the Giants' season last year, it started poorly. It went worse. Offensively, they were god-awful. The quarterback position was such a hole. Everything we hear is Daboll's really focused on starting fast. They, playing more guys deep into the preseason. Week 1 is, 8 days away now or something. How is New York approaching playing Washington in the first game of the season?
Yeah, I think you laid out some. They have to get out to a fast start because it has been like Murphy's Law the last couple of openers. They got beat 40-0 by the Cowboys a couple of years ago at home. It was coming off that unexpected playoff season too, so it just took all the air out of the balloon immediately. Andrew Thomas, their star left tackle, hurt his hamstring in that game chasing after a blocked field goal, a return for a touchdown. That was as bad as it gets. And then you come out last year. All right, now it's time to bounce back. You get Minnesota. Obviously, we didn't know what Minnesota would become. And they came into MetLife and beat them bad. It was 28-6. You're talking 68-6 the last 2 openers, and it wasn't as if those were aberrations. They began slides. Obviously they never recovered either year. There were 6 wins 2 years ago, 3 wins last year. So it wasn't just a slight blip. I think they obviously every team wants to start 1-0, but I think it's just really, really important because for a team coming off of a 3-14 disaster, the vibes are surprisingly good. Now I think that's just kind of a product of you change quarterbacks, you bring in a guy like Abdul Carter, and also the NFL offseason is just long. So everyone, they just hope just has a chance to build. But they go out and get blown out by Washington, it's going to be like the sky is falling immediately. And this regime was hanging on by the skin of its teeth last January. They got a new lease on life. That's only going to extend so far. If the losses start piling up again, we're going to be calling for Jackson Dart. There's going to be calls for Dable's head. Like, they can't afford to struggle out of the gate. Now, that doesn't mean they have to start with 4-0, but you look at their schedule, and there's not a lot of easy W's you can circle either. So you look at they start 2 division games on the road, Washington and Dallas. They kind of need to come out with a win in one of those 2 games. So obviously, at this point, they're all in on, beating Washington. So yeah, I think it's essential. Again, it's kind of an obvious thing. It's essential for every team, but I think particularly for this team, where it's in kind of the delicate situation, it would be huge for them to come out and at least have a better effort. You can't be getting blown out like they have the last 2 openers.
They need one win out of those first 2 games. We're rooting for week 2.
How, I feel like they have a little bit as far as, Daboll's job security. There's a little bit of, in case of emergency, break glass and bench Russ and go to Dart. But, do they have to make the playoffs this year? It just seems like there's a lot up in the air for Daboll and maybe less so Joe Shane, but maybe just as much.
Yeah, no, listen, that's something I've been kind of trying to unpack. I'm honestly probably going to write a story for it next week, so spoilers for any Giants fans reading, because they're just in a weird spot where, again, they were hanging on by the skin of their teeth, win 3 games, it was their 100th season, they lost, 10 in a row at one point. It was an absolute disaster. And then when the owner has to come out first, make a statement that we're not firing these guys, that's never a good sign. And then John Mara's comments today at the end of the season was, kind of running out of patience. I better be in a better mood this time next year. And like I said, then the offseason happens. People get, oh, hey, Russell Wilson. Oh, Abdul Carter. Hey, Jackson Dart. Looks great in the preseason. And everyone gets excited. That excitement will go so fast. Believe me, I've been doing this for 10 years on this beat. I've seen a lot of August vibes turn into just October doom and gloom. So if they have another season like that, I don't really care about, they drafted Dart. They could give him time to develop. I mean, Pat Shermer got fired after 2 years, and the second season was Daniel Jones' rookie year when he actually looked pretty good. So I think it's easy to sit here now and say, hey, they're not on the hot seat. But if they go 5-12, let's just say, that's 12 games where they're going to lose, and it's going to be long Sundays, long Monday mornings in that office. So they need – I don't know if they can make the playoffs. They need to at least win 7 games to me and be a competitive team. And I think sort of the X factor in all this is Dart, because if you're 5-8 with Russ and then you put Dart in for the last 4 games and he looks good, and even you win 1 or 2 of those, maybe the end record doesn't look good, but you say, okay, the rest of the roster is okay, and Dart is ready, and we'll give these guys 1 more year to see if Dable can work some magic with him. But so I think he's kind of like the ace up their sleeve that if things go bad with Russ, at least they can turn to Dart, and maybe he's the one to save everybody's job.
It's no pressure, kid. Go save all our jobs in New York City. Last thing, just for all the fantasy guys out there, what's the status of that Giants running back room? A lot of moving parts. Obviously, last year it seemed like the whole thing was about them letting Saquon go, but now they drafted Scadaboo. You still have, I think, Tracy. How's that look?
Yeah, Tracy's the guy. He had a really promising rookie year as a 5th-round pick. Devin Singletary got hurt, and Tracy scored from week 5, and was really productive. He had 1,000 yards total from scrimmage, and that's basically not playing the first 4 weeks. So they're really high on him. There's some still things he needs to improve on. The ball security was really bad last year. Pass protection, a little suspect, which not unusual for a young running back. So I think that's why there's excitement of what Scadaboo can add. In an ideal scenario, it's going to be a thunder and lightning type thing, where Tracy is a little more of the explosive, shifty guy, and then obviously Scadaboo, everyone's seen college highlights earlier. I mean, just the way that guy runs. I'm curious to see how much that translates to the NFL. But he's going to try. He's going to come out and try and put his helmet through, Bobby Wagner in week 1. That's just how he's going to play. We'll see if it translates. But Tracy, I think, will be the clear number 1 guy. And then Scadaboo, I think you got to sprinkle in and kind of see what he can add. And then they have Singletary, who's kind of like the trusted vet that maybe on 3rd downs you use for pass protection or stuff like that. But Tracy's definitely the number 1 guy.
Got it. Hey, Dan, thanks for the time
Appreciate
today,
Dan.
man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks.
We'll see you next weekend in Landover, dude. That is Dan Duggan from The Athletic. You can give him a follow at dduggan, DUGGAN 21 joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Coming up at 11 a.m., we're going to hear from Terry McLaurin, some of his comments yesterday, and we're going to open them phone lines up. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere. Shout out to Big Bear. We are at the Big Bear training facility. Big Bear Park. What are we calling it?
BigBear.ai.
Did you notice? So when they sent out the Big Bear press release for the new deal with the Commanders, they said they were going to get their jersey patch on the practice jerseys.
Yeah.
So far, it's still Northwest Stadium on the practice jerseys.
Probably
I wonder if that starts
switched over yet.
regular season or something.
Yeah, they just hadn't switched over yet. Everything starts on Sunday, going into Monday.
All right, so we just checked in on the Giants, right? Who do you think, record-wise, will be the worst team in the NFC East this season?
Giants.
You don't buy any of it?
I don't buy all that stuff. Let's be real, Jay. When you go into preseason, if you watch their preseason game compared to watching our offense and other offenses, they were running stuff that they're going to be running during the regular season.
Right.
And they went out, they looked just like Steve Spurrier and this football team right here when he was doing his Osaka move and everything else. And when the season started, what happened?
They were terrible.
You know, I don't see them making that big of a jump.
The Giants went 3-14 last year.
Mm-hmm.
Now they had abysmal quarterback play, but for folks that think a lot could change there, the Cowboys went 7-10 last year, and should have a healthy Dak Prescott. Like that kind of
they should have a healthy Dak Prescott, but as Newey stated the other day, they can't stop the run. They can't run the ball. That puts you in a tough predicament. And Dak Prescott normally gets hurt when he has to go out there and force and carry and hold on to the ball a little bit more. If they can't run the ball, what Dak will have to do?
Yeah. So what is your order of finish in the NFC East?
Commanders, Eagles, Cowboys, Giants.
You think the Cowboys could be a wild card team?
I'm not going that high.
Just because of the
I don't wish a lot of luck on Dallas at all, to be totally honest.
I'm not saying wish, but like
no, but it's like when we talk about Dallas, it comes with some hate. But I just don't see if this stuff with Micah keeps going and their defense already is in shambles. This could be a hell of a problem for them.
Dude, Micah's now at the airport, right? There's he very publicly is walking through DFW, flying elsewhere. Now, I think it's worth pointing out, if you go hang out at Dulles this afternoon about 4 or 5 o'clock, I bet you'll see plenty of Commanders players going elsewhere. Like, there's a reason I'm going to the beach this weekend. Like, the NFL closes down now for Labor Day weekend. Mm-hmm. And for a lot of players, it's the last time they get a chance to
chill.
Whether it's fly home, see their family, fly to the beach.
Oh, hell, go check their houses, because a lot of them don't have a house in the city where they live. They have a house somewhere else.
So I don't think it's worth drawing a great conclusion that Micah Parsons is flying out of Dallas right now.
I think Micah and Jerry Jones both doing the same thing. They love the spotlight, they love the limelight, and they're gonna always be out there. Micah might do as much media as Jerry.
He might. Well,
to be honest with you.
I mean, he's still got his own podcast, all that stuff.
So every once in a while, I say, okay, man, they may be playing this whole little game up. But then I look at it and I'm like, okay, his face didn't look like he was playing.
So I got this from one of the betting websites. To pick the exact order of finishes in the NFC East, the highest odds goes Philly, Washington, Dallas, Giants. What do you think the second highest odds are?
Putting Washington up?
Yep. Washington, Philly, Dallas, Giants.
Just like I just said.
I said yes.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that's what I picked earlier.
I'm surprised there's not an option with Dallas winning, but they don't have it.
Because they're like, why put it up there? Nobody going to bet on it.
It goes Philly, Washington, Dallas, Giants. Then the next highest odds, Washington, Philly, Dallas, Giants. Then it's swapping the Giants and Dallas in last place. And then it's swapping the Giants. I'm sorry. Then it's swapping the Cowboys and Washington for 2-3. The highest. I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the 8th highest odds before you get to Dallas winning the division. And B, the 13th highest odds before you get to the Giants winning the division. So Vegas very much does not think any of that stuff's happening.
Yeah.
Which they're probably.
They listen to.
Let's hear from Terry McLaurin next. It's B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. Week 1 of college football is finally here, and ESPN's giving us a little insight about where some NFL scouts will be watching. It's being reported that 31 scouts from 20 different NFL teams and 2 NFL GMs will be in attendance when Texas takes on Ohio State. For that LSU-Clemson matchup, there'll be 35 scouts and 5 NFL GMs on site. And for Notre Dame versus Miami, 30 scouts and 4 NFL GMs will be there. Just a little early sneak peek at where GMs are starting to tune in. And some NFL news, the Chiefs will not have wide receiver Rashee Rice on the field for the first 6 games of the season. The NFL is suspending him for those 6 games, and Rice has accepted his punishment. He will be eligible to pay for the first time this season in Week 7 at home against the Raiders. He pleaded guilty to 2 felonies in connection with a street racing incident that caused a multi-car pileup and left people in other cars injured. He will serve a 30-day jail sentence. And Jags rookie wide receiver and cornerback Travis Hunter is ready to play both ways in Week 1 against the Panthers. Although Hunter was held out of some training camp practices and the final preseason game because of an injury, Jags GM says that he is now full speed on the practice field. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products, we deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe. Powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Big news this week. Terry McLaurin gets his contract extension signed. He's back at practice. I watched him run around yesterday. They're clearly in the ramp-up stage where when they actually, we're done with training camp, so we don't get to watch a full practice anymore. They kicked us out. They let us watch a lot yesterday. Eventually they kicked us out before some actual installs, but we got to watch a lot yesterday. By next week, it'll be half that. Mm-hmm. I made a point of watching Terry run. I was less concerned about watching Terry run than wanting to watch Noah Brown run.
Yeah.
Just because one of them's coming back from an actual injury.
Well, watching him work out on Saturday.
Yeah.
Dude was getting it.
Agreed. I think Terry ran one.
And whoever was playing quarterback, the little workout dude, can really throw the ball.
It might have been Blau. Was it Blau?
I don't know if it was Blau, but I don't think it was Blau. But
he throws a lot.
They got a lot of dudes that can throw balls out there, man. Damn.
I'll try to find out if it was. I'll try to find out who that was. But I think the biggest news is Terry's back. They did. You know that drill they do where they have all the receivers, tight ends, and running backs out there, and they have all 4 quarterbacks throwing, and it just speeds up the rep process. Yeah. Say they did either 4 or 6, down and back. Say they did that. Terry ran one of the routes, and then he just kind of stood there and jogged over and back. You could tell because Noah did the same thing. One thing that people are easy to dismiss and shouldn't be when DQ talks about the personalized.
The ramp-up period?
Yeah, that's real.
Also, let's be real. Terry go run every rep. There's going to be some hella speculation then. Oh, man, was he working out in the gym? Right. So DQ is a smart man. He understands how to work stuff.
Let's start with just how this seems so sincere from Terry, how happy he is to be back on the field with his teammates with the new contract.
It was a long process, and, there's no playbook or script on how to handle this situation. And so, you start out one way, and then you hope that it ends the way it's ended. And so I'm thankful for this process to just be able to be back on the field and just the conversations that Buddy and AP had, and myself and AP, and me and DQ. So it's definitely been a process, but I'm really happy to be back out here with my teammates, and just very thankful to be a part of this organization and a part of this fan base that's supported me through all of this. So it's exciting.
It's definitely exciting, and I think that is very sincere. I think Terry's just happy to be back out there. I want to let folks weigh in. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Important day for Terry. You could tell how excited he was. I also thought, I really liked what he said about riding a bike, getting back out there offensively, getting ready to go. This is Terry McLaurin talking about easing his way back into the offense.
Yeah, I mean, I think the timing worked out perfectly. We have essentially about 2 weeks for me to get acclimated with, football, like your helmet on, running routes, catching passes. But to be honest, to a certain degree, it's kind of like riding a bike. Like I was out there today. I had a lot of good reps out there. I caught passes, and I was telling Jaden, it's like riding a bike. You know what I mean? I catch a ball over my shoulder, like, God's blessed me with a great ability to, track a football and play at a high level and have energy. So those things never run away from you per se.
Do you agree with him? How much of this will be riding a bike? How much will there be kind of the ramp up, get used to the speed period?
He's still in it. I mean, he's in this game. He was getting prepared for a season coming up before he decided, okay, well, he was out here working out with them in off season. So he has less time to get more acclimated, and I don't think he stopped working out since he hadn't been, out on the field with the team. It's just like riding a bike, For some people, it takes a little longer than others, but we know what his work ethic is. You expect him to be back quicker, but I love the fact that Dan doesn't. He tries to bring everybody along a certain way to see what's what. That's cool.
I think it will be like riding a bike for Terry. Like, he's in, year 7?
Yeah. He's still heavily in this game. He's not a guy who, has taken off a year or two. It's been a couple of months, or a month, whatever it is, before he decided to step out. And I don't think he was when he was holding in, they still had him doing stuff. You know what I mean? You still were going through certain things out there, so it's not like you didn't do anything at all.
The couple things that stood out to me that Terry said, and I was curious what you think. He made a point of saying the trade request was not a leverage play or trying to, stir the pot, but in that moment it was serious. I found it interesting because he wasn't asked about the trade request. He was asked about, the process from Eastern Motors to now.
He's heard everything. He's heard what people said, but let's be real. Every player that does the stuff he did, it's the same process. So if it wasn't, whatever. But no one is going to believe that. They're going to believe it was a leverage play. Because every time someone does go through the process he's gone through, it goes exactly the same way, like it's a script. And I don't think it's wrong for people to speculate that was happening. And if it was that he felt that way, cool. But people have a right to change their mind. You can feel like I don't want to be here, and then all of a sudden, okay, well, things got better. You've had arguments before and stuff like that. You don't want to deal with somebody, and all of a sudden, one little thing happens, and you're cool with them again. It goes down.
Right. The other thing I love that Terry said was it was kind of at the end, and it was more messing around, and he had concluded his presser, and then Keim was like, hey, where's the hoodie? And Terry sat back down, and clearly he had heard. I think the body language experts really need to chill out.
Uh-huh.
But Terry, when he's been coming out here, has been wearing a hoodie. I've covered Terry a long time. He's always wearing hoodies. And he went on this, it was funny, but he made clear, he's like, I'm going to wear a hoodie. I wear hoodies when I go out to dinner. He's like, when I'm rolling around in Ashburn, I wear a hoodie to try to be low key. He's like, it doesn't matter if it's 90 degrees, if it's 50 degrees. I like wearing hoodies. I'm going to wear a hoodie. Mm-hmm. And I loved that answer for the people. I mean, you guys probably had him on the broadcast, like during the preseason game, that he had a hoodie on. Did that ever strike you in the slightest that Terry McLaurin was wearing a hoodie during the third preseason game?
What does this? What are they trying to say it means?
I've
seen Terry in hoodies a lot.
Right.
And I didn't think one thing of it. Young people wear hoodies.
I wear hoodies. I'm wearing a hoodie right now.
I'm saying, so
if you're on the stream, look, I'm going to put my hood up.
But see, that's the thing about it, man. That's people reaching for stuff. I mean, if I do something daily, and then now I'm dealing with a situation, and I continue doing what I was doing, why the hell you think it means something else? You know what I mean? There's a bunch of people out there there's those out there who want to make themselves smarter than everybody, think they know more than everybody. If I'm wearing a hoodie today, and then tomorrow I'm in an argument with somebody, and I wear a hoodie then, it's just that I wear hoodies, not that I'm about to try to sneak up on him or something. You get what I'm saying? People are trip, man.
Let's let people weigh in on the phones. Abe is in Virginia. Abe, Terry's back. How happy were you to see him back out there and listen to his comments?
Loved it. I had confidence. I even prayed over this. I found him to be a godly man. And there was some confidence in the way he came across, too, because I saw a commercial he had made with Eastern's Motors. And I was like, why is he making a commercial and he's in this contract dispute? But the confidence of him getting this deal done and just, everybody coming on the same page, I really loved it. I was really in there for him. I'm a big fan of his, and I wanted to see Jaden and him hook up again. I was very sad. And on the hoodie thing, I just wanted to comment that Clinton Portis, I'm not going to name where I work, but he came in there and I didn't even know it was him because he always wore a hoodie in there. He made 2 or 3 trips in there for his mother and his family. I worked at a car dealership, and he come in, and we wouldn't even know it was him until we actually got up in his face. And B. Rich, I love you, man. I admire you as well. You really do good at your job, and the rest of the crew there. This is my first time calling in. I love the show, man. Love the show. Really want to commend you.
Appreciate you, man. Call in more, brother.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, I don't think people recognize that if Terry McLaurin walks around in a T-shirt and he's going to One Loudon, he gets mobbed. So he's going to try to wear a hat and a hoodie and whatever. If people recognize him, he's cool about it. But, it's not that folks don't want to sign or talk to people, but sometimes you just want to run into Trader Joe's and buy some eggs and some cheese.
Baby, I need you to go run and get something from me.
Right.
They don't want you to come back 4 hours later. They want you to come back in 20, 30 minutes. I used to wear my hat and try to pull it down real low. Don't work. Doesn't work at all. So you know what? I just wear it up now. You can see me. What's happening?
One of the things I thought was funny was at Caps games, because you went to every Caps game in the playoff run, and you're like, oh, man, signing these autographs, taking these pictures. I was like, well, you are wearing a Caps jersey that says B. Mitch.
Hey, man. It's cool to me when people I know did not see me play come up and want to talk and ask for autograph. It lets you
when
know
it's
something.
Kids.
I mean, kids, even teenagers, and some guys in their 20s, they didn't see me play.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's cool as hell to get it. And I you know me, I'll sign autograph for people. I don't have a problem with it.
Hell, Jeff, do you remember B playing? Or are you too young?
Jeff too young.
No. I do not remember B playing.
All right, let's go
Heavy
to
metal,
Elijah. Dude. Heavy metal does. Yeah,
You're trying to call it heavy metal. Oh, that's what y'all trying to do?
Heavy metal's my age. Elijah's in D.C. What do you think? Well, Terry is back, dude. You fired up?
I'm super fired up. I think this is the best starting point coming into a season for Terry. If you're looking into investment-wise, if you're looking into a situation, you're saying, well, we got a number 2 receiver. We got a move receiver who can dictate if it's going to be a run or pass. he's going to have the opportunity to meet every single incentive and everything that's on that contract for him. And I feel like a lot of times veterans, they find themselves in a situation, you can get hamstrung if you're not on the right team, and you have veterans who trying to overreach or make up for the lack of other spots not having proper production when you talk about moving late into a season, trying to get to that next gear. I think they've done a great job protecting their blind spots and putting people in position that they can just excel, like a Zach Ertz. Certain guys are just going to excel because there are guys around them that are in a position now to help take and ease some of the pressure that inherently comes with being a good team. So I think we've at a place we have to recognize the consistency. Where's the last time that we've arrived talking about we're showing up to week one with this much understanding of who's on our team, who we need, why we need them? There's so many questions that got answered, and I'm glad we've arrived to this point and we've signed him. I think everybody's going to eat good. You know, in my opinion, I think this is good for the city. He's going to eat. You can't.
Elijah, can I ask you a question?
Oh, he's going to eat. He got a lot of money to buy some steaks.
How about
Eli, let me ask you a question, dude.
Yes, sir.
You're a fan, obviously. How much do you
Absolutely.
care about the contract numbers and who won or lost in the holdout? Where do you land on that?
Fans won.
That's not a huge issue to me. I think both sides recognize what they brought to the table. And you know who you are, and you're going to be like, nah, dude, this is what I bring, this is what I do. And on both sides of the coin, that's like, this is what I say. Leave everybody to pick their wives. I don't know how else to say this, but nobody needs you to kind of put this thing together for you. You say, hey, man, this is what I want, this is where I want to be. And I think we still needed to allow Washington to say, hey, man, this is who I want to be married to. Stop saying, you know how uncles and aunts, this is who I think you need to be with. Make sure you know exactly who you want to be with, why. Down the road, when stuff starts changing, you want to know what you're dealing with. And I think both sides are comfortable knowing what this connection is going to do, how it's going to connect the city together. It's too many positives. I knew 29 was going to be a good number. It's kind of like the perfect in the middle. You know, he can incentivize himself over $30 million. You know, for a 30-year-old guy, you want to have him have some pop. You want to have him something to look up to, or that the age is real. So when you know that number starts to climb, you want to have, okay, I'll give you a little extra, shoot you extra cash. You might have a little bit more in the tank. Terry, he told you, he ran that 60-yard ball against Detroit. There should be no questions. If you're a fan, if you a player, you know, ballers know ball. When that man ran that, when he ran that ball, when it was clutch time, I said, sign a check.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
What Elijah was talking about, though, having everybody in their right position and people play the position that they were supposed to, it's an easier transition. It's an easier production for the team. If Terry wasn't here and Noah wasn't here, everybody has to move up. They may be talented, but you lose a lot because they're not ready for it.
Here's the calls we don't get, but I see this all over social media. Yesterday I tweeted out, just throughout the Terry presser, and this dude, Spencer Magny, replied, so he's a manipulative liar. Painted how he wants, but lying's lying and manipulating's manipulating, just like that ridiculous Eastern Motors rant conference. I don't agree with that.
You know what I say about Spencer? And I say it with the greatest of respect. One finger salute to you, dog. People like that are just ignorant-ass people, dog, point blank. And it gets to a point where you try to give a level of respect to everyone. But there are some people who are going to be asses no matter what. And you know what? I'm tired of them. So one finger salute. You know what it means.
Let's do this. Phone lines will stay open the whole hour. Kenny and Gary, stay on hold where you are. We got some NFL stuff to get around the league on, but I want to stick with Terry. Terry had a couple of really, really good answers yesterday talking about why he's not concerned about the age stuff. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is giving you a reason to lock into the college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right. Bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you'll walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. You can use those bonus bets on week one lines, Heisman futures, over-unders, player props, whatever you got circled on the college football calendar. FanDuel is easy to use, safe, and when you win, you get paid instantly. No waiting around, no hassle, just straight to your account. So if you got a team, a take, or a gut feeling before kickoff, now's the time to back it. Just head to FanDuel.com/Brian and sign up to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIAN. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older, present in Virginia. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The college football playoff remains a hot topic, and everybody seems to have an opinion on the matter. But when two legendary coaches are talking, people listen. In an interview with the Associated Press, Nick Saban expressed his distaste for the idea of automatic bids, while Colorado head coach Deion Sanders proposed bonuses for players. Although Saban is open to expanding the playoff beyond 12 teams, he said, quote, "The NFC East has the Cowboys, Eagles, and Giants. They have some of the biggest fan bases of anyone, and they all have to play their way in. So everyone should have to play their way in." Once teams get into the CFP, though, Sanders has an idea for the players who are enduring some extra wear and tear at the end of the long season. He suggested adopting the NFL model of playoff bonuses, in which every player is paid a fixed amount per every round. Nick Saban seemed to sign off on that idea as well. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit M Street Bank to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live, Ashburn, Virginia. Last day in the tent, baby. Real football's coming. They're taking all the tents down. Walking out yesterday, all the stands for the fans that were up for training camp, all down.
Yeah, that's damn quick.
Yeah, man. But the biggest story by a mile this week, Terry McLaurin's back. Terry McLaurin's happy. The organization's happy. It's all smiles in Ashburn after, roughly 2 months of a little bit of a storm cloud there with Terry. I want to let people weigh in. How happy are you Terry's back? What did you think of his comments yesterday? Kenny is in Largo. What's up, Kenny?
What it do, JPB, miss? How y'all feeling today on this beautiful day?
We're good, man.
Good, man. How you feeling?
I'm good at work. No, man, I'm ecstatic, that he back. I always knew, just like how y'all said, I always knew he was going to sign his contract back. Like, it just took forever. But, I'm thrilled that he back. We got our leader back, because we needed that, man. Like, sure, because our offense was going to be in plummels if he ain't come back, man. I'm trying to tell you. Like, yeah. But, and I like when he said his pressure, like, this is his first year. He got back-to-back quarterbacks. That, JP, y'all should have clapped it up when he said that, like, for real.
That's a pretty wild
so
stat.
Cool. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, been in the league 7 years, his first time back-to-back quarterback. That's crazy. Crazy.
And have the same one, yeah.
Yeah, but, yeah, I'm thrilled, though. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, it's like, and I think about Santana's career. Hell, 14 years, he had about 17 quarterbacks.
I've said it too, Tana.
When guys like that produce like they do, come on, man, give them their respect.
Yeah, I agree with that. Thanks for the call, dude. Let's try to name them, B. So Terry's rookie year was 2019. I remember that. They opened in Philly. He caught a touchdown. Case Keenum was the starting quarterback.
I remember that.
All right, 2020 was Ron's first year. I think Haskins started week 1.
They did have Haskins. Case, Haskins.
21 was supposed to be Fitz, but I think it was Heineke.
Fitz, Heineke, Howell.
22.
No, Fitz started game 1, but even though he had injured his hip earlier on a
water slide.
Yeah, he started game 1, but then got hurt like 3 plays
allegedly.
in, right?
Yeah,
allegedly.
Right. So Fitz started in 21. 22 was Wentz. 23 was Howell. 24 was Jaden.
Yeah.
That is a wild list, man.
But he caught it from other people, too. There was other people who caught it
Oh,
for years.
sure. I'm just saying just week one.
Wow.
That is so bad. No.
But he produces, and people want to say, oh, he's not an exceptional receiver.
Yeah. Gary's up in Baltimore. Gary, you fired up for Terry McLaurin's return? Seems like Terry's fired up.
I am fired up, man. What's up, JP? B-Bitch?
What's up, man?
How y'all
What's
doing?
up, man? We're good,
yeah,
brother.
man. I'm really excited, man. I was just waiting for the breaking news to come out, like all off season, like, they need to sign this guy and just put it behind him because he's been the model citizen. He's kept his head down, worked hard, and there's nothing really bad to say about him. Other thing I wanted to say, by the contract negotiations and the holdout, I think that it really put in perspective. Last year, everybody was like, "Oh, Terry's not a number one receiver. He's not a number one receiver." Once this contract negotiation thing happened, and you start to see his stats and what he did, you really start to realize that his performance last year, you realize that he is the number one receiver. He's better than a lot of people that's out there right now, and that's all I had to say.
All right, man. Appreciate that.
Thanks for the call, dude.
Sure, Terry appreciate that, too.
I'm sure. I think, it's pretty remarkable how this has all gone down for Terry. And just, Jeffrey, if you can, I know how stressed you were throughout this. How fired up were you to see Terry running around on the field yesterday and then just the smiles when he was talking to the media?
JP, y'all thought I was playing when I was saying I was going to go home and play Madden. I've been playing Madden, and I have not been playing anybody. You know what I've been doing? I've been putting it on rookie and just demolishing the Eagles with passes from Jaden Daniels to Terry McLaurin. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Even it's so exciting to even hear the Eagles fans calling my phone talking about something. Oh, y'all got y'all boy back. That ain't gonna do nothing. I said, oh, it is gonna do something. That's why y'all scared. That's why y'all calling me. I didn't call y'all to talk about Terry. Y'all called me.
Yeah, that's crazy how they do that. Then act like, oh, we don't care. Oh, you care. If you didn't care, you wouldn't be dialing the number.
Which quarterback do we think Terry has caught the most touchdown passes from? So last year, he caught 13. At least 12 of them were from Jaden. Mm-hmm. And I'm just saying regular season. At least 12 of them were from Jaden.
How many he has total?
38.
He caught the most from Jaden.
You think?
Uh-huh.
How many do you think he caught from Heineke? Because Heineke played the most during those.
Yeah, but I saw him catch. He caught the most he caught in 1 year when Heineke was around was like 6 or 7, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying over the course of.
I'll still say Jaden.
So, now, did he maybe catch another one from Mariota in that? It's got to be Jaden. So I just looked this up. Terry, in his career, had 125 catches with 1,700 yards and scored 8 touchdowns from Taylor Heineke.
That's already shattered.
Yeah.
I mean, that's done. And also, that tells you a lot about having a legitimate quarterback and knowing where to go with the damn ball.
Totally.
And even Heineke told you, I just close my eyes and throw it up there. Terry will catch it.
Right.
At least Jaden look and throw it to him.
What was Heineke? He sold the T-shirts. Bleep it, Terry down there somewhere.
Yeah, just throw it up. Terry down there somewhere.
Let's go to V in D.C. What's up, V?
V, you up, man?
Hey, so my question for you is, JP, you was in there at the conference when Terry spoke, and I was wondering, like, what was the atmosphere like in there, like, when he finally got down and sat down? I know they started out by saying, hey, like, what did the room feel like, because me watching it, I kind of, I just felt like it was real genuine. The energy was kind of in the sense of not emotional, not too emotional, but it just felt like a sigh of relief to have him there. And then, like, with the questions that he was getting, it was like real in-depth questions about the process, and he gave pretty much genuine in-depth answers. So, like, what was the atmosphere for you, and how did the room feel?
Yeah, man. I mean, I've covered Terry since his rookie year. Like, I know him fairly well. And there are, of the people in that room yesterday, there's a handful of people that know Terry well and were at Easter Motors and have been at Terry's charity events. So there was a real feeling of it's a good question, V, and I appreciate you asking it, man. Because, like, my job isn't to root for the team or, root for a player or any of that. But, like, as you get to know guys, you care about them personally, right? And even being at Easter Motors, I knew how much this was bothering Terry. It's not like he was losing sleep or anything, but, like, he did not expect it to go this way, and it went this way. And I think that leaned on him.
Yeah.
And I could see yesterday, just by his body language, just, he was relieved. He was relieved, man. Yeah. He was happy. Like, he knows now. I mean, hell, I'm sure we can look it up online. His career earnings are probably now close to $100 million. Like, he has changed the lives of his parents, of his family, of his future children, of his wife. And I think there's a level of security with that.
Yeah.
And I think by and large, there were questions to be asked. There were things we had to find out. And when Adam Peters said, I applaud Terry McLaurin's professionalism, that resonated to me because in general, now the way this organization used to work would be to try to smear players.
Try to bash the person, yeah.
Most of the times, though, in the league, that's not what happens. I'd say 2/3 of the time, the organization tries to just shut up about it. But what you see a lot, especially at the receiver position, are players that go ballistic. Players that, like the classic move is you start deleting all the stuff off your Instagram, right?
Which
like,
makes no sense.
Right. But, like, Terry never did any of that. And if you want to get caught up in the Easter Motors thing, you're allowed to. I don't agree with you. That to me is just business. But there was a real feeling there that Terry was so happy to have this behind him and happy with how the organization landed. And he is a pro at all times, and I think it came through yesterday.
What I say is this, okay? When he was going through it, and you saw I got a little personal with a lot of people when he was going through it.
Yeah.
When you go to a team and you do everything you're asked to do and more, and then you're in that situation as if they don't care about you, and then you start getting certain fans, not many, certain fans who want to start saying what you should do and what you got to do and, like, turning on you. I experienced it when I was around for them 10 years. I was here for 10 years. Never thought I would deal with all that crap. But I did see Art Monk, and I'm like, okay, it will happen. But then when it happens, you're not ready for it. Because what you have done is every damn thing you've been asked and more. And then all of a sudden, now you're being told that all the stuff they've been asking for, all the stuff they use to explain what a certain level of a teammate is supposed to be or what a commander is supposed to be, Redskin at the time, but that's not good enough anymore for them. That hurts, dog. That hurts tremendously. And I understood where he was coming from. And as I would hear some of the people who start trying to use this man's questioning himself, because you question yourself a lot of time when all this stuff goes down. Him being in this situation, they start using that to try to promote their little mindsets and their ideas. It made me really mad. It put me in that position where when I was a little kid where I just went looking for people to beat up. I'm serious. But I'm smart enough not to do that these days. But everybody that I'm discussing, they know who I'm talking about. Because every time you said something, I said something directly to you, and you knew I was saying it. So it's like, stop trying to utilize somebody's pain to promote some of your dumbass mindsets.
You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We'll keep these phone lines open. Dan Quinn's going to address the media at noon. Terry was asked about the age situation and how that impacted the contract negotiations, and I loved his answer. You'll hear it when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in mere seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The biggest difference is controlling the humidity, man. We've had this stretch of great, great weather, and it's been terrific. But before that, it was hot as hell, and everybody knew it. If you can control the humidity in D.C., you're going to control the temperature in your house. Rude gets it done with a variable speed compressor that ensures humidity control. It gives you comfort and performance perfectly balanced. What's better than that? Money. Cold, hard cash. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right. All right, one of the big sticking points during the Terry McLaurin contract situation was that he's going to turn 30 in a couple weeks. Terry's birthday is 4 days after mine. I always remember that. So that makes him 30 on September 15th. And, we know that was an issue during the contract talks. And Terry got asked about it yesterday. I really, really liked his answer. Here's Terry asked about his age.
Try to give people an idea of this trend or what, 30-year-old receivers, how they progress at that stage of their careers. And, fortunately enough for me, I'm only going in my 7th season. Multiple guys are maybe in that situation. They're in years 9, 10, 11 maybe. And so the benefit I had coming out of college is I played a lot of high-level football, but, I was only playing like 20 to 30 reps a play all the way down to my senior season. So I've also been blessed to, never had a surgery or any major injury that's inhibited me to continue to play at a high level. So, and then, like I said, I take care of my body at a very elite level. As much as I put work in on the field, I do it equally off the field.
I like it.
Terry went on to explain there. I loved it. He's like, I took a screen 60 yards to the house in January. Nobody was worried about my age then.
No, everybody was jumping for joy.
Right. Is age a factor? Maybe. Are there outliers? Yes. And I think the contract structure is such that if Terry does lose a step, if his game breaks down, which has happened to 30-year-old receivers, the team's not going to be on the hook for some astronomical figure. If Terry continues to play well, he'll stay on the current deal and make a lot of money.
Yeah. All of the different incentive packages are things that he can definitely get to.
Right.
I just think that when the deal and you go through this stuff, Terry focuses to play football. And I am so happy that Terry McLaurin is a football player that doesn't really pay attention to a lot of the stuff that's being said around. He might hear some second hands of it, but I know he's a true competitor. He'll have a problem with a lot of folks, bro.
Let's go to these phones. James is in Woodbridge. What's up, James?
What up, fellas? My man JP. What's going on? B. Mitch Bird Gang here, Eagles fan. Listen.
Eagles fan.
Yes, Bird Gang. Thank you. Listen, first of all, I'm mad that Terry's back because it's a couple things, man. Terry is the heart and soul of the team, man. And what I heard when he was out, I heard a lot of people switching sides saying, well, he needs to know what he's worth, and so there was some cracks in the team, people who are supporting the team. So I was hoping he'd stay out longer. But my big thing was I was hoping that him and Jaden didn't have a chance to grow the chemistry because them boys are bad when they together. So knowing that they got some time and they can build before they meet the Eagles, I'm upset about that. And lastly, tell my man Jeff to stay off the Madden. He's trash and stop playing the Eagles like he can win anything, man. Thank you, fellas. And big shout out to them Eagles.
Ho. Don't think you just want to leave. Add me on PlayStation Network, Jeff Too Funny, and get your button whooped too.
I'm an Xbox man.
Okay, it's crossplay. I'll find you. As matter of fact, stay on the line. I'm about to get your info.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Jeff's getting challenged.
I'm going.
All right, man.
He said, I'm gone.
I love that Eagles fans are mad Terry's back. That actually makes me smile.
That says a lot.
Let's go. Is this Sergeant Sal? Sergeant Sal, you on the line? Want to talk some Terry, dude?
Yes, sir, for sure. Hey, first of all, I just want to say, JP, we had a chance to meet last year in training camp. I gave Terry McLaurin a military leadership award, and I had a chance to meet you. But Superman over there was riding his bike down to the east coast of the world or something like that, so I missed him.
for sure. I just want to tell Brian Mitchell. First of all, I'm going to personally drive to the Hall of Fame ceremony when this man get inducted because I played football at a much lower level than him, but we played exactly alike. And I'm gonna tell you, everything he said out of his mouth, I appreciate you saying what you say because it's real talk, and you have to get in car collisions and don't care about nothing and slam into another human being to understand the gladiator play and which it takes. And I just want to say, Terry McLaurin, I've been watching this young man since the day that he joined this club. And I started watching the Washington Redskins, Washington Commanders as a young child. And I'm going to tell you, the Darryl Greens, the Art Monks, and the many other great Redskins who gave blood, sweat, and tears for this franchise, I watched every play, and they earned my respect, okay? They earned my respect over the years of continuous being the best representative of this team. That's what Terry McLaurin is. We are fully blessed to have this young man on our organization, and I respect everybody's opinion, but for those who do not value what they have, I feel sorry for you. And Brian Mitchell, I am so glad that you tell it like it is because you're keeping these people in check and you're saying things that I wouldn't say. But I'm letting you know right now, you better value this young man because he's rare and he will give 1,000,000% for this organization, no matter what you're paying him. So you need to respect that because you don't get that from every football player. And one last thing as I wrap this up, I want to tell you a very quick story. I walked into a nightclub right across from the FBI building right around when I was 26 and I was in the military. I was in the peak of condition, 6 feet, about 240, like a rock. And I promise you, I'm not saying this lightly. I patted a young man on his shoulder that was sitting at the bar because I recognized that it was Brian Mitchell. And I just thanked him for not only what he was doing for my team, but I thanked him for the type of football player he was. And I patted him on his shoulder, and I promise you, that probably would be the same type of experience that I would get if I patted Superman on the shoulder. Because I'm sitting up here, 6 feet, 240, a rock, and I hit this man, and I was like, good gracious of life. I see what it is to touch a professional football player. So I just want to tell that story. Brian Mitchell, JP, I love you guys to death. First time caller, but I love you guys. And hopefully the next time I give out leadership awards for the Commanders, I can go through you guys and we can do it together.
Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you,
man. Landfill, you make the call. You want me to take these last couple calls or go to break and we'll catch up? We'll keep the phone lines open. All right, phone lines are going to stay open. Dan Quinn next, but we're going to take calls the rest of the afternoon. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn will address the media next.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Jaden Reed returned to practice yesterday despite a left foot injury. The Green Bay Packers wide receiver does plan on playing through the pain. Reed, who's entering his third NFL season, reportedly suffered a Jones fracture, which is a break in the fifth metatarsal. Despite the issue, he expects to be on the field when Green Bay hosts the Lions on September 7th. In the meantime, he will rest his foot as much as he can, but he's playing through it. And the Giants hope that when they cut quarterback Tommy DeVito on Tuesday that they'd be bringing him back on their practice squad, but the Patriots had other ideas. DeVito was claimed by the Patriots and is now on the 53-man roster in New England. Giants general manager Joe Schoen said he isn't surprised that another team valued DeVito that highly, even if the Giants didn't make any room for him on their 53-man roster. But all that said, they do have quarterbacks Russell Wilson, Jackson Dart, and Jameis Winston on that roster. And last year, there was a sense that the Rams would spread touches between running backs Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, but that didn't happen. This year, they're going to try it again after Williams had 350 touches, where Corum had 65. Williams was on the field last year for 87% of the offensive plays. Corum was on the field for 11% of the snaps. So before they can better divvy up the touches, the Rams really need to divvy up the reps. This August only, score $100 off each window in a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindow.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Thunder. Beach and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia.
I feel like Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn's a guy that's listened to some AC/DC in his life.
DQ might be more of like a hip hop head than people
head
realize, but I definitely
think there's
some AC/DC on that phone of his.
Mm-hmm. Just listen to him talk.
Yeah.
He tell you.
Speaking of Dan Quinn, he's addressing the media. Let's go.
All right, what's up, everybody? All right, our final kind of wrap up, training camp, roster decisions, all of that, to kind of discuss that. After today's practice, the players will also get a 3-day break over the weekend, and they need it too. Our times together with them are really intense, so their time to recharge and go. But practice today is really squarely on us, and things that we need to hit on, things we need to work, timing, execution, our skill work, end of the game situation. So we're going to go right back into it, into that spot. And finally, and most importantly, Mike Sainristil and John Jones are excused today for 2 very good and special reasons.
Okay.
It's pretty weird, yeah.
That's it worked out last year. With Terry and Jaden, like, how much are they able that they're doing to just maybe get that connection back? What are some of the little things they're doing to regain that?
Yeah, I think more of it just, time on task, John, honestly, to say, do they have experience together? Yes. Banked reps? Yes. But still, like yesterday, we ran a deep play action, that was over to Terry. That was like good route that you'd seen before. So now let's say, let's work this one some more, this one a little bit more. So Jaden's excellent with that, to work a specific route with a specific player on some things. And so that's what you'll see more with him and Terry, extras, earlies, this specific route, this timing, because it's not all the same for every player. And so that's kind of the challenge of it, from a quarterback and a receiver, not the play-in zone where you're, back facing the quarterback, but, deep overs, comebacks, the timing of it. So that's what they'll continue to work through.
Obviously, they're both very good players, right? But together, they, the connection, the red zone, all that. Is there something else about how they operate, besides just being good, that allows them to have a certain connection?
Yeah, I would say the complementary reason that comes to mind first, I would think, John, is one's an exceptional deep ball ability to go track it, and the other's exceptionally throwing it. So I think, maybe there's, I've never really thought of it in that way, but there's probably some complementary football that goes to one another. So here's a guy that can really go and get on top of people and catch it over different shoulders on a deep ball, and a quarterback who's got the touch to do it. So I think that's probably the biggest complementary piece, of their games, that they're able to, support one another on the things, two of the things that they both do really well.
To the guys who made this squad, they take a deep breath, exhale. What about you guys who sat there and went over every different name and every player and went back and forth?
Yeah.
When you finally make that 53, how did you guys react?
Yeah, it's a hard thing. It's not as hard as the players going through it, that's for sure. They have the toughest spot. But there were a lot of ones that kept us up at night. Let's think through it again. Get a late text from Adam, this and this. So, like a either or, a scenario. And so I like going through those exercises with him, Chick, because it also gets me to think of it in different ways. And so I had, from my own knowledge, I wanted the coaches, they're going to rank everybody at this spot and what their roles would be week 1. What about week 5? So we could think about what it looks like today and then what it looks like a month or 2 from now. So as coaches, you do have to think that way. And then also, I know we talk about practice squad and not, but I think of it like 70 men, knowing that here you're counted on to be responsible, to be ready. And so if that's an elevation this week or a following week, it's going to happen. So I want them to just prepare and play in that way. So it's not like they don't get reps at practice. They do. And I want to make sure that these are the standards and how we have to go about them.
And with the departure of B-Rob, a guy like C-Rod, Chris Rodriguez, he's been here now 3 years. His evolution is what to you?
Consistent, for one. I would say, when somebody can demonstrate over and over again that they're willing to put the work in, find the right read, not just the physical skill, but mentally on the special teams. He's a player, Chick, that this team really trusts. If you ask Larry, yesterday, he was giving the look on punt to another player who's playing the wing. That's the same spot Chris often plays. So that move that he hit, he knows what stresses him. And so I thought, what a great example of Jeremy and him providing the look of things that can be troublesome to some of the other players. And if you can get your team to a spot like that where they're testing one another and pushing one another, that's a really big deal. And I think Chris is a great example of that. I saw it in the preseason games, whether he was just excited when Bill had a big run against Cincinnati as he was for himself. And so that doesn't happen all the time. And but I like his fight. I like that he really worked hard to change his body. And, those are things that when people continue to show you that, then you pay attention.
To follow up on that, did you intend to keep 4 backs once you guys traded Brian Robinson? Did you know you would keep 4 backs, and how much did Chris's play in preseason camp, and I guess even late last season, kind of play into his getting a spot this year?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think it was definitely usually it's at the skill spot. How many tight ends? How many running backs? The evolution also of the return game, Nikki, that's influenced me too, because those are more plays and examples to go see if we can, further even that starting field position. Right now at the touchback on the 35, we're anticipating a lot of people putting it into play, but we don't know that yet. And so I think that part of the game it feels running back-ish. Not to say that Debo is a receiver, but he runs hard like a back in a lot of ways, so he's certainly another one that we'll have. But I think that is a big part of it. We think of an A back and a B back. Austin out of the backfield, third down. So it's not one size fits all, but I do like the versatility of the room.
Cliff said a week or so ago that he can't really tell what the offense is until you got some of the pieces back.
Right.
Now that you have those 2 receivers back, I know you don't have Sam Cosmi back yet. Are you able to see what the offense is yet? I mean, given the limited time frame before the opener?
Maybe not fully, but I do know that we've still run the same, so it's not like the system changes. So putting them into some of those plays may look differently because of who the ball player is, at that spot. But it's not like a new system comes in. So I think that's important to know. For 10 others on that specific play, they'll be doing the same exact job. So let's face it, well, that, I think it grows, like I'm hopeful that the team we are in 1 is going to be really strong and stronger in 4 and stronger in 8 as we're building it. And if we hit all the marks, then we should do that. Our skills should get sharper, but I like the competitiveness at the receiver spot. And it's not just, Terry and Debo and Noah, but like Jalen is that way, Luke is that way. Like, these are guys that like to battle for it. Our league is made up of a lot of contested catches, and it's one of the things Terry's exceptional at. Debo's in that same space. Noah is there. Certainly Luke and Jalen, they make up like a fierce competitive group, and so that's important. And knowing that, like, in tight coverage, these guys are going to go fight for the ball.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Dave.
I know that the offensive line is a unit, and John's part of that too. And so there's a lot of moving parts. But do you have a working theory as to which side you'd like to run to on 3rd and 2, 4th and 1?
You're like, I like that you included John. I think Don Warren would be awful proud of you to put the tight end as part of the O-line. He is an exceptional blocker. I don't know that yet, no, but I do like the athleticism of the group. And so we have tested gap pulling schemes to the left, to the right, putting different guys in different spots. Coleman's been back in there. He's another guy that can get to the move. We've improved also in the screen games because we're ready to go to one side. But as far as like, hey, on 4th down, got to have it going to this side, we're not there yet to say this is where the ball is going to go.
You're not there yet with...
Yeah, or I'm not there to share that with you yet. I might be closer to that than I'm letting on, but I'm closer, closer than you.
Next week, with the schedule, how much Packers do you put in next week along with the Giants, given that you got a short schedule the following week?
The coaches really had to be the ones to put it in over the weekend, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So while Adam and I were busy with that, they really dug in on Green Bay. And so that way, when they could then, as the week went on, then it kind of shifted. But having a Thursday game is challenging. Having a Thursday game at week 2 is better than week 7, because having, I don't know if the term would be exactly right, like a preseason bye, how we've changed the schedule. So this window allows flexibility. I'm sure some teams are just doing, 2 weeks on the opponent they're playing in the opener. But with that Thursday, there is some windows that the coaches aren't with the players, and they had Sunday off. I met with them by myself Monday. The players then had off Tuesday to begin practice Wednesday. So there was some pockets that they were able to do that. And then you have to shut the folders and put that in the drawer, and it doesn't come back out again until that Monday. But it did help.
It did. 4th down success last year was such a big part of the team story.
Right.
Like history and like just probability would say it's very difficult to duplicate 87% success rate in 4th down.
Agreed.
So how do you approach that? The idea that you're chasing that, but it's also probably not something you can like count on.
Yeah.
Achieving again.
It's not all one, going into the game, sometimes it's, I want to make sure we're stealing another possession. So there's some strategy going on with that. It's about like 9 drives or so a game as you're going through it. And so how do we gain an advantage on somebody? Sometimes going for it on 4th does that. Where's the kicker, comfort level to go into that space? And then it's really by the distance. You look at the opponent, where do they fall on the end ones? How about in 2s? Where do they play on the 3s and 4s? If it's a certain style, maybe you're more apt to know what you're going to expect. But, Jaden was a big factor, in that 87% or whatever the number was. There was a handful for sure that was called one thing, and then something happened, and, like, he made the rest go down. Like, we don't have a play called that. You don't want to count on that. That's a reactive way of the ball player doing his thing. But you don't want to lean into that. I think that's irresponsible. You want to make sure, hey, this is what we think we're going to do, how we're going to go down. But really by game is we make those decisions as much as we can before the game. So going in, the coordinators know what to expect, how we're going to do it. And then as the game unfolds, I'll communicate with them, where we're at. But I think the secret for me on telling the coordinators is early in the drive. So no one's ever caught off guard. Hey, we're going to go for it here, because it can impact some of your third down calls if it's into fourth down, knowing that you may have 2 downs.
Follow up on what John was asking before about quarterback receiver connection. You've defended a lot of those. You had Matt and Julio in Atlanta. For you, what are kind of the earmarks of what makes a great quarterback receiver tandem, aside from just great skill by both players?
From my defensive perspective, this route's going to happen, and they still complete it. That's the hardest. Damn, we talked about this throw or this route, and they're so exceptional at that they were able to, put it in the right location at the right spot. But it is a real thing. The connection, chemistry, all of that matters. The best of the best players, they spend a lot of time together. That's even outside of coaching and that, to make sure those moments are delivered upon. But we're fortunate that Jaden and Terry are two that do that extra.
Hey, Dan, you mentioned...
Welcome.
Thank you. Good to be back. You mentioned Jalen Lane. I guess I'll start with a specific question. You knew what you were getting in him kind of when you drafted him. What has surprised you about him over the past couple weeks?
We knew the punt return ability was really strong. What I probably didn't know, and I knew he was fast and explosive, but the way that he's taken to coaching from Bobby, you can almost see the drill work come into the play. And so, there's a specific way you run an option route when somebody's on you. You don't want to hustle too quickly because then the defender's not really into the stress. So seeing him fully express how to work somebody into a technique, that's a really big deal, because in college, especially on offenses that play really fast, there's not as much man-to-man. And so that's one of the things that can be more challenging for a slot or a wide receiver that's playing in a tempo offense, because college plays faster than we play. So you see less matching in tight coverage. So they're able to run their routes at full speed and hit it and go to the next play. And so running an option route, defeating leverage, beating people in man-to-man, that's been an impressive, I'm not going to call it catch-up, but development from the time he's arrived to where he is today.
And then a philosophical question. I know he played for his dad in high school, and you probably get a lot of guys who are sons of coaches. Is that an overblown thing, or is there something different about guys who grew up around the sport in that way?
That's a better question for Jalen. I would say it's got to factor in somehow when you're 5 years old and you're at football practice when other people aren't. You saw things that happen, and I'm sure it matters. Cliff's father was a defensive coordinator. So, that different sides of the ball, and coached him so he said, try throwing an interception in high school when your dad's the D coordinator. Not so easy. So with Jalen, being around football his whole life, is that a factor on why some of those things are coming easier? Possibly. But at the end of it, man, I like just the work that he's putting in for these rookies, what they're doing right now. This is the hardest thing they've ever done. And that's a real thing. But they'll make it. But they have to put in the work, whether you grew up as a coach's kid or not. It comes down to what we do out on the field, on the grass, at practice. That's where it has to go down. And I'm encouraged because what I've seen from him is this steady rise.
Good afternoon, Coach.
Yep.
We talked extensively about you taking lessons from your first head coaching run to this one and not copy-pasting, making things better this time around. Having led a previously successful team through training camp this year, what are some of the lessons you pulled from that last experience to this one?
I really lean in, David, and you'll appreciate this from the military side, is the after actions. What did I like? What did we need to do differently? What needs to stay the same? And so that prepared me to go into, okay, from a coaching side in these practices, we changed the length of our individual session to being longer. They wanted more time on more skill work. The team's in better shape now, so we practiced a little bit longer. We got more reps than we did last year in almost the same amount of time. So we're becoming more efficient, but because the guys are really fit and they're ready in the system, it's allowed us to practice more. So that's been a benefit. So I would say, looking back before you begin the planning of what took place on the last training camp, what did I like? And I just finished this year's of things I liked. So that'll go into the drawer and be ready for 26. But it does help to have an after-action process to say, this went well, we need to do this more, and that's how I went about it.
If Tiger Woods can change his golf swing multiple times over the course of 10, 15 years of complete dominance, a football team can sure evolve. And I love that DQ has that mindset of, hey, man, we were good last year, but we got to get better.
Find out how you get better.
Everybody's got to get better
Totally.
every year. And you know who understands that? The folks at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. This afternoon, I'm going to drive my Oarsman Fairfax Toyota 4Runner home. Then my wife and kids and I are going to get in our Oarsman Fairfax Toyota Sequoia and drive to the beach. I buy cars from these people. This is where I get my cars serviced. I trust them. They take great care of me and my family. They'll take great care of you and your family. They've got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. All the options you're looking for, all the brands. They've got great deals, great quality certified used vehicles, and great financing. But above all, B, they got that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep, that's why I send my kids over there. I brought all their cars from them. When they go over there, they take care of them. Their Lifetime Edge gives you up to $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance, and they give you a lifetime engine guarantee. And there's more good news. If you have a car to sell, take it over to Oarsman. They'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelly Blue Book value. Other people want to give you 100%. Some people only give up to 90%. They give you up to 125%, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. We're two beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together.
Sports Update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants are arriving daily. Plan a little happiness. Among the veterans who didn't make the Patriots' 53-man roster were safety Marcus Epps and wide receiver Kendrick Bourne. But talk that neither player wanted to stay in New England, that was met with some skepticism by Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel. When a reporter asked Vrabel if the Patriots granted requests from players who asked for their release, Vrabel basically said he had no idea what he was talking about. So when the reporter said that he was referring to Epps and Bourne, Vrabel said that this was a Costanza-style breakup, well, I don't want to be with you either, after the breakup already happened. But speaking of Marcus Epps, he's already found a new home. He's returning to Philadelphia for his second stint with the Eagles. Epps, the veteran safety, was cut by the Patriots on Tuesday, signing with the Eagles, according to Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. The 29-year-old played 4 seasons in Philly from 2019 to 2022, and now again in 2025. From the Grutman Cat 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. 12:30 on a beautiful Thursday. The wind is kicking up, though, man.
Yes,
B, this tent is getting beat up all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's telling us it's time to go.
I bet Leadville's not telling us that. B, DQ, was pretty interesting there. 2 things really stood out to me. Harrison asked him about, how have you learned you got to continue to get better, whether it was from your stint in Atlanta or whatever. And he said, yeah, like the players said they wanted more skill work. So it's interesting. I noticed the individual periods had gone longer this training camp, but I didn't think anything of it. And then he's like, yeah, some of the feedback we got last year was guys wanted more time in individual to work on their skills. And then you see that change. One of the things I applaud about Dan Quinn, he's not a my way or the highway kind of guy. Like
that's a big plus for him.
He's always trying to evolve, and not all coaches are like that. You know what I mean?
Most of them are not like that.
Right.
They feel like I'm the dictator. I tell you what to do, and you just do what I say, even though they haven't played the positions that you play.
Right.
You know what I mean?
The other thing is, this is one of the frequent criticism. Not criticism might be too strong, but the folks that think Washington won't be as good this year as they were last year, one thing they point to a lot is the success on 4th downs. And I think there's some legitimacy to that. Like, if you just think statistically, they were incredible last year on 4th down. And that is hard to do. Last year on 4th down, they converted 20 of 23 attempts, 87%. They held opposing teams to 66%. If you just run the numbers, it's 20% more possessions going your way. And DQ said, what I liked is that there was an immediate acknowledgement, yeah, we could regress. Like, undoubtedly, that is something that could go the opposite direction for our organization. He said a lot of it, though, is understanding the situation and having a game plan beforehand. So it's not like, all right, we get to 3rd and 6 at the 45-yard line. We already know from a philosophical standpoint where our go zones are, like where we're going for it on 4th down, where we're not. So then it's not a scramble on 4th down.
Yeah.
That, to me, is a big part of one of the reasons I've repeatedly cited about why I think organizationally, winning the close games, being really good late in games, I don't think that stuff's an accident. I don't think that stuff's fluky because they study it, they monitor it, and they coach it. And I don't see them being any less aggressive on 4th down. Do you?
No, I don't see them being less aggressive. But, see, this is the thing about a question like that. You were 87% on 4th downs last year. Probably this year you won't be that good. What if they're 80%?
What if they're 75?
What if they're 75? That's still good. But I ask this question. You now have a second-year quarterback with more experience under his belt. What if they don't have to be in 4th down situation? What if he utilized some of the things that he discovered last year on 4th down when they went for it? How Dan said, play would break down, but Jaden would make something happen. How about he utilize that on second down, third down? Now you're not in fourth down position too many times to go for it. So they may go for less fourth downs this year, still have a great percentage, and someone is going to say, you all regressed. But then when you look at third down conversion, they probably went up 5 to 10%, which makes it even easier for you, right? So I just think that we get caught up in a situation of asking one-sided questions. Just like when we hear about, the quarterback will have a regression because they got tape on him. Well, hell, you don't think that quarterback and his offensive coordinator have tape on you? You know what I mean?
Right. I hear that. I think asking him that question is
I'm not saying
legitimate.
it's not a bad. I'm not saying it's a bad question.
Right.
But it's a question that, what if you don't have to go for fourth down this year because you're getting first down on third down? So
Sure.
all this stuff
Might need
works
less
itself
of them.
out. So if we went for, let's say if we went for 50 of them last year, this year you might have to go for 15.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So when you get better at other positions or other situations, sometimes that situation is not the final thing. They were exceptional last year, and they had to do it. What if they don't have to go for them this year?
Well, the other thing he said there that I thought was really interesting is, and I've pointed this out on our show, but like whenever I do like national radio hits, like when I go on with ESPN or Vision or something, they ask about the fourth down stuff, and a lot of my reply is, I don't think people ask the Eagles similarly or the Bills or the Ravens.
Yeah.
And the Eagles are kind of a unique case because of the tush push, I would say. But the Bills and the Ravens just rely on their quarterback to make a play. And Allen is different because he's so big and strong. But, like, DQ said a lot of our fourth down success was because of Jaden.
Yeah.
And it wasn't necessarily the play we had scripted, but Jaden just made a play for us. And he's like, I don't want to be too reliant on that. And you're right. You don't want to be too reliant on that. But you sure as hell don't want to stop it. Like
At all.
If part of the reason you have the success on fourth down is because Jaden can just make a play for you, you're not going to back off that.
Yeah. See, for me, I look at fourth down situation as a pressure-packed situation. And in that pressure-packed situation, your quarterback in his rookie season was as calm as a cucumber. So I say, how about taking some higher risk on second and third downs, which I expect them to do, which now alleviates the need for you to have to go for it on fourth down. Because in those positions where you are, everything else is sped up and it's tight as hell. How about try that in some of those situations when they're a little less apt to be as tight? And then now you don't see, like we talk about, LeBron had all them Game 7 wins. MJ didn't have to go to Game 7. So what I'm saying is Jaden may not have to worry about fourth down this year because he's going to handle it on first, second, or third down.
Well, and what would really help as well is if you run the ball a little bit better.
Yeah.
They were good on
That'll
third
help
down.
the hell out of a lot.
They ranked 6th in the NFL on third down. They converted almost 50% of their third downs. But if they're in more 3rd and 3 instead of 3rd and 7, should help the third down conversions and, in turn, fewer attempts on fourth downs.
See, for me, Jay, I would like to see they were third on third downs.
6th.
Hell, 6th on third down. People could say that they're going to regress at that. I want to see that get better. Because if that gets better, you don't have all them fourth downs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like I always, when I hear a question, as a player, I look at another situation that can make that question obsolete or make it like I don't have to worry about that too much. I just think improving first and second down production makes the third down even easier. And if the third down is easier, then you'll have a lot of fourth downs.
For sure.
And guess what? If you're so effective at getting a certain amount of yards, in certain situations, you're like, hell, we're going to go for this anyway. We're in field goal range. Our defense might be playing better. Let's go for it. We get it. We don't.
One thing he did say there, though, that I'm curious your opinion, is he said a lot of times fourth down depends on our confidence in the kicker. And last year, I don't know how confident they were in the kicker.
Yeah.
They played kicker roulette kind of all year. There was a lot of in, a lot of out. Zane Gonzalez was a super nice guy, but he even talked about some of his anxiety stuff, like watching Zane get ready for a big kick, and he's scratching his head and everything.
It scared us.
Yeah. What do you think the confidence is in the kicker now, going a week out from week one?
I don't know what it is. I can just tell you this. Yes, we've been in situations where we're not confident in the kicker. I would have to believe you're not 100% confident in him right now. Now, he could probably get a little streak going here over these next weeks or 2 weeks or whatever, and things may change. But I remember the day out here when he hit 5 for 5 and they had to make it for them to get off practice early, he nailed every one. You know what I mean? Then he got in the game and he missed his first one. Bang. Missed it. What is it that's making him miss him? You know what I mean? Was it wind? Was it the stadium? What? He has to figure out what it is because the dude has proven he has the leg to do what he needs to do, especially inside of 50. Now, if he's not going to be able to knock him in outside of 50, then you definitely going to be in some chances where it may be fourth and short, fourth and one. And if he can't hit him consistently outside of 50, I think many people don't want to see him kicking. Why? Because that if you miss it, the other team got great field position. You go for it, they still have great field position. So it comes to a point where their level of confidence is going to grow by his level of consistency over the next 2 to 3 weeks in practice.
Totally.
Yeah.
It's nice. You heard DQ say that the player's about to get a break. The NFL, I haven't heard Chris Russell scream about this, Brian, that for all of the
you just gave him another reason.
All the critiques, Rooster, you get Labor Day weekend off, bro. You get to chill. The NFL is closed, man.
You just gave him a reason to scream.
He'll scream about something.
He'll find something.
But the good part with the Labor Day break, we get to focus on college football this weekend. And the other good part with the Labor Day break, all that dope stuff you wanted for your outdoor space at your house, it's now on sale because it's about to get colder and they want to move some product. The Labor Day sale is here at Offenbacher's, and you don't want to miss it. Save big with huge price reductions on outdoor furniture, fire pits, hot tubs, and swim spas. Plus, you can take advantage, this is a big deal, folks, of free financing options. Why stop swimming just because summer's over? With a swim spa from Offenbacher's, you'll keep the fun going year-round. They're more affordable than a pool and give you all the soothing benefits of a hot tub. You can crank that thing up when the weather gets cold and just chill. Watch a football game, have a cocktail, enjoy yourself a hot tub and a swim spa in one. More exciting, how about a sauna? I love going for a sauna, man. I think it really is good for the blood flow in your body. You get in there, thing up for 20, 25 minutes, you feel terrific. You can check out indoor saunas, outdoor saunas, infrared saunas. They have them in the Annapolis and Herndon showrooms. Make this Labor Day unforgettable. Check out the Offenbacher's locations in Annapolis, Gainesville, Herndon, and Rockville and create the backyard retreat you've always dreamed of. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Going to do a little college football preview here in just a moment. I want to clear the air on something that I think people are just really misinterpreting. Dan Quinn was asked about the challenges of having a short week in week 2. They play Sunday, then they play Thursday.
Yeah.
And he kind of explained, he's like, in some ways having a week 2 short week, it kind of helps. Because of the way the schedule is, we have a couple days where the coaches aren't with the players. Because when it really got time for crunch time, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday to make cuts, Sunday is an off day for players because they played a game Saturday.
Yeah.
I think they gave him the day off Monday, and then Tuesday is cut day. So DQ said, some of our coaches were able to get a jump on looking ahead to Green Bay.
Yeah.
And watching some tape, trying to figure some stuff out.
All right.
Dan Quinn said this into a microphone at a press conference live on YouTube. I tweeted out. DQ said Commanders coaches spent a lot of the last 3 days trying to get ahead of the game plan for Green Bay in week 2 on a short week.
So you think he's looking past the Giants?
Yes.
Okay. Can I help explain this for you?
Yes.
Normally, the last week of preseason, the coaches start implementing the game plan for the first week. We all knew that the veteran players weren't playing. Well, that doesn't mean that Cliff wasn't installing and Joe Witt wasn't installing and Izzo wasn't installing their stuff for the Giants. They just wasn't going to use it in the game. So the last preseason game is basically worthless. I'm going to be honest. Because all they're doing, they got to go through the motions. They're going to play the game, but they are getting their starters and stuff ready to play the first game. And he said, so over the weekend when they were trying to finalize everything to figure out who they're going to cut and release or whatever on Monday and Tuesday, the other coaches started getting the game plan ready for Thursday. See, it's kind of like this. If you go buy this Apple computer that might have 5 gigabytes of whatever, megabyte, whatever you want to call it, you can utilize a lot of storage. You can do a lot of stuff. But if you buy one that only has 1, you can't do a lot of stuff on it. These football players are not so dumb as many of you would think to where they can only focus on one thing at a time. It happens normally. If I know I got a game Monday and then another game the next Sunday, we start putting some of the stuff on next Sunday coming in. Because what you're going to do is try to take the game plan that you have for the first game of that shorter week, and you're going to build on that game plan on the second game. So what they probably did is took a lot of the stuff from the Giants game, knowing that some of that stuff could work against Green Bay, and add on to it to find the special things and specific things that it goes for Green Bay. So when you hear these things, don't think that they say, to hell with the Giants. That game plan is installed. They're ready for that. The players may not have the whole game plan.
Right.
But they got the gist of it right now. And then starting Tuesday when they get back, because they don't really start practicing until Wednesday, Thursday anyway. Then they're going to give it all to them, and then they really, really go into making sure it's specific.
Granular.
Yeah, for everything at that point. So, no, they're not getting past stuff. But that's my thing about sports fans sometimes. Not just sports fans, people. Pump your brakes a little bit and just ask a question. To just jump on something and start raising your voice and acting a damn fool when you could be completely wrong makes no sense.
How about this from my man Earth Tones? He said, 100% JP should not have tweeted this. What was he thinking? Of course, prepping early is good, but why state it in a way that puts targets on our backs? If I was on the Giants and I saw that tweet, I'd feel hella disrespected.
So you don't think that somebody from the Giants was listening to the DQ talk just now and say we already doing this? This is where
crazy.
This is where people are. But this is why I'm gonna be mad at you again. Stop bringing them idiots to the light. Look at them, know that they're stupid, and keep moving. No, look at them, know they're stupid, and keep moving. Because at this point, you think the team is posting what Dan Quinn is saying. It's on YouTube. Anybody that's in the United States or any world can follow the YouTube page of the Commanders And they heard his whole damn thing. He didn't give any secrets. He said we are implementing stuff early. Guess who else is doing stuff early?
The Giants.
Green Bay. Okay? So just because I say I'm implementing something early and JP posts that, what the hell did they learn?
Right.
They heard you implementing something early. They just don't know what you're doing. So why the hell is something wrong with it?
It's just, I don't know, man. I think folks read far too much into certain things. And the coaching staff has probably had plans for the Giants for like, when do you think that was? They put in a little bit of stuff for that Bengals game. Not real plays, but they had some specific stuff they wanted run against the Bengals for that Monday night game. That was close to 2 weeks ago now, right? That was probably like 10 days ago, 11 days ago. When do you think members of the coaching staff started working on stuff for the Giants? Last Wednesday?
Beginning of preseason?
Yeah.
It like, I remember Coach Gibbs like, yeah, we trying to figure out who's on the team, but we're getting ready for the first game. And I'm like, but we got these preseason games. Say, yeah, we're running our base stuff then. But all the other stuff that we implement that we don't run, that's getting ready for that first game and for extra games in the season. So when they showed up for OTAs, they started getting ready for the Giants. When they got ready in the training camp, they started to enhance that and are playing again. When they got to the last preseason game, they were trying to streamline what the hell works and what doesn't work. Now they're ready, but now they got to bring it in and really, really get hyper-focused on it, which made them so good on that one that Sunday and Monday, they were able to focus on Green Bay a little bit. What is wrong with that?
Nothing.
I'll ask this question to that person, whoever that person was, and he probably listening. So I asked him, when you have a project at work, and then they throw another one on you, do you never start looking at the second one till you completely finish with the first? Or when you know you've gotten to the point on the first one where you can chill a little bit because you got to wait on somebody else, don't you look at the next one and start working on it? Same thing. Like if you have a story to cover and you and Curry go out and y'all get it done, but you just got some little things to tidy up. But you see another story over here and your boss say, I want you to try. You're not going to look at that one until you finish with the first one? No, you're going to go get this one over here too, right? It happens every day. The problem is people like to try to make themselves seem smart. Most people are not smart. I'm not saying that you're stupid, but you're not smart on everything.
When we return, college football is back. So are the B. Mitch and Finley college football previews. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley on one.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Dolphins second-year running back Jalen Wright will miss Week 1 of the 2025 NFL season and much of September after he had a minor surgical procedure done on his leg. Now, the team has added running backs Jeff Wilson and Jermichael Hasty to the practice squad for depth, but Wright could return before the end of September. That's still a bit unknown. Rookie Ollie Gordon II is also in the mix for touches in Wright's absence. Wright played 15 games in his rookie year, averaged 3.7 yards per carry, but he enters 2025 looking for a much bigger role despite this setback. And the trade of Adam Thielen to the Vikings will open up an opportunity for other receivers on the Panthers roster. But who's one of the guys they're going to be turning to? Well, General Manager Dan Morgan said that second-year man Jalen Coker will line up in the slot. The Panthers signed Coker after going undrafted in the 2024 NFL Draft. That was something that he and Thielen could relate to after being undrafted himself back in 2013. Coker said that Thielen was one of his heroes, and it was so cool to be able to play with him even for a bit. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVIPVI.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Must be dead and day.
Been far too long since we've heard this banger. Keep it playing, Lampville. Crank that. Crank that, soldier boy. Only one man has the audacity, the ganas,
to have this as his
this is walk-up song.
Is he talking about football?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. You talking about college football? I'll do that too.
Our guy Denton Day is so brave that he chose What's New Pussycat by Tom Jones, written by Burt Bacharach, as his walk-up song. Denton,
Well, he wears fanny packs.
He wears crazy
and
stuff.
socks with the toe flip-flop.
Denton, what was the process upon which you landed on What's New Pussycat?
Landfill picked it. That was the process.
Well, and we kind of figured Landfill did that.
Yeah, there's no way you thought I'd show. It's not a bad song, but I that would not be my choice.
I don't know.
Denton,
if it's your walk-up song,
you are
it's a bad
just
song.
you are just weird enough that you might have picked that. Like, I didn't think you did, but there's a possibility that you did. That you just oddly love Tom Jones or something.
I can confirm that I did. That is the one thing where I'm relatively normal. That's the one area.
Good to know. Let's get down to business, dude. I know there was week 0 last week, but this weekend, Labor Day weekend, college football takes over. There are massive, massive games, and you'll be starting this weekend with college football overtime on SiriusXM College. Every Saturday, I mean, you're grinding, dog. Midnight to 2 a.m., but I
love
know
it, dog.
You get really good guests. You talk to coaches, players. Get us ready for this weekend. It all starts Texas, Ohio State, Saturday at noon.
Yeah, well, you guys will be hyped. I start tonight. We're really grinding week 1 because we got a bunch of great games tonight. But the big one is obviously Texas and Ohio State. It's two of the best teams in the country, and you have all the hype with this Arch Manning kid. Big last name. Texas is number 1, preseason number 1 for the first time in school history, which is crazy because they've been such a good team for such a long time, and they've allocated so much money over the course of their history to football that you just assume somewhere in like the 90s, the 2000s, that they would have been number 1 before, and they have not. So there's it's going to be an incredible game. I think Ohio State's going to win it, though. I think there's too much going for Texas right now in terms of the hype. I don't know what Arch Manning is. We've seen him play against the worst team in the SEC and a bunch of nobodies. I think he's a good quarterback, and I think with what they have at Texas in terms of skill position players and the coach in stock, they'll be able to make sure that Arch plays winning football throughout the course of the season. But to just expect that he's going to be awesome and blow the doors off of the defending national champion week number 1, I don't know that I can get there yet. But I'm looking forward to it, man. It's going to be a big-time game at noon, too, to kick this thing off. Like, I don't want anything more in life than that.
didn't we know? I know you follow football very closely, college football, and like Arch. My question about him is, if he was what they all say he is, why didn't he overtake my dude when he kept messing up?
Because Sark is stubborn. I think honestly, I think that says more about the coach than it does the quarterback. College football coaches are just the most stubborn human beings, B-Mitch, in the world.
Yeah, but those backers that handed all that money to that university, if he was that damn good, they would have been like, look, you either play him or we're going to get rid of you.
Nick Saban benched Jalen Hurts for Tua. Like, Nick
I'm just
Saban's
saying,
pretty stubborn
it's
fella.
like if he was what they said, there's no way he wouldn't have been starting.
I'm with you, but I think that says more about Sark than anything. That's just him being stubborn because he loved Quinn Ewers. And Quinn Ewers, you got to remember, there was a lot of money allocated to Quinn Ewers. He is the face of NIL effectively because he came out of high school early to get paid at Ohio State. There was a lot of money allocated to him as well. So it was like you were torn between two sides, and I think coaches are always just stubborn. They're going to go with the guy that's their guy, and that's what that was more than anything.
Is he worth the squeeze?
Arch will be, yeah. He's going to end up in New York for the Heisman. He's not going to win the Heisman because the favorite never wins the Heisman, the preseason favorite. But in the offense that Sark is going to run, I think he's definitely going to be worth it. I don't know if he's going to be a championship. I don't know if he's going to win him a championship, but I definitely think that they're going to be in the college football playoff again, and he's going to be a good quarterback.
Who's Ohio State's quarterback now?
Julian Sayin, a transfer from Alabama that hasn't really played a lot, so we don't really know a lot about him. But he replaces Will Howard, to throw to Jeremiah Smith, which is going to be their offense. Hey, you see the best receiver over there? Throw him the football, and good things are going to happen.
That's the kid that was 18 last year, like the true freshman?
Yeah, the true freshman that probably would have went top 5 in the NFL draft this year because he was just unbelievable. Wow. Yeah, I think he's like not top 5, but I think he's top 6. I think he's 10-1 to win the Heisman as a wide receiver. That's unheard of.
The Smith and the true freshman at Bama, both those guys, Smith stayed at Ohio State. Did the other kids stay at Bama?
Yeah, Ryan Williams is still a Bama. He'll be wide receiver 1 in Kalen DeBoer's offense this year. That game is sneaky, Alabama-Florida State. I think that one could get really, really chippy. The former Boston College quarterback who now plays at Florida State, Thomas Castellanos, has been running his mouth about Alabama this entire offseason, so Bama might try and run it up on Florida State.
What is that guy's deal? I saw a lot. He seems to have run his mouth about a lot of things, right?
That is his approach. He says, I'm going to talk a lot. He doesn't really back it up a ton, but he continues taking the approach of I'm going to talk. You are going to know about me. You're going to know my name. If you want attention, he takes a very good approach for attention. Apparently, he just doesn't win a lot on the field. Now, part of that is because he was at Boston College before, and how much are you going to win at Boston College? Not a lot. You have better talent at Florida State, but yeah, I wouldn't be running my mouth against Alabama to start the season.
All right, Texas, Ohio State. Who you going with?
I'm going with Ohio State. I'm playing them laying 1.5, so I'm going with Ohio State.
All right, so the big games on Saturday, Texas, Ohio State is at noon. Can you briefly get us up to speed on this, like, Dave Portnoy, Fox, Ohio State thing?
So Portnoy is working with Fox, who is effectively their Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee draws a certain crowd. Dave Portnoy also pulls from that crowd. So you guys got McAfee on ESPN. We got Dave Portnoy. I have no idea who actually banned him and who didn't, if that was a Fox thing, if that was an Ohio State thing. I can't imagine that Fox would pay whatever the money they're paying Dave Portnoy, and it's not cheap. I can't imagine they would pay the money to Dave Portnoy and say, hey, you're not going to be on our set that much. We're going to pay you a ton of money to just not really be around. So I think this is more about Ohio State than it is about Fox. It just doesn't make sense that you would pay him all that money to not put him in the stadium.
They pay him not to work?
Yeah, pay him not to work.
He's a big Michigan guy, and Ohio State reportedly banned him from their campus.
Yeah, there's some people that obviously don't.
Well,
like
he's a little out there now. He is. I mean, he does his whole little what's called his great platform, but that dude a little strange. Seriously. Strange as hell.
All right, so then the Bama FSU is a big game Saturday afternoon. It sounds like you're laying the points with Bama, even though on the road.
Yeah, 13.5 is within my wheelhouse to feel comfortable there.
What's my man's name at FSU? The guy that was at Memphis, is he still there?
Norvell, yeah, he's still there.
Is FSU supposed? I mean, It was wild. I was watching the Cowboys documentary on Netflix, and their three of their biggest stars when they were at their height was Michael Irvin from Miami, Emmitt Smith from the Gators, and then Dion from Florida State. And of those three programs now, maybe Miami's still a top 10 team?
Yeah, so they're top 10, just barely. They are 10 right now. They take on Notre Dame on Sunday, which will be a great matchup. Florida would be the team that I would watch out for this year of the Florida teams. Florida State will be better because whatever you want to think about Castellanos, he's a little bit better or a lot of it better than DJU. So they'll be better this year, but the team to watch is Florida because DJ Lagway, I think, has the biggest ceiling amongst a lot of the quarterbacks across the country. He can do a lot of things really well, rocket arm, can move the pocket, mobility is a threat in there as well. So Florida might be the team to really watch out for. They just have such a daunting schedule again in the SEC, which most teams in the SEC do. Everybody's so good in that conference.
We're talking with our friend Denton Day doing our college football preview. You can follow Denton at the Denton Day. Listen to his work on SiriusXM College. He'll be on tonight, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday. He'll be on all weekend as college football really gets center stage to kick things off. All right, we already talked Texas, Ohio State is the big one. Then you get Florida State, Bama at 3:30. The night game that everybody, I think, will be tuned into, LSU at Clemson. Clemson has a lot of championship buzz about them. Obviously, the easier path in the ACC. LSU hasn't – I don't believe they've won an opener under Brian Kelly. Like, they're desperate to win a first game. This thing might be a pretty epic game.
This is going to be a headbanger. It's a battle of the Tigers, and it's a battle of the two programs that call their home Death Valley. So there's a lot going for it. And then on one hand, you have a championship contender in Clemson that's number 4 in the country. And on the other hand, you have Brian Kelly, who's under some pressure, not on the hot seat, but he's under some pressure, and both teams have returning quarterbacks. Like I've taken an approach, guys, that when I'm gambling, at least in the early portion of the season, I'm going to really focus on teams that have returning quarterbacks, which makes this matchup incredibly enticing. But Clemson's defensive line is just filthy this year. And, LSU has a good offensive line, but they lose their best offensive lineman to the draft. He's now playing in New England with Will Campbell. I don't know how they're going to stop this Clemson defensive line. This Clemson, both their defensive and offensive line, like the roster in total, whatever you feel about Cade Klubnik, he's not Trevor Lawrence or Deshaun Watson, but the rest of the roster is built way more like those rosters of Trevor Lawrence and Deshaun Watson when they were constantly winning championships than it has been in recent years. So this is much more of like a 2017 roster build than whatever we've seen in the 2020s where Dabo Swinney has his head in the sand. I'm really excited about this Clemson team.
How are their defensive backs in Clemson?
They have the younger brother of Terrell, the guy, A.J. Terrell, who's now in Atlanta. His younger brother is on the team. So the defensive backs are good. Not the strong suit of the defense is definitely that defensive line, but they'll definitely be able to cover some guys. Like you're going to have to get the ball out of your hands really, really quick if you're going to want to generate offense against this Clemson team.
So, and then Sunday we got two awesome matchups too. Virginia Tech, the Fighting Toby Altizers at South Carolina. I mean, that's kind of the Beamer Bowl, right? Because Shane's coaching now in Columbia and Tech's going down there. I really like Lenoris Sellers. I assume he's fully healthy, ready to rock. I feel like that South Carolina team really has a chance at making the college football playoff. What do you think, Hokies Gamecocks?
They being South Carolina, need to dominate in this one. I think if they don't dominate, it very much favors Virginia Tech because that means something in the game plan is going sideways. And credit to Shane Beamer, like he understands this Virginia Tech roster is drastically different than last year. The coaching staff is a little different than last year. You're plucking from guys that, in terms of on the roster that played at other very big schools. There's some coaches that were coaching at different levels of football. So there's a lot of things that he has to prepare for this. But South Carolina, the worst thing that can happen to them is being what Oregon was at the beginning of the year last year. Now, Oregon obviously had a really great season, but you remember they were barely beating Idaho State in like week number 2 of the season. They just couldn't generate offense. They had all this hype with Dylan Gabriel. They just couldn't generate offense or be effective in the red zone. With Lenoris Sellers having all of the Heisman hype that he does, they need to make sure that they hit the ground running. They should really take Tech to the woodshed, but it'll be interesting to see how Virginia Tech fights back with drones.
Where's Denton Day leaning?
I'm leaning South Carolina to lay the 7.5.
Okay, I like that. And then, another big one. There's so many good matchups. Catholics versus convicts.
Yeah.
Sunday night, 7:30, Notre Dame, Miami. Notre Dame is favored on the road down there in Miami. What do you make of that? Who's Carson Beck? What's the guy's name?
Yeah, it's Carson
quarterback.
Beck, the guy from Georgia who was allegedly maybe dating one of the Cavenders, then maybe cheated on her. I don't know. His social media is really weird. And then C.J. Carr is playing quarterback for Notre Dame. Obviously, Notre Dame was in the championship last year. They lose Riley Leonard to the NFL, so C.J. Carr is going to be their quarterback. That Marcus Freeman named late last week, early this week. So that this should be a fun one. I hate what I'm about to say. I have Miami covering the 2.5.
Really?
Because
why?
So I look at it. It's a top 10 matchup, and some of the sites that I use to determine where the money is, 77% of the money is in the direction of Notre Dame. And I took the same approach with Iowa State and Kansas State. If it's a ranked-on-ranked matchup and 70% of money is with one direction, just by nature, I'm going to go the other direction. So because Notre Dame is getting a bulk of the money, because people don't really like Carson Beck, they don't really like Mario Cristobal, I'm just naturally taking the contrarian side and going with Miami to cover the 2.5.
Okay, I don't hate that. And then Monday night, we get Monday Night Football, B.
Hell yeah.
The debut of Bill Belichick in Chapel Hill.
Yes, indeed.
TCU coming to town. What on earth do we know about this Tar Heel football team? What is going to happen here?
We know that Bill Belichick is dating a 24-year-old, and it feels like that's about it. This over is like crazy because just the idea of a Bill Belichick team potentially surrendering enough to hit a 56.5 is nuts to me. I don't think their offense is going to be particularly good, that being North Carolina, but it's not like TCU's offense is going to be spectacular either. So I'm looking at this total. It was 58.5, and it's
They're
come
only
down.
favored by 3.5, though.
Yeah, they are only favored by
TCU.
3.5 because TCU's not all that good. I have no idea. This is going to be entertainment value. They're going to show Jordan Hudson 1,000 times on the television.
That's the question. Do they have a wager on that? How many times she's shown?
I mean, she's gonna get the Taylor Swift treatment.
I'm taking the over.
I'm taking the over too. B. It's gonna inflate her ego. She already filed to patent gold digger. I was like, that's a pretty like well known phrase. I'm pretty sure Kanye West and Jamie Foxx have that.
They can't let her patent that.
No, they can't.
There's been too many before her. She ain't the first.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there was a whole big craze about this in 2004 when that song dropped, and now she wants to take it 20 years later. I don't know that she has the ability to do that, but she also was not – she was like 3 years old when that song came out. So what does she know about Kanye and Jamie Foxx?
All right. Who do you like this year that maybe people are sleeping on, and who do you think might be overrated?
I'm going to the well again. I have Nebraska making the college football playoff this year. That's probably –
They start tonight, right?
They start tonight against Cincinnati. My 3 biggest long shots for the playoff are Florida at 7-1, Nebraska. I got Nebraska 7-1. You can get it right now. Most books at 5-1, and then Georgia Tech out of the ACC. I think they could go 10-2.
Georgia Tech
at 7-1. That physicality that Georgia Tech is going to bring. They bring a lot of their good playmakers back from last year, and an ACC that's relatively weak. I think Georgia Tech can get to the college football playoff.
Well, don't we Georgia Tech tomorrow night at Colorado, right?
Yeah.
What is no Travis Hunter, no Shador? What is Dion got left there in Boulder?
They have Liberty football legend Caden Salter playing quarterback. He got Liberty to a Fiesta Bowl that we're not going to mention the score of because I flew out to Arizona to watch my team get whooped. But he's now playing in Colorado, so I'm happy for him.
I don't know the score. What's the score?
Well, they were up 6-0 after the first quarter. That's all you need to know. Who cares?
Why did it end, though? How did it end?
Well, Liberty still had 6, and Oregon had a lot more than 6. It was not good.
All right, let's quickly go through the locals. How you feeling about my Turtles? That's a low win total, dude, for Maryland football.
It is a low win total. What is it, 4.5? I think at most books. I imagine Maryland is going to win more than 4.5 games. I imagine they're going to be bowl eligible.
They should open 3-0, hopefully.
They should be bowl eligible. Like, for them, it's just getting past and getting into that upper echelon of the Big Ten. But I imagine that number is too low. So I think they'll at least get 5 or 6 wins and be bowl eligible.
I'm cool with the regular echelon of the Big Ten. I just want Maryland to be pretty good, go to a bowl game. Locks is great in bowl games.
Just get away from Rutgers and Northwestern, please.
Yeah, dude.
The one game tonight that we need to pay attention to,
Oh, not even tonight. 5:30 kick. Boise State, South Florida. Boise State on the road, favored by 5.5. They are obviously the front runner to get to the college football player from the group of 5, but South Florida is also in that conversation. They're just not ranked. So I'm on South Florida tonight, covering the 5.5, and it starts at 5:30.
Really?
It's fantastic. It's cool. I wish every ranked game on a Thursday started at 5:30. I'm in heaven.
So you going with South Florida?
Yeah, I'm going South Florida tonight.
Done. Consider that done. What are they, the Bulls? Go Bulls.
My daughter would love this. I mean, my son-in-law would love this because he went to South Florida.
They're the Bulls, right?
Yeah, they're the Bulls.
Yeah.
All in on the Bulls. Go Bulls. You got any winners this weekend, dude?
So I'm going to go Ohio State this weekend. I'm debating. Some of these lines are like massive, but I'm going Alabama. So I gave you that one. Alabama laying 13.5. And I'm going Clemson laying the 4 at with the LSU matchup at night, and then I'm on Miami on Saturday night, the 2.5. I haven't officially played South Carolina yet, but I'm leaning South Carolina over Virginia Tech. I'll tweet that on Sunday if I end up making that play.
We're getting to the time of the year where you got to start texting me again, all right?
Yeah, I know.
All right. We appreciate you, D-Day. You're going to be working a lot, man. Enjoy it.
Yeah, not a lot of sleep for me, but I wouldn't have it any other way. See you, boys.
You'll be all right.
Yeah, you'll
Don't
be all
worry
right.
about
You're a
it.
young man.
You're young, man.
That's our boy Denton Day. Follow him at the Denton Day. If you're looking for some late night college football content, Denton Day is your guy. He'll have wrap ups of all the big games. Hell, he'll have wrap ups of all the games. He's working tonight through Monday night. Got great interviews. Check him out at the Denton Day. Kind enough to join us on the Rude Guest Hotline. You know what else is kind? The Labor Day sale at Offenbachers. We're talking huge price reductions on outdoor furniture, fire pits, hot tubs, swim spas. Think about it. All summer, your kids were beating up your outdoor furniture. They probably broke the springs on a couple of the chairs, probably got some markers on the other ones. Go get a great deal on new outdoor furniture right now at the Labor Day sale at Offenbachers. Here's the other thing. You don't have to stop swimming just because summer's over. With a swim spa from Offenbachers, you'll keep the fun going year-round. They're more affordable than a pool and give you all the soothing benefits of a hot tub. Plus, more exciting news, Offenbachers is now offering saunas. No better way to relax, and it's great for your body. Take care of your medicals. Check out a sauna. You can get an indoor one, an outdoor one, or those infrared ones, which heat you up fast. They've got them in the Annapolis and Herndon showrooms. Make this Labor Day unforgettable. Visit Offenbachers in Annapolis, Gainesville, Herndon, and Rockville and create the backyard retreat you've always dreamed of.
This sports update is brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. The Dolphins expect to have wide receiver Tyreek Hill in the lineup against the Colts for their first regular season game of the year. Hill's been sidelined with an oblique injury the past few weeks, but head coach Mike McDaniel said that he's going to get some work in during team practice today. And Lions edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson has been one of the team's foundational pieces since Detroit selected him number 2 overall in the 2022 NFL Draft. While he missed the last 12 games of the 2024 season with a broken leg, he established himself as one of the game's premier players at the position. Now he is eligible for a contract extension after completing his 3rd season. And General Manager Brad Holmes is getting ahead of it. He told reporters today that the team and Hutchinson's representation have begun those discussions on a contract extension. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your unused car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors, making a real difference. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Get down, girl. Go ahead. Get down. Get down, girl. Go ahead. Get down.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067. The Fan.
Money.
All right, B.
I'm in need.
Leadville got a good AAA B. Mitch and Finley poll of the day today. Ready for it?
Yep.
Who do you think is going to lead this team in touchdowns? We're not saying passing touchdowns. We're just saying whether it's receiving or rushing, who do you think scores the most touchdowns for your Washington Commanders in the 2024 season?
Terry led last year, didn't he?
Terry led last year.
I got an idea to go right back with that.
Terry had 13 last year. B-Rob had 8. Jaden had 6 on the ground.
I think I'm going back with Terry again this year.
Going back with Terry, says B. That is an option in our poll. The options in the poll are Terry, Chris Rodriguez, Bill, or other. I'm not calling this a miss, and I'm not sure I would go with him, but there's one dude that kind of makes me think other.
Who?
Debo.
Yeah.
When Debo's game is right, and maybe that's been some years, but don't you think if Debo's game is right, he kind of eats into Terry's touchdown total, and he kind of eats into C-Rod's touchdown total?
It's possible, but I still think Terry gets double digit.
Debo has 2 years of double-digit touchdowns.
I understand.
Jeff, what's your vote, dude? Who leads the Commanders in touchdowns this year?
Luke McCaffrey. Saying, nah, I'm messing with you.
Oh, boy.
I'm messing with you.
I was serious about that, Glenn, till to just call somebody and get you tested.
Tested for what?
For whatever.
I just think this season it's going to be Terry again. After everything that went off, that went down in this whole negotiation thing, and it been a longer process than he expected, I think this year is going to be him. He's going to show why he was worth the money. Continuously, I should say.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad guess. Landville, have you voted?
No, I don't vote. I write the questions.
Why not? Damn, that's a cold-blooded stance. AAA, B. Mitch Finley, poll of the day. You can go vote at B. Mitch Finley. Who will lead the Commanders in touchdowns from scrimmage this season? Terry McLaurin, Chris Rodriguez, Bill. My man, for a seventh-round rookie that hasn't played in a regular season game yet, he's already on one-name status. Like, he's already,
he said, call me Bill.
Cher, Pele, Bill.
No. People that's on one-name status, they just earned them. He told you, call me Bill.
Right, but he's still.
I go by Bill.
Bill Krosky Merritt.
I go by Bill, is what he said.
He goes by Krosky Merritt, too.
That's too much to say.
It is a mouthful.
Yeah.
Bill, as of right now, the votes are overwhelmingly for Terry. 58% of the vote goes to Terry, 11% to C-Rod, 12% to Bill, 18%.
So we don't count Jaden. We don't count his passing and running together, right?
No.
Okay.
You do count his running.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, from scrimmage last year, I think Jaden was third in touchdowns.
Yeah.
It was Terry at 13, then B-Rob at 8, then Jaden at 6.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you'd be crazy if you took Jaden. The AAA B. Mitchell Finley poll of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Little update from the practice field that I know folks were noticed yesterday. Terry McLaurin yesterday at practice didn't run a ton of routes when receivers were working with the quarterbacks. Today at practice, Terry ran all of them. And Jaden was finding them. They were all over the field. It was certainly something good to see. Terry taking part in everything, not just a little portion.
Mm-hmm.
Terry and Debo were out there together. I really think those two complement each other well.
You got Debo. I used to like watching them walk in. So you had Debo, who's like a fiery personality.
Yeah.
And Terry, who's very competitive, is kind of quiet in a sense. Those two, I think, will feed well off each other.
What do you think? Let's assume health. Let's assume health for Terry, Debo, Noah Brown.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think Jalen Lane's role is?
I think Jalen Lane could be a slot guy, be a guy who could come in and do some of the same things that Debo does, like the reverses and things. And you're going to use that 4.3 speed and then be very effective at the return game. And the thing about him, they worked him inside and outside. He could be a guy who can spell Terry every once in a while, and he's going to go in the game, and somebody not going to give him respect because he's a young guy, and he's going to run right past the ass.
Yeah. I think it'll just be interesting to see. You know what I mean? I think Lane's role, I'm really curious how the running back room actually sifts out. Who do you think leads this team in carries week 1 against the Giants?
I'm going to go with either C-Rod or Bill. Or BCM.
BCM.
Bill Krosky-Merritt.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's, I said.
C-Rod or Bill.
Yeah, but you're taking 2. I asked for 1.
Well, I'm just saying because, Bill has been a little banged up. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. Okay, you want me to pick one, then I'm going with C-Rod.
I kind of think I am too.
Stop copying off of me.
I think I might be taking Debo on the touchdowns thing. If I can get other and I get all of other, I think I'm taking other.
About the carries?
No, about touchdowns for the season.
Who else?
You're like the choices were Terry, C-Rod, Bill, or other. I'm taking other. Give me the options. Give me the field, baby.
All right.
Field bet.
For carries?
No. I'm saying for the touchdowns.
Oh, in that game. Okay.
Carries week 1. I think I'm with you. I think I take Rodriguez. I just don't know what you got in Bill. You got to see it. Yep. I also think Eckler has a clear role on this team that's kind of, I don't want to say forgotten, but Eckler's going to get his touches. There is going to be action there. And I'm excited to see it. I thought Austin has looked great. I think they were very, very comfortable.
Mm-hmm. I just want him to stay healthy, man.
Yeah, dude. Especially the head injury stuff is scary on a different level. He's got a bad hammy. It keeps flaring up on him. That's bad, but that doesn't necessarily impact your life 20 years from now.
No. Concussions do.
Yeah, dude. It's just – oh, dude, last night – I meant to tell you this. Last night at Los Rhino, one of the guys that came to watch the show get taped said you came and talked to his – he coaches youth football in Vienna, and you came and talked to the kids, and they went nuts, and he wanted to say thank you. I wish I could remember his name.
That's why when Brendan – I think Brendan was coaching with that team as well.
Okay. This wasn't Brendan, obviously, but it was a young guy, a big guy, and he was saying how –
Brother?
No. White dude.
Okay, yeah, that was with Brendan there. That also spoke to Flynn Hill as well.
He was saying how with head injuries now with these kids, if they get up after a hit, and he's coaching like middle school, he's coaching like 12 to 14-year-olds. Bro, you get two 13-year-olds that have kind of hit their growth spurt, you can get a pretty real collision.
You can.
That's not 7-year-old football.
Oh, no.
And he said the coaches have to be so mindful of everything with head injuries. They send kids right away. Like, if there's a big hit and, like, sometimes it's a big hit, it's shoulder to chest, right? You don't necessarily need to watch that. But if there's a big hit and a helmet's involved and a kid gets up with any sort of discomfort or anything, they immediately send them home.
They have to.
They're like, dude, you got to go to the doctor.
Yeah.
And I think that's smart.
Yeah.
I applaud that.
Because I remember back in the day, they used to applaud that. Oh, man, you gave him a stinger.
You rung his bell.
Rung his bell.
I remember coaches, it used to be very different. I can only imagine for you playing at a significantly higher level and earlier on. Here's what we're going to do. Quick break. We got real football to bet on tonight. You heard me right. Real bets going in tonight. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Shout out to Warren Zevon. Shout out to all the Nats fans that thought getting rid of Davey and Rizzo was a problem. Nats have lost 5 in a row, including a recent road trip to the Bronx where they got swept by the Yankees. Do you know the combined score in 3 games against the New York Yankees, Brian? Hold on. I got you. Say that again.
I thought one was like 10-2. I think I saw that. 11-2.
26-8 in 3 games.
But then they scored 11 and 10 in one game?
10-5 loss, 5-1 loss, 11-2 loss.
There we go. I know I saw that one.
Yeah.
Not the game. I turned it on, saw the score, and I was like, nah. I saw it early, and then I went back to check to see what it was, and it was 11-2, and I was like, that's not very good.
3 more coming against the AL East. They got 3 more against the Rays, who aren't good, but they're better than Washington. Rays are 5 games under 500. Nats, 27 games under 500. Remember we had Stallion work with us earlier in the week, and I said, do you think they're going to lose 100? He said, I don't think so, but I think it gets to 98.
I told him 98, just like 100, just round it up to the nearest 10. What'd you say, Jeff? When they go 5 and above, you round it up, right?
Man, that is tricky stuff, man. Nats are just, and I think I heard a Savannah update this morning. They had this catcher that was one of the fastest catchers I've ever seen. Remember the game we were at when you and the 91 Skins went into the Hall of Fame, the DC Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
And that kid Millis had that hit.
Mm-hmm.
I think he just
Wasn't
got
that
hurt.
Tress's brother-in-law?
No, he's on the Brewers. They're very good. Bryce Trang. The kid Millis, I enjoyed watching just because you never see a catcher with that kind of speed. He got hurt. I don't think they have a catcher like on the roster now because Ruiz's been hurt. And then I'm blanking on the dude's name that was Ruiz's backup got hurt. That's why they called up this dude Millis. So, here we go. We got news. Maybe this is from Mark Zuckerman. It looks like they're calling up someone named Stubbs. Garrett Stubb. No, that's his brother. CJ Stubbs coming up from AAA Rochester. I guess the Post reported this yesterday. I don't know how CJ Stubbs is going to play. I can say this, Brian, and I can say this confidently. CJ Stubbs is a good name for a catcher.
Yeah.
Stubbs is a good name for a catcher.
Yeah, I go with that.
All right. Good luck to CJ Stubbs. Let's make some bets, boys.
Let's get it. With her to hear first. Law. What you got to say?
Want to say a special hello to my man P-Dub listening right now. Glad to hear from you, buddy. All right, I don't know where we are on the week, but we got real football to bet on tonight. I'm almost willing to let everybody start fresh. Football bets tonight, maybe 2 a man. I don't know that everybody agrees with me, but White Brian's been concussed all week. We don't know where he is, so I doubt anybody's kept track of anything.
Ohio plus 15.5.
Yeah, I'm taking the under in that game that Landini just picked and the under in Boise State in South Florida. The under in Ohio Rutgers is 51.5 and 61.5.
And I'm taking Duke
and a half.
minus 36.5.
Jeff going under everywhere. Landfill's taking the Ohio. I think it's the Ohio Bobcats. I don't know if that's 100% correct. All right, the boys were ready. Jeff's got a pair of unders in Boise State, South Florida. Landfill and Ohio Rutgers. Landfill's taking.
They got some big odds in these games, man.
Ohio plus the points. And what was your other one? You're laying like 50 with Duke?
Duke minus 36.5.
Wow. All right.
I'm going to take Wisconsin minus 18.5.
You're betting on the Fighting Kerwins?
I'm going with Kerwin.
I am taking the South Florida Bulls, getting 5.5 at home in Tampa. Raymond James will be rocking. And since we're all making 2, I will lay the points with Nebraska. I think Nebraska's desperate to be good. I see that at 6.5. So, you know what? I'm going to change that. I'm going to take the over in Nebraska, Cincinnati, 52.5.
And I'm going to take the over in Boise State, South Florida.
So you have 2 or 3 in now?
I got 2. I just picked the 1 the first time.
All right. Jeff, will you actually write down the bets we just all put in?
Nope. No, I'm not going to mess with South Florida. Just give me Louisiana Monroe over St. Francis, minus 30.5.
There you have it. St. Francis, I legit didn't know had a football team. I've seen them in basketball.
That's why I'm picking Louisiana to beat them by 30 and a half.
Isn't Louisiana Monroe like your rival?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But we know that St. Francis has a basketball team, right?
I've never heard of the St. Francis Red Flash football team.
Not in college I haven't. I heard of St. Francis in high schools that have good football teams.
Baltimore.
Yeah, but not in college.
I've heard of Steve Francis.
Yeah, he played basketball. He didn't play football.
My mom's name is Francis. That might be the end of what I got on Francis's franchises.
Francis Scott Key.
Bang. Francis Scott Key.
The old Pope
dude knows
used
how
to
to
be
write a
named
song.
Francis.
Pope Francis.
The old Pope used to be named Francis. There's that famous line from that movie Stripes, "Lighten up, Francis." Based on our
let's get off there.
Based on our extensive Francis research, lay the points with the ULM Warhawks, 30 and a hook. Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to Dan Duggan for joining us. Thank you to Chris Kerwin for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to
Grant, I took Wisconsin, dog.
Thank you to Denton Day for joining us.
They better not let me down.
Grant and Danny are coming your way next. We should be hearing from Jaden Daniels.
And Rooster, stop doing that stuff to certain people that work with us.
I'm just going to leave it at that.
I'm going to leave it at that, too.
Thanks for listening. You made it this far. Rooster owes you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. For Justin Fields, this is going to be his fourth different offensive system in 5 years. But Jets general manager and the rest of the front office don't see that as a bad thing. In fact, they came out today and said that they view Justin Fields a lot like Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield. All of them were high draft picks that took a few years and some stops before they became productive quarterbacks. So I guess we'll wait and see if this time is actually the charm for him. And wide receiver Hunter Renfrow played 5 seasons with the Raiders before he was released in March of 2024. He then sat out the entire 2024 NFL season and signed with the Panthers in April. Well, he was released by the Panthers this week, but he has options where he's going to land next. Panthers general manager Dan Morgan said that he remains in contact with the wide receiver, and he'd love to have him back on the team. But apparently the ball's in his court because he has plenty of options. And the Nats lost their 5th straight game last night, but the catching situation could be an even bigger loss. Drew Millis left the game early due to a fractured and dislocated left index finger, so he's likely headed to the 10-day IL, but he could be out for the rest of the season. The Nats only have 3 catchers on their 40-man roster. Keibert Ruiz is on the IL, and now potentially Drew Millis, so this team's going to have to make a roster move before Friday's game. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's August 28th, 2025. You are listening live to The Fan. We will take you up to 6:30. Have a great show planned for you, including Debo Samuel stopping through on the program. He's calling into us sometime in the next few minutes when he gets off the practice field this hour. So make sure you're listening in this 2 o'clock hour for one of the priority additions of the offseason, Debo Samuel on G&D. Plus, Mackenzie Gore, ace pitcher with the Nationals at 5:45 tonight. Our Fantasy at 5 series continues. Marcus Grant, NFL Network Fantasy, talks tight ends with us coming up in 3 hours. Speaking of fantasy football.
Yes, we have to speak about it.
How about that draft last night?
Come on. Come on, everybody.
That was a good time.
Audience, nothing?
Thank you for the hard work behind the scenes to our producers. Made it happen, put the league together. Darius, who's ordering things off Amazon, and they're coming in the mail, and he's picking up packages on his doorstep and at his neighbor's house because they scooped it up for some reason, and he's just chasing people all over the place. That was a fun time. We really enjoyed ourselves. We are thrilled that we had a bunch of listeners come out and kick it with us, and we got to thank the good people over at Pupatella Pizza for making the whole night happen.
GP, you know what you got to do. Let's get that card out. Let's get that Pupatella card out. Let the people hear it. Do you have yours?
I do not.
Oh, you don't have it on you? I'll do it. I'll do it for both of us. This is first part's for me, second part's for Grant. Pupatella last night. We're going to drop it from about 5 inches, which is a lot of inches.
That's so many inches.
It's a substantial number.
5 inches is huge. That's huge.
Massive in some circles.
Yeah.
You hear it.
Wow.
Pupatella, people. We had appies. We had the za. We had the dessert thing. I forget what it's called, but it's where it's dough and Nutella and powdered sugar. Everybody ate very well. It was a blast. They were great hosts. Thank you, everybody that came. I know it's it's not around the corner for everybody. Folks were coming from Maryland. I think one guy came from like Pennsylvania or something.
Russ came from Baltimore.
Baltimore. Just awesome. Such a great night, man. Nights like that are just, it's a nice reminder that we're pretty lucky to do what we do.
Kevin in Arlington takes Jaden Daniels in round 1, pop the room.
And sets the world on fire. There it is.
Corey Krusky Merritt went a lot earlier than he's going in non-DC circles. But I think my moment of the night, one of my favorite things that happened, was William, who took John Bates with one of his final picks. I think he wants to run the football on his team, so he went the pass blocking.
Do you get points for pass blocking?
Run blocking, non-pass catching tight end. But then when he made the pick, he flipped over his little sheet in front of him, and on the bottom he'd written before he'd gotten there, John Bates no matter what.
Which is just a bit.
And the whole room went nuts. So kudos to him. Skits and bits were fun. Everybody enjoyed themselves. But what a night. And again, Pupatella couldn't have been cooler. Listeners couldn't have been more fun. So that's why we do it. Basically, it's all about the draft. It's the camaraderie for a night. Now someone's going to go win. Scott, the defending champion, has to defend his crown. He played in 3 fantasy championships last year, including our league. This guy knows what he's doing.
Yes, he does.
This year, he goes down, though. That's what happened.
We had to pick 14th last night, poor guy. See, it seems very shady. I'm not saying anything.
By the way, he got a snake. Poor guy. What do you mean? He took twice. He had 2 picks, 13 picks before whoever went 1 got another pick.
Well,
he's going to be all right.
I'll say that all I'm saying is the information. You can infer whatever you'd like. The defending champion picked last. You'll never guess who picked first. In a million years, you won't guess who picked first, or the producers did. Blank McCoy.
Colt.
Nope. Running back who tormented Washington.
LaShawn.
Blank McCoy. His nickname was?
Shady.
There it is. It's not Sonny.
I think that when you show up with the sheet printed, with the draft order that you randomized, and you're at the top of that sheet.
Oh, it's the random.
You got some bulls.
The randomness is so crazy.
By the way, just the idea of it's great. Like no one was going to say anything like, oh, yeah, totally. I understand. You guys got the first pick. It was just like, here's the draft order. And I'm like, the producers have the first pick?
Is that right?
Yeah. We randomized it.
Now, I do have video evidence that I randomized it. I just didn't have a chance to show it because we were trying to get, we were trying to get the league kicked off.
Well, you have video evidence of that time you randomized it.
Correct, yes.
Right. Did you randomize it any other times? Will anyone ever know that?
Are you saying this is like a trick shot?
I'm not saying anything other than they had the first pick and the defending champ had the last pick.
This is like FanDuel guy Grant Paulson posting his parlay win. You didn't see the 1,000 parlays that I lost. You just saw that big 28-1 parlay.
You saw that dude perfect with the guy dressed in a green suit robbing the home run or something?
Darius is posting his W's. Is what's happening. The producers, despite having the first overall pick, drafted a horrendous team. So I was happy to see that. I did do that all night long. Like, I kept coming over to try to get in Clary's head. I'm like, you guys didn't just take him, did you? That's brutal.
Who else were you thinking about?
I think I was getting to you a little bit, Clary.
You got to me a little bit there. I mean, we had some picks, like, later on, you're like, wow. Like, you just kept on coming to me. You're like, dude, like, your team looks like, thinking that you're going to say, awesome, terrible. Like, what was that pick? And I was just like, what do you mean, what was that pick? And, like, of course, I took Jared Goff. I mean, I had to have Jared Goff. I got crushed for that. We got crushed for taking, we did not take a tight end until very late in the draft, and I think we ended up in a pretty bad situation there. But I think we have a good team.
I thought you guys got Chiga Conquo.
Yeah, which I like there, actually.
You're fine. That was probably the only good player you guys drafted last night.
Well, my buddy does that bit that Grant does.
Yeah.
It is so effective.
What is the point of having everyone together as dudes for a draft if you're not just constantly joning on other people's teams?
Yeah, I was still it was like early in my fantasy career. I remember I was in this league with him. I drafted Adrian Peterson. You know, Adrian Peterson. Not
the Hall of Fame running back.
Yeah, not Washington's Adrian Peterson. This is Minnesota prime Adrian Peterson.
Oh, that one, okay.
Yeah, this is 1,800 total yards, 15, 16 touchdowns. And he's like, immediately in the chat, like, what a terrible pick, like in all caps. I'm like, really? He's the next on the rankings. He was number 2 overall. It seems pretty good there at pick 4 or whatever. Just that kind of thing plants little seeds in your mind. It's like the guy Happy Gilmore going, jackass.
Second draft last night, after I left there and went home, there was a dude who just kept writing "wow" after every pick in the chat. To that point, like literally I'm like, this is not that funny. And eventually, it just got really
became
good.
amazing.
Like,
it's like, where is it? Where is it?
And you're like, oh no. And a couple times he would get you, and you're going, oh, is this guy hurt or something? Did I miss some news on this guy? Why is he saying "wow"? And I'm like, no, it's perfectly reasonable.
That's what he does. Yeah, it says "wow."
But
oh wow,
Toby, you did post one video of the Grant and Danny team making a pick, and of course, when he did that, we were taking Devontae Smith from the Eagles. I got worn out for that one. People did not love that. The one video posted was an NFC East rival, but you didn't know where we were going before you started the roll.
No, actually, Darius looked over. He's like, look at G&D conferring. So I was like, oh, this will be great contact for the socials. You know, you guys just talking through and kind of debating back and forth. And then you're like, we'll go Devontae Smith.
We're going all Eagles and Cowboys.
Yeah. For the record, I booed every Cowboys player that got picked last night.
And wore a Jaden Daniels jersey. Toby at one point looks over at me early on. He's like, how am I the only guy here in a football jersey? I was like, it's a great point.
Yeah, a lot of people came straight from work where they can't usually wear jerseys,
I think that's the big deal.
Yeah.
The timing didn't work out.
Yeah.
Now, I will say we did have a Tom Wilson sweater there. That worked out well. I was all about the Tom Wilson jersey. but one football jersey at the fantasy football draft.
Speaking of Cowboys, I watched about a minute and a half of that Jerry Jones documentary on Netflix.
I can't get into it.
Oh, I pulled the ripcord. It was like this, clearly like aggrandizing butt kissing piece, and I said, people are into this? Take me out of this one. I have no interest in that.
I've tried twice. I've probably watched a total of like 40 minutes of episode 1, but each time I just find myself more interested in other things. Distracted, scrolling my phone, getting on the computer. Maybe it's because it's Jerry Jones. I'll bet you if it was about Josh Harris or
I'd be way more interested.
Dan Snyder, obviously, or something, count me in. But yeah, I don't think I'll go back to it.
Yeah, it's like slow-mo hero worship, and it's like all the characters that ruined my 90s. Like, no, I have no interest in watching these guys talk about how great it was. No, thank you.
I want to talk first coach in the NFL fired odds. I saw these. I wanted to go through some of these with you, Danny. So this is the first coach this NFL season that will lose their job from around the National Football League. 2-1 odds. Favorite is Mike McDaniel of the Miami Dolphins. Then you've got Brian Daboll at 4-1, Shane Steichen at 7-1, Dave Canales of the Panthers and Kevin Stefanski of the Browns both at 15-2 round out the top 5. Now, I've got to say, of those names, one does not make sense to me, and that's Dave Canales.
Canales, why? Let me rephrase that. I agree with you. Why would he be on there?
I'm guessing that the thought is, look up the Panthers' early schedule. If they get off to a terrible start and they're like 0-4, 0-5 in his third year, now you're talking about this thing going in a very wrong direction. But I thought he did some really good things with Bryce Young.
Jacksonville, Arizona, Atlanta, Patriots, Dolphins, first 5.
That's a winnable early schedule.
Yeah, it's
Don't know. I
overbearing.
actually think Carolina's going to be a surprisingly good team. I think they'll win 7 or 8 games this year. But take him out of the equation. Everything else makes sense. McDaniel, it's put up or shut up time. They've had great offenses. They've had amazing Septembers. They dwindle as the year goes on offensively generally, and they have not won in the playoffs. You could probably make the case more than any other coach in the league that Mike McDaniel needs a playoff win this season if he's going to continue to coach in Miami.
Yeah, you would say so. I mean, you look at the eye-line, though. This is what always amazes me. Like, a lot of these teams or organizations will act like, okay, we've arrived and we need the right guy here. Like, I know Brian Flores did an awful lot there with a couple winning seasons after they were just a disaster. But post Adam Gase, where they looked unserious, you know, like for a while, where they were trying to tank for the worst overall pick or allegedly whatever I'm supposed to say. And now they're like, yeah, we probably should be better than this. Are you sure about that? Like, are you sure you guys are really ready for prime time with an oft-injured quarterback and, you know, an aging wide receiver core that's also hurt all the time and like running back number 77? I don't know. I mean, McDaniel took the league by storm in terms of what their offense was doing for a while when all the pieces were healthy. But if they don't win, I don't know that this is a Mike McDaniel concern, but it may be. Just it's one of the levers you can play.
Well, I'm a Mike McDaniel guy, but I would still understand it because it does not feel like they're getting closer.
They're not
to winning a Super Bowl. They're actually going in a different direction, and this is his 4th year. So if you look at it from just the standpoint of record, you know, 9-8, 11-6, then 8-9 last year. If you go 8-9 again, that's 4 years where he's basically a 500 head coach. And while he's an unbelievable offensive mind, that team is elite offensively when it's going well, and his scheme is as good as anybody's from the Shanahan coaching tree. Their style of play, you can question. Like, will that work? They don't prioritize certain things that win in the playoffs. They don't seem to be a team that's portable in bad weather, as an example. And I really believe, I said this before they signed him, so this is not a Johnny-come-lately take. I think the contract they gave Tua Tagovailoa is ultimately going to cripple them. Because while it's okay to pay a good quarterback great money, it needs to be a really good quarterback. And Tua, with his injury history and some of his limitations, I think makes it harder to win a Super Bowl than easier. He'll get you to 8, 9, 10 wins maybe, but I think anything more than that is a big ask, and they paid him like he's elite, which will hurt. Daboll in the division, this one's pretty obvious.
Yep.
He was the coach of the year when he first took over with the New York Giants. Brian Daboll has to make the playoffs probably, or needs Jackson Dart to take over and look like a franchise quarterback while playing down the stretch. I think that could save his bacon as well. Because you're not going to want to blow him out if him and Dart are doing some good things together and they go 4-1 in 5 starts for Dart. at the end of the year, he probably gets one more opportunity.
Well, because Joe Shane's on the hot seat too, and that's the variable here.
I could see firing him, keeping Dable.
Potentially, honestly. But it's one of those where I always talk about this. The levers that people can pull, right? When things are bad, and things are bad around here forever, but you always, if you're Bruce Allen and the heat's on you, it's like, you know what the problem is? I'll fire Jay Gruden after 5 weeks. He was the issue. Well, there's a lot of other issues there too, but you save kind of your bullets. You keep your powder dry for when things are bad, and you kind of pull one of the levers to try things. So for Dable, his lever is Jackson Dart. That's kind of the last thing that he can do to sort of salvage things and try to point it in the right direction. Assuming, Russell Wilson being a caretaker doesn't get him off to a better start than folks anticipate. But with both guys on the hot seat, that's what's intriguing to me there. But you're right. If Dart looks like a thing, then maybe you replace GMs.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Debo Samuel of the Commanders going to join us in about 10 minutes, so spread the word. Looking forward to catching up with him. We're talking about the NFL head coaches most likely to lose their jobs. Shane Steichen with the Colts is third on this list. They just got to show something at some point. And he's in a bad situation because you're an offensive-minded guy, and you guys guessed wrong at quarterback. Probably not his fault completely, right? But just like Dable was okay going with Daniel Jones and paying him, Steichen probably didn't say, I want nothing to do with Anthony Richardson. And here you are, 2 years in, 17-17, expected to be a game or so below or above 500 again. So in year 3, I'm looking for growth. I'm looking for a leap. And he goes in with a QB situation of Daniel Jones and Richardson, who looks like a top 5 pick that's never going to live up to that billing. What am I supposed to do exactly?
Yeah.
But it just depends, too, on behind the scenes. How much did he advocate for Richardson? Is he the guy that went and got Daniel Jones and said, we could actually win 10 games and make the playoffs with Daniel Jones? If he's telling you, these guys aren't very good, I'm going to need somebody else, and then they go 7-10, then he's a bit of a victim in this whole thing. The bottom line is, you got to pick your jobs wisely. Why do you think Cliff Kingsbury said no thank you to the Saints and just stayed with Jaden Daniels in Washington? You only get so many cracks at this thing.
Yeah, you go to a terrible spot. Maybe you get enough hubris that you could be the one to turn it around, but you could also see which way the tide is going. So yeah, I mean that is a 100% a tough spot right there. And they're in a division that's very, I don't want to say pathetic, but it's winnable. I mean, Houston is
very pathetic.
Yeah, it's not very pathetic. It's mildly pathetic. I mean, Jacksonville's going to be better than they've been. So will Tennessee, but so what? Houston's not a juggernaut. If they've played win or get in type games towards the end of some of these seasons over the last couple of years, but they don't feel closer. Kind of the same McDaniel boat that you just referenced, where it feels like they're not closer to sort of fulfilling some of the promise. They've been a quarterback away, and they still are.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Debo Samuel coming your way at about 2:25 today. Lastly, Kevin Stefanski of the Cleveland Browns. I go back, it's funny. These are all the same conversation. You screw up at quarterback.
Is it interesting?
You lose your job.
Yeah.
What did he think about the Deshaun Watson deal? That's what you need to find out. But Stefanski goes from 11-6 in a Coach of the Year, A.O. Cody, in 2023 to 3-14 and picking at the top of the board. Second overall last season with the Cleveland Browns.
See, he's my answer to this. I think it's him. And
because they're terrible?
Yeah, it ain't his fault. They're going to be bad, and someone's going to look for someone to blame, and I think that'll be kind of the alpha and omega.
They open with the Bengals. They're 0-1. Then they play the Ravens on the road. They're 0-2. Then they play the Packers in week 3. They're 0-3. Just trying to find a win here, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go to Detroit to play the Lions. By the way, this is a treacherous schedule.
Good luck to anybody with that one.
I mean, they're 0-4. Like, I can't even find one win for you there. Host the Vikings. Maybe you upset a young quarterback in J.J. McCarthy, but probably 0-5. Division game against Pittsburgh.
It'll be 2-0.
And they'll be substantial underdogs. But that's the first time I can look at it and really say, wouldn't shock me if they won. Because it's in the division.
Sure.
It's a rival. But you're right. If they're 0-5, Stefanski may very well be gone.
Yeah, this is my answer. A, because they're bad. B, because their schedule is arduous. And Andrew Berry, the GM over there, whoever's in charge of making decisions, is going to look for someone to blame, and that's whose fault it is, not the fact that they're a disaster everywhere.
All right, we'll get into the Commanders roster. What do we feel best about, worst about? What are we excited about, nervous about? All coming up later this hour on G&D. But next, we will talk to Debo Samuel live on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. In the NFL, anybody looking to get a Bill jersey, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is changing his number from 32 to 22. The Commanders signed running back Donovan Edwards and cornerback Darius Rush to the practice squad. Some injury updates around the league. Wide receiver Tyreek Hill practiced at a limited capacity, coming back from an oblique injury for the Dolphins. He's on track to play in the season opener. Running back for the Dolphins, Jalen Wright, had a leg surgery. He's expected to miss multiple weeks, including the season opener. Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed has a Jones fracture in his left foot. He plans to play through the injury. In baseball, the Nats have the day off today. They'll take on the Rays for a 3-game set starting tomorrow at Nationals Park. Make Meadows Farms your vegetation destination this fall. Now through Monday, our VIP customers get 20% off mums, pansies, perennials, trees, and shrubs. For more information, visit meadowsfarms.com. Meadows Farms Nurseries, planting a little happiness for over 60 years. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
New offense. Here's a handoff to Debo. The longtime 49er. Nice cutback and brought down at the 45.
Grant and Danny on The Fan, brought to you exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murat. Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and welcome onto the show from your Washington Commanders. 29-year-old wide receiver from South Carolina, a Pro Bowler and an All-Pro in his career, and one of the most anticipated offensive weapons they've added in years going into the season. Debo Samuel is with us on G&D. Debo, thanks for the time. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Doing very well. So, rearview mirror now, 7th training camp and preseason. You've gotten through it. Are you one of those guys now where you're just happy it's over and you can get to the stuff that matters, or do you still enjoy that part of it?
I still enjoy that part of it, but it's more, I enjoy, getting ready for these Sundays, and it's a thrill now, man.
What do you think your role's going to be? I mean, you carry the football, you're on reverses, you're going to throw some, I mean, catching passes. Like, how do you see your role?
I don't know, man. You guys, got to wait till the 7th to see how this going to work out, man.
Do you have a pretty good feel already, or does that start now in terms of
we got a pretty good feel. We got a pretty good feel for sure.
So how different is this offense then from what you were used to with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco? And did you have any relationship going back with Cliff Kingsbury at all?
Not too many. I just remember playing against him. Coming from a very lengthy, wordy playbook to one word telling a lot of guys what to do. A lot of different signals and this, that, and the third, and it's kind of hurry up offense. So kind of that's the difference.
How long does it take to get comfortable? I think it's a skill we kind of forget about as, pudgy idiots in the media like us, but it's a whole new language to your point. It's what that thing meant doesn't mean anything in this new language that you got to learn. How long does it take to really feel comfortable and up to speed?
Not gonna lie, it just started slowing down probably a week or so ago.
Yeah.
Debo Samuel and Grant and Danny here on The Fan. So going back to the trade, you obviously have a relationship with Adam Peters. I mean, was that one of those where you wanted Washington, or they just came to you and it lucked out that it was a good fit? How did that all come together?
So me and my agent got on a call after John Lynch and the guys granted me permission to stick a trade. We got on a call, and he asked me what my top 3 was, and Washington was one of the top 3. And, me not even thinking at the time, just, I was just in the emotions of naming places where I wanted to go. Over here, they had a really, really good quarterback, just went to the NFC Championship. So you know what I'm saying? They're building something special here. So I was like, why not? And then my agent and Adam Peters got to talking, and then we got it done.
But you obviously knew AP. I mean, did you guys have a good relationship, or were you just kind of like two guys in the same building?
Yeah, we had a great relationship for sure.
And so you mentioned Jaden. Our perception sitting in studio talking about this daily is that this has become a destination place to play because you've got an elite quarterback and, as you said, a team that won last year. Sounds like that was the case. I mean, was that the top priority for you? Why did they make that big 3 list for you?
Say it again.
Why were they one of the 3? Is that a Jaden thing, or was there more to it than that?
They had, just like I just said, they came off NFC Championship. Got a great quarterback, great team. Played against Cliff. He was the offensive coordinator over there and the head coach over there with the Cardinals. And I'm not too far from home. Some of my family live in Baltimore, so it's all that plays a role for sure.
Debo Samuel with us here on Grant and Danny. So your 2021 season, Debo, is one of just a juggernaut of a year. It was unbelievable. You were there. You probably remember it. 1,770 yards from scrimmage, 14 touchdowns, et cetera. How close to that do you feel right now this minute?
I feel real close. You know what I'm saying? I came back in, the best shape I've been in. Just, ready to rock. Brand new offensive system. So, came in ready to work and just show them that I was able to do a lot of things that, they didn't really know that I can do by, not playing against me as much. But, came in ready to work, and we here. We're going to see how the season goes.
You're entering, what is it? I guess year 7 now. How much better are you at certain elements of your game that you've kind of picked up and improved over the years than maybe rookie Debo Samuel?
I think I'm about better than every aspect right now.
That tends to happen as you learn the league and you work on your skills. What about the element of the game where you're just figuring out, too, what you got to do for your body and what that's like now and what you've got to do to get ready versus early in your career? How much has that changed?
Like early in my career, you're just a young kid and you just you can just go through the motions. But I had a future Hall of Famer right now. Wes Welker was my coach my first 3 years, and he was like, bro, you're not going to get it. Like how important off season is for us taking care of your body and, doing the little things that I don't know about. He's like, you're not going to get it till after your 3rd year. And then, that's when it started to pick up for me taking care of my body and know what off season looked like.
The voice of Debo Samuel of the Commanders here on Grant and Danny on the Fan. With Terry McLaurin finally back now, I was thinking about you a lot these last several weeks because this was kind of a thing that happened all the time in San Fran, whether you went through it or Brandon Ayuk or Bosa or Trent Williams. And eventually, end of August, guys show up, they go play, and you guys win football games. Were you kind of chilling like, hey, I've seen this. This is going to be okay, guys. He's going to be back. Like, what was your mindset on this whole thing?
I knew it was going to get done. It was just a matter of time. It's just how things go. I think, both sides did a great job towards all that go, but not to get into all that. But I think both sides happy, and we just happy Terry here and ready to work.
Was it a greater challenge not having not only Terry, but Noah Brown, who's coming back from injury as well, out there as you're trying to get your rhythm and timing and working off each other? Is that tougher to build chemistry without those guys on the field?
Yeah, but, at the end of the day, I'm to control the things that I went out there every day and just try my best to get better and better.
I know it's year 1 for you here with this group, and you haven't even really had everybody on the grass together until today. But what is your expectation for the offense? Maybe right away in week 1, and how different might that look come, say, week 10 points when you guys are clicking on all cylinders?
We're going to score a lot of points.
I like that a lot. At this point, what's your favorite thing to do on a football field? Obviously, score points, like score touchdowns. That became pretty clear in that answer. But is it catching a pass? Is it throwing a block? Is it running between the tackles? What's your 1 seed?
It don't matter how it happens.
All right, Debo. Thanks for the time, man. We appreciate you.
No problem.
Thanks, bud.
Debo Samuel of the Commanders on Grant and Danny. Pro Bowler, All-Pro. Excited to see what he can do for this offense this year.
This is one of those luxury items, right, where you have to account for it. When he goes in motion, everyone's going to notice. When you have a fake where he's, coming from the slot, it looks like it might be one of those handoffs or, a pop pass or something like that, you have to notice. If there's a look where it looks like it might be a screen to him, everyone has to pay attention. Whether it goes to him or not, he's a factor. I've now kind of, over the years, really come to appreciate guys like Deshaun Jackson. I know this isn't the same player, but someone like Deshaun Jackson or even like a Debo Samuel, where the defense has to be on alert, right? Where everybody's eyes are going towards that player because of what they can do with the football in their hands. Having somebody like that can only help.
One of the most exciting additions they've made in an offseason in years for a lot of reasons, but I think past performance, the ceiling we've seen from him, the year that you referenced and kind of stated his stats back to him in 2021, that's an MVP caliber player. That is a game-changing presence. Now, I don't know how many people think that club is still in the bag, but I think he's going to be way better than he was last year. And all I can tell you is what I've seen out at practice. And what I've seen out at practice was a guy that, to me, if you didn't know about any of the narrative, the conversation,
right,
like, oh, he's out of shape, or, last year he was still getting up to speed halfway through the season because of the pneumonia or whatever.
Like when Lamar Jackson was dealing with the Ravens, you could call Lamar Jackson. When it's the agent, he's literally supposed to be doing this, and there are rules in place to govern that sort of thing. And like you run afoul of it, and they can't believe that they're here.
So that's the breaking news of the afternoon here. The Cowboys are now listening to calls for the first time on trade discussions on Micah Parsons. And we'll get more into that in just a bit here on Grant and Danny. But I teased this. I want to pay this off. So last night we had our fantasy football draft for listeners.
Yeah.
Had a nice party, treated everyone to some pizza and some appetizers at Pupatella, and the good folks there took great care of the show, and we thank them for that. Bunch of our listeners on hand. Danny and I, in one of the more embarrassing sequences in show history, middle of the fantasy draft.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're probably in a 13-round draft, probably in round 8 or 9, if I had to guess.
Yep.
We're on the clock. Danny and I are talking over our options. Now, I'm going to throw you under the bus just a little bit here.
Yeah, this is 100% on me. I don't even think it's on you. It's on me.
I'm not going to put 100% of it on you.
It's closer to 100 than 0.
So Danny was our guy that was keeping track of picks. I was kind of walking around, working the room, doing some different things, right? But Danny was like paying close attention, crossing off names, making sure that we knew who's available, who isn't. So before every pick, about 3 picks left, Danny would come over and we'd kind of confer. We're coaching. We are co-managing this team. And so you and I would get together on, okay, we're 3 picks away. One of these guys is available. Who do we like? So we had a list of about 4 guys we'd be willing to take at this spot. A couple of them were surprisingly still there.
Yeah, you'll find out why we're willing to take them in a second.
So we did the thing that you can't do. The thing that when you do it once, it's bad. Twice is unacceptable. 3 times, get the hell out of the league. It took us 4 players to get a player. Here's exactly what happened. I don't remember the names.
Yeah, I don't remember who the names were.
I'm going
to
just make up some guys that we were trying to get, okay? But Zach Charbonnet, Seattle Seahawks, and everyone's like, oh,
say again.
Like, oh, no. All right, so that was one of 3 or 4 times all night that happened, but that's a little embarrassing. You can't be the guy, though. Now you're scrambling.
Again, now, just to set the scene one more, it's not an excuse. Because, again, I'm not absolving myself of anything. I did this, and I screwed up.
Here comes your big butt, though.
It's not digital, where the name's eliminated from you. You see what I'm saying? If you're doing the draft online and you try to select someone that's been taken, you can't. Like, that name is gone.
Say the rest
from
of it,
from the
because
list.
Darius made us do a
Not at all.
Okay.
We're doing it live. We'll do it live with the live stickers, and it's fun. It's collegial. It's way more fun.
How much more fun is that, by the way?
It's the best.
The sticker draft with a board where you're peeling stickers and putting them on the board?
The sticker draft rules. And so you got a piece of paper. You're scratching them off. I missed a bunch, and it turns out all the ones I missed. Go ahead.
We tried to draft. So next up, we wanted Jordan Mason, Minnesota Vikings.
Gone. Boo. Everyone's yelling.
No. Najee Harris. We think he's going to be able to see and play for the Chargers. We want him. This is now good value.
Gone.
So we're going bing, bang, boom down the board. Finally, I'm, with respect, sir.
Yeah.
If I may, I'm over Danny.
Yep.
Because Danny's whispering them to me. It's like my turn to announce our pick. I'm the jackass. It's like everyone's looking at me like I'm going, Luke McCaffrey, taken. Jalen Lane, not there. And so Danny's like whispering these names like, next one we like is this one. They're all gone.
Grant throws his hands up, both hands up in the air, and just says somebody.
Hollywood Brown.
That's who he said.
Who I don't even want.
I don't want Hollywood Brown.
I don't like Hollywood Brown this year in fantasy.
I have no interest.
He's probably already hurt. He's on a training table right now based on today's walkthrough.
You run 1-9 route, you're out for 6 weeks.
So we guessed, I'm sure. We might as well have guessed.
Yeah, could have been a guess.
We picked 3 straight guys that were taken and then panicked and took Hollywood Brown. What an embarrassing sequence in the fantasy draft.
Now, I think you're being too kind to me here. This was me. I did this. You took on we didn't talk about this beforehand, but this was you're doing your socializing thing, Mr. Curious, asking people about themselves and their lives and their commutes and what decision led them to be here and how you did. You're doing the thing. You're doing it.
So we got 14 listeners, whatever, in the league or however it played out. I need to make sure by the end of the night, we had a little quick conversation with everybody.
And seriously, you did a great job
trying to do that. And Pupatella's like putting food out, and I'm working with Michael, and I'm trying to make, we're just making sure everything goes smooth.
The way I would describe it is you were the host.
Okay.
And you did a great job of it. This it's not a criticism.
Right. But then someone's got to run this football team.
that was kind of the thought. And I'm trying to scratch the guys off and keep track of it as best we can and confer with you because we're managing it together, et cetera. I didn't even have the login. I don't even know. I can't even look at the team yet.
But honest question for you guys.
Yeah.
Because this is straight out of a scene of a movie. This is, to me, the cardinal sin in fantasy sports in a draft. Is everyone knows. You could be any guy you want to be. You could be the guy that picks all of your favorite team's players. You could be the guy that
TJ Husham and Zillies. Lock it up.
Boos every single time your rival gets taken, Toby. There's a lot of different guys at a fantasy draft. The one guy you can't be.
Can't be him.
Is the guy that never knows who's been taken. And normally when we've done these, it's like the one listener or the one person at the Scherzer Showdown or whatever who's never seen a football game. They're like staring at the paper. They're going, what about Jammeyer Gibbs? It's like third pick, man. Keep it going. Okay. May Holmes? Like that guy is, and us. Those are the only people that have ever missed out on as many predictions as, picks in a row as we did. It was as bad as it felt, right?
It was pretty rough. And I mean, you guys are getting flack from everyone.
As well we should have.
Yeah,
right. We got Eric from everybody.
Yeah. But yeah, you can't be that guy, especially if it happens with one player, that's fine. If it happens with two players, it's like, okay.
It's not fine.
No, two is so obvious, though. Two is tough, but maybe no one will joke.
Four, though. 4 players, guys.
Well, my favorite bit was when Grant finally realized, because, like you said, it happens quite a bit that one person, like, oh, I'll take Charbonnet. It's like, oh, he's gone. Oh, okay, fine. Then we'll go with Rashid Shaheed. And there you go. But it was 1, 2, and then Grant's like, oh, no, we're those guys.
In real time while it's happening.
Well, but my anxiety was raising. It was like the score of a Nolan Batman movie where it's like, it starts quiet. It's like, but then like 20 seconds later, it's like, it's just getting louder and louder and louder. And it just won't go away. And Danny keeps whispering names like he's setting me up. He's
Makes
like,
you stranger.
Say this guy. And I'm like, this guy. No. And everyone's getting more and more mad at me. Like I'm the bad guy here.
Right.
And
I am the bad guy. This is a Danny thing. I don't think you bear any responsibility for it.
Well, here's why I bear responsibility. If not for you doing what you did, every single pick, I wouldn't have known what was happening. But what I kept doing is going over to the producers, because I knew the players they liked weren't good at football, and they're very different than the players I like.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So I would go over to their sheet, and they were actually crossing it off correctly, right? But then they thought I was like trying to steal their It's like I'm not using Vinny Serrato's scouting board, okay? I don't need to see Ron Rivera's draft board.
I really like is Forbes, okay? Forbes and Davis back to back.
But I kept going over there and being like, who's available? So it's on me from the standpoint of we're doing a fantasy draft, and I'm never paying attention to who's been taken.
Yeah, so I'm cross. I did an excellent job with the first column, most of the second column, but this is where I missed it. So like eating a slice of pizza in between, or chatting with somebody, and just the way the board was, and people are standing. So I think I missed 5 picks somehow on the cross-offs, and I tried to select 3 of those 5 guys. By the way, I love some 5 guys right now. But you know what I mean? That's what I did.
I like how you tried to blame me for standing on the side of the board.
That was the other thing.
No.
So Darius is. Here's what Darius did.
I object to this. He stood up there and did it the whole night.
All Darius did was put together the league, then get all the listeners in the league, coordinating one by one with people.
Did everything.
Having them added to the league. Then, in a very high wire act and high stress, by the way, in like 26 minutes from the end of the show, got to the facility while sweating profusely. I don't know why you were so sweaty. Sweating all over everything, taped up the board to the glass, and just gets the draft going within like 4 minutes of showing up, right? That's all he did.
No, I know.
Was just everything. And then he sat there. He didn't eat. He didn't drink.
He got one round timeout where he was allowed to eat some pizza.
He didn't get an ovation. There was no fellowship. And he's just kind of doing the thing where he's like putting stickers on the board.
Thankless.
And then Danny says, as everyone's like, that guy's taken 2. He's like, oh, well, Darius is blocking the board. How am I supposed to see?
No.
Darius?
That's essentially what he did.
I did a how am I supposed to see? That's what I did.
That is exactly what you did, yes.
Like, I didn't realize you're standing right there. Like, I couldn't see the columns 13 and 14 because you're a human being standing.
But the good thing is,
Ben standing.
Bigger fellas like us standing in front of something, we're not conscientious about that at all or anything.
Yeah.
So him saying basically that you blocked every single name on a board that was 6 foot wide, I'm sure that went over great in your head.
Hey, big man, you should get out the way.
Hey, big guy. You blocking any names, big guy?
Hey, Hoss. Why don't you move that ass so I can see? Listen.
We were those guys, and I feel so stupid.
Get out the way, champ.
Our draft would have ended 9 minutes quicker if not for that sequence.
Not for that moment.
So,
Yeah.
Sorry about that to the Grant and Danny listeners.
So what I'm trying to wear, what I'm trying to accept is the missed pick, 3 straight thing, Hollywood Brown panic situation where you just threw your hands up and said, I can't be associated with this person for a whole round. I get that. The thing I'm not going to wear is, hey, big guy, I can't see anything because you're standing. Where's the sun? That's not what happened. I was trying to figure out how I missed so many and ruined everything for everybody. And it's like, oh, crap, they're behind this person.
Kevin in Arlington's on the line.
Oh, crap.
And Kevin was outside the box all night last night. He
had his own board, and he stuck to it.
Jaden Daniels round 1.
I loved it.
I'm pretty sure. Did he take Jalen Lane round 2? I think he took Chris Rodriguez.
He took
round
Tyler
3.
Biotish at one point,
Yeah.
wrote it in.
What's up, Kevin? How are you? I think it's weird that you're going to ask Nick Allegretti to play tight end.
Well, first of all, it was a blast, and I just want to thank you all, Darius especially, and the people at Pupatella. Oh, my God, it was so much fun. We were just laughing all night. And I guess for me, since I picked so late on the first round, I remember once the order was determined, someone came up to me and said, sorry, dude, you've been pwned. And anyway, I've always... And, I've done pretty well in the fantasy leagues I'm in, but I go against the system with quarterback. And he can get Jaden Daniels. I don't care if you pick him where. I was like 9th or 10th overall. I'm taking Daniels. But then I just got into this mode of, you know what? There are all these guys that are bounce-back candidates that are old or injured, and nobody's going for them. I'm just going to – so that was kind of almost a bit. I was going to put together, the Over the Hill Gang Part 2. And see if we could pull it off. And, the computer, though, oh, my God, they just laughed at me. They just called
I bet your draft grade starts with an F.
Actually, they were kind.
Oh.
They gave me a D-.
That's nice.
So,
There you go. Look, Kev, you got a whole season ahead of you, man. Work that waiver wire, right? A lot of good days ahead of us.
Absolutely.
It was good to see you, though, man, and I appreciate you coming out.
I can't believe how dependent I became on the tools, like doing it electronically. Like, it was so much more fun to do it old school with the board
100%.
and everything. But
Totally.
I was having a hard time. I'm wearing, got my readers and looking at the small print. I'm like, I don't know who's already been taken. And anyway, I've gotten used to the tools helping me tremendously. But it was so much more fun the way we did it. And, we'll see how it goes. Oh, one other thing. I like that I'm calling this the Parcells League because you all don't do kickers.
That's right.
Damn right.
No kickers in this league. I would like to get rid of defenses, too. I have not been able to kind of get that one through at the league meetings just yet. But to me, there's just too much variance, and it's too random. I hate what's worse than having a great week in fantasy football where your squad puts up 167 points or whatever in a low-scoring league, and you get a receiver that goes bananas and a running back that goes nuts and a tight end that goes ham sandwich, and then you lose because a kicker had 19 points because they made 3 50-yard field goals or whatever on Monday Night Football. Never. Should never happen. I know it's all luck to an extent,
right?
But some of it is, there's some skill to it. There's some knowing things. With kickers, it's so random.
The degrees of variance are infuriating. So in other words, like dome kicker, great offense, playing against a terrible team. You go, this is a must start. This person at a minimum will be kicking 5 extra points, possibly a field goal, and then they go for 2 6 times or something, and he gets 0 points. I hate it. I would eliminate them from all fantasy. Cakes does it correctly in the Cakes League. I'm drafting that tonight. The one league, though, right, that I over talk about, these weirdos love kicking. They love that variance. They think it's so fun and interesting. I think it is stupid. I think it's buffoonery, and I've told them so. They don't like it.
But Kev, appreciate you, buddy, and all our listeners that came out. It was a good hang. It really was. All right, huge news in the division. Micah Parsons could be on the move. The Cowboys are at least going to listen to trade offers now. What does this mean for him staying in the East? And would the Cowboys ever consider trading him to the Commanders? How much would they have to sweeten the pot to even have them consider that? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Week 1 kicks off next Thursday. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. With the Miami Dolphins, a few major injuries for them. Tyreek Hill, limited with an oblique, should be good to go for the season, but watch that, might be limited. Jalen Wright, a guy that might fill in for Devin Achane, we'll get to in a second, had minor leg surgery, so he was a fantasy darling, a fantasy pickup. May not be the case there, and Devin Achane is limited with a calf injury. For Green Bay, Jaden Reed has a Jones fracture in his foot. That might affect certainly his prognosis early in the season. Plans to play with it as the year progresses. Listen, Fanatics Sportsbook is the home of fair play, protecting all pro football injury prop bets across straight bets, parlays, same-game parlays, all season long from any first-half injury. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, giving you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. So you want to protect your parlays from injuries? Switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarter for all pro football every single game. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. In the NFL, the Commanders signed running back Donovan Edwards and cornerback Darius Rush to the practice squad, and the Cowboys appear to be willing to listen to offers for Micah Parsons, according to Adam Schefter. Injury news around the league: wide receiver Tyreek Hill practiced in a limited capacity today as he comes back from an oblique injury. He's on track to play in the season opener. Their backup running back, though, Jalen Wright, had a minor leg surgery and is expected to miss multiple weeks, including the season opener. Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed has a Jones fracture in his left foot, but he plans to play through the injury. Baseball, Nats have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game set against the Rays at Nationals Park tomorrow night. Make Meadows Farms your vegetation destination this fall. Now through Monday, our VIP customers get 20% off mums, pansies, perennials, trees, and shrubs. For more information, visit meadowsfarms.com. Meadows Farms Nurseries, planting a little happiness for over 60 years. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
And then there was one hold-in the NFL. Terry McLaurin signed, sealed, delivered in D.C. Trey Hendrickson, unlike McLaurin, did not get an extension, but did rework his deal for a year.
Yep, the Chris Jones plan.
The old Chris Jones process from Kansas City a couple years ago. Micah Parsons and the Cowboys still don't have a deal, and they're growing in their disdain, it seems like, for the team, on the agent side at least. Parsons at 26, entering the prime of his career. Nothing about this situation really resembles what's going on with McLaurin, in my opinion, because in Terry's case, it's all about age and are you still going to be performing at a high level in a couple of years. With Micah Parsons, number one, he's at a position where you can perform at a high level longer than at wide receiver based on track record. And number two, he's just a lot younger. I mean, this is a 26-year-old rather than a 29-year-old. He's also, this is not meant as a knock against Terry McLaurin, who's excellent, a better player in that Parsons is a defensive player of the year type, the equivalent of being an OPOY at wide receiver. McLaurin's not in that category. Parsons is a multi-time All-Pro, a 4-time Pro Bowler. He has been the AP Defensive Rookie of the Year, and he's going to win a Defensive Player of the Year award at some point. First 2 years in the league, first-team All-Pro, playing for Dan Quinn. Washington obviously would want Micah Parsons at one of their bigger positions of need. I just don't think the Cowboys would consider ever trading him to the Commanders. But the news, Danny, is that they are willing to listen to trades for the first time.
Wild.
They have said throughout this process, he's not going anywhere. He's going to play for us. We're not going to trade him. You're wasting your time and your breath if you say otherwise. And Adam Schefter today is reporting that for the first time throughout this standoff, the Cowboys are now willing to answer the phone with trade offers.
That leads you to the question, what's the end game? Is the end game to have Micah Parsons play football for you for not only this year, but for an extended period of time? Or is the end game to say, all right, wash my hands of Micah Parsons and receive a lot in return?
Schefter's report today, about a half hour ago that I saw, was that they want a resolution to this situation before the start of the year. Now, if that's their end game, that could be a trade then. Like, if they're not willing to have this linger into the season, and if they can get, I'm making this up, but there was a report that the Packers were willing to give up 2 1s as part of a much bigger package of picks and players, as an example, because Green Bay feels like maybe they're a player away. Teams like Baltimore, Buffalo, that are trying to get over the hump that is the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC, maybe feel like they're a player away. If you have an org willing to give you a couple of 1s, a 2 and a 3 and a player or whatever that looks like, maybe Dallas would pull the trigger on the deal to end this entire charade before the year starts, to not have to deal with the distraction and kind of reset themselves now going into the year where they feel like, all right, it's not a year where we've got to win playoff games. We could take a small step back to take a couple of jumps forward.
Because I've looked at, they're one of the teams that, and again, I hate them and I hope they lose every game and nothing but misfortune, but just as I put my analyst hat on for a second, they're one of the teams I kind of like this year, in terms of being sneaky, that everybody's overlooked. And everyone likes to do the dunk on them because they don't win a bunch of playoff games or whatever. But it's a group that's not that far removed from a bunch of double-digit win seasons in a row. I don't love Brian Schottenheimer as a head coaching hire, but I think there's enough talent there for them to be frisky, better than 7-10 certainly. As Washington maybe comes down to the pack, they could win an extra game or two and be a 9-8 type team. And that certainly wouldn't jive with what you're talking about.
When Dak Prescott plays, they win 10 games, basically. In his career, I don't do quarterback wins and losses, but this is instructive to the discussion. When Dak Prescott's on the field as a starter, the Cowboys are a 76-46 team.
Yeah, 3 straight 12-5 seasons ain't coincidence,
8-4, 12-5, 11-5 the last 3 years when he's been on the field. So if he plays, that's a playoff team. Now, do I have them in this year? I don't, but I think they're probably a 9-ish win team. Now you're talking about stealing a game from Washington, and Washington's 10 that I'm predicting becomes your 9 and you're second in the East, and you're the wild card team, to your point. So they are close. Without Micah Parsons, it's over.
Right.
Nope. That's a
that ain't happening.
7-ish win team. I mean, that's the impact we're talking about. Frankly, the Commanders do not have a player on defense. Have not had a player on defense maybe ever, but certainly since like the Dexter Manley days back in the day, the idea of LeVar Arrington or what Sean Taylor might have been able to become just at a less important position. But a world-eating presence that an offensive coordinator spends hours trying to make you less important all week long. They don't have that. That's what Micah Parsons is. And if you lose that, then he's worth a couple of wins on that side of the ball.
Without a doubt. I mean, they have kind of whisper quiet, upgraded, gotten some guys back healthy. They drafted Donovan Ezaraku, a guy that I thought might come here, honestly, at the end of the first round. We're able to get him in round number 2 out of Boston College. Good pass rusher.
I haven't heard much about him lately, but early in training camp, he was one of the big stories of football. Like, I saw a bunch of people writing about how he looked amazing and was going to have a huge year. I haven't heard anything in a little while, but that was certainly like mid-August what the convo was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm not telling you they're world beaters. I'm not telling you that like this was the year, with him. But in terms of having Parsons available, as you said, he's a game wrecker. Like I hesitate to bestow that upon people, but that's one. When he's right, he ruins it. When TJ Watt's right, he ruins it. When Myles Garrett's right, he ruins it. You can't do all the things you'd like to do if that dude is out there and he's kind of on.
Micah Parsons is the kind of guy who's a blank check player for me with where Washington is right now, both financially and by way of draft compensation. This is a bleep them picks player. Now, it's not worth talking about, and on this show, we try not to dumb it down to every time a guy's available, talking about the Commanders bringing the player in. He's also never going to be traded here because the Cowboys would want nothing to do with their arch rivals adding a generational talent and then having to deal with that player twice a year. You have to play that guy constantly. No one would do that. The Patriots were not going to trade Tom Brady to the Buffalo Bills, and the Colts were not going to send Peyton Manning in his prime, to the Jacksonville Jaguars or whatever. But I would say, Danny, that there's essentially nothing I wouldn't give up if I'm Washington to go get Micah Parsons and then pay him $40 million a year. He is a prime of his career.
I wonder,
game wrecker.
I mean, there's of course a walkaway point where the asking price is too steep, but it'd be hard to imagine it. You know what I mean? Where if they're like 10 first rounders, okay, fine, I won't do that. I'm not doing 9 either, but I'll pay a rich price for that player, for a guy that's entering his age 26 season that as a part-time pass rusher has managed, 13 and a half sacks on average, basically through the course of his career.
And I think the sacks, by the way, are not even.
They don't tell the whole story.
Indicators.
Totally.
He on every play, you feel him. Everybody on the side of the ball that he plays on benefits because he's out there. Because quite literally, the offensive line, the sliding of protection, the entire plan of the other team is geared toward not that guy. And everyone else benefits because the plan is not that guy. But do you agree with me that we would be wasting our breath, Stephen, talking about what you would give up? Because there's no chance. It's a non-starter. They would never give him to Washington. Like, if I'm Jerry Jones, I think teams botch this all the time. I would be willing to trade guys to whoever gives me the most. I have no problem trading a guy in my own division. It's just not the way the league generally works. But I would need probably 125 cents, 140 cents on the dollar. I mean, you've got to go so far above what anybody else is offering if you're an NFC East team, Philadelphia, Washington, whoever, to even be in the discussion. If it's a tie, obviously, we're sending him as far away as possible. Hey, you're not an AFC team. Hang up the phone. But I'm talking about like an extra top 3 round pick. I'm talking about an extra starter immediately, player that you're throwing in. It has to be a sizably different deal to even have me pick up the phone. So I've always kind of gotten a kick out of, well, Dan Quinn loves him. Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? He's a defensive-minded head coach, and that's one of the 3 best defensive players in football. This was Adam Schefter with Pat McAfee on ESPN on what's going on today in Dallas with Micah Parsons.
I really don't know how this is going to work itself out. There are people who still believe in the end Jerry is going to step in from outside teams, that Jerry's going to step in and overpay on Micah the way he overpaid on Zeke and CD and Dak. They believe he'll do that. There are people within the organization who think that Jerry is very upset and that this is his Waterloo and he's not going to budge. And so I don't know what's right and what's wrong. I just know that we're entering a time where it's Labor Day weekend. The Cowboys play Thursday night. And if I go back to the last time there was an issue a little bit like this, Khalil Mack was traded on the Saturday of Labor Day weekend.
Could they actually trade him? I've never thought for 1 second they were going to. But today, the fact that you're willing to listen, we're headed closer in that direction.
I'm forced to acknowledge it as a possibility. I thought all along, okay, this is bluster. You know, they're using all their leverage. The agent has more anger and sort of what I want to say, leg to stand on because of the impropriety alleged between Jones and Parsons trying to secure a deal, kind of cutting him out of the process. So maybe that's where they were going to be able to throw kind of a larger tantrum. Now I'm forced to acknowledge the possibility he might get traded.
I mean, it just doesn't happen. Players as good as Micah Parsons don't get traded. I'm looking at a list of the all-time best player at the moment they were traded, and Marshall Faulk is the highest guy on this list from a moderately recent era. Remember when he went Colts to Rams?
Yeah.
And basically was the bell cow in the greatest offense of my lifetime with Kurt Warner, Ozzie. Why did I go Ozzie first? I always throw his name out there.
Isn't that funny?
Like Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce didn't exist. I think it's because he signed a program for me at an NFC Championship game.
Or you're going alphabetically maybe? Because the AZ maybe?
Possibly. Who else was traded in their prime? Charles Haley. Marshawn Lynch is not on this level. Ken Houston, safety. Washington. Champ Bailey, 8th best player traded in the prime of his career. It was 5 years in. But even still, it looked like he was on his way to becoming, potential.
Just a regular old star.
All-pro.
Yeah.
Like, this is a guy that the moment you add him, you go, we might have just added this year's Defensive Player of the Year. I don't know that has happened. Someone, if you're thinking of one, give it to me. 800-636-1067. Like Khalil Mack got traded as an example when he was still a baller back in 2018. He was really, really good. He wasn't this good. Let's go to Salim in D.C. on the Fan. How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, my friend? So I got a little bit of a tinfoil hat kind of situation, but if they actually trade him, I'm thinking Jerry Jones is hearkening back to when he did the Herschel Walker trade. You got to think, a phenom at running back, and the team is willing to give up a king's ransom, and they built the Super Bowl team for him. So I'm wondering if that's his mind frame.
Seriously, I actually thought of that in the sense that, okay, fine, my first option was to try to keep this incredible player. But if I now think that's not going to happen, why not do what I did before that time? You know what I mean? And build the dynasty with multiple first-round picks and the king's ransom to end all king's ransoms. I thought of that.
Jesse Solomon, Isaac Holt, Darren Nelson, David Howard, Alex Stewart. Linebacker, DB, running back, linebacker, defensive end for Walker, and draft picks. Let's go to Chad, who's in Nokesville, wants to hop in on Grant and Danny. What's up, Chad? How you been?
I've been good, guys. But I thought Grant and Danny were men of the people. So you guys were talking about fantasy football league, so I'm going to go on a tangent for a minute, if you don't mind.
What do you got?
I am a part of the greatest, the absolute greatest fantasy football league in the world. We draft 2 kickers.
Oh.
We acknowledge those kickers because kickers are people too.
Not for fantasy.
Gentleman has a waiting list that can't even be touched. It is a $15,000 buy-in.
Oh.
You have to do skits and bits just to get in. Pastor Jacques calls in at the Junkies every Thursday morning to get his league advice just to keep up, and you might hear him on the mornings. But let me tell you, when I say that this league is the greatest league to ever be created, and you guys are knocking on kickers is crazy. 2-kicker league.
I wouldn't, even if you gave me a free opportunity to get into that league.
And I could still win the prize
and
money.
I could win the whole pot. On principle alone, I would say no. I'll never be in another league where like the rules are created during a time when I'm involved in the league where there's going to be a kicker. I just won't do it. I'm grandfathered in with my buddies and won't get rid of the kicker. I'm in a league for 15 years with a bunch of guys over at XM, Money League. We keep the kicker. But I will not ever be a part of putting together roster settings from this point forward where a kicker's in the league.
By the way, 2 kickers.
Two.
I
hate 2 quarterback leagues. I think the Superflex or the 2 QB leagues, I think those stink. I hate those.
I like having one just as a bit of variety, but in general, I'm with you. I was even begrudging, by the way, with now just talking about how old school I am, having used to do these on box scores with compiling like written notes for guys in my league and like mailing out letters every Monday to how people were doing with the standings. Old school fantasy. I was begrudging even for PPR. I didn't like the idea that a running back could go for 100 yards and some guy went 5 catches for 50 yards and it was the same. I didn't even like that. You're telling me about kickers now? And individual defensive players? Don't even get me started. Do not get me started.
I'm a small roster guy.
Yeah.
I have a small roster. Big, small roster.
Mm-hmm.
Grant and Danny on the Fan.
That's how
double
you use the
play
roster.
comes your way next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my pals, my realtors, Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. It's the fastest, easiest route to get your home sold. Now, not every homeowner situation is the same. That's why Reynolds and Power Home Team, easy for me to say, gives you options. Whether you want maximum value on the open market or the speed and certainty of a cash offer, they put you in control of the process. I saw this happen firsthand. We were fortunate. We already had another place. We were actually renting when we sold our original place, right? That Sarah and Debbie Reynolds helped us with. And so we had a little bit of time. So we went, let's get the maximum amount. I couldn't believe those offers that were rolling in after a couple open houses, a couple different showings, etc. We got way over asking, all cash. The whole thing was done in a weekend. It was unbelievable. And here's their game-changing guarantee. If your home doesn't sell for some reason, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree on. That's the guarantee. So call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team now to find out more about this guarantee at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
During the break, we were all working on our signatures, our autographs. I'm going to say Darius has the most beautiful autograph on the show. Toby's got a really good one. Clary has one as well. If you want to show us your autograph, you could do that next break.
Yeah, mine's not particularly good. I never got good at it, even signing baseballs or whatever. I don't like it.
Signing baseballs. Hall of Famer.
Well,
Danny Rouillet.
When you play when I played in Waynesboro, a summer after my sophomore year, these poor folks thought all of us were like the second coming, and it's like, yeah, most of us are just here to get a few swings in this summer and maybe have a couple adult sodas. But that guy over there, that's Chad Tracy. He's going to the major leagues. You want to get his autograph, not mine.
Chad Tracy that played in the big leagues for a long time?
Yeah.
Not the Chad Tracy that's the manager of the AAA Pawtucket Red Sox?
Not that guy. Chad Tracy, left-handed stick, had a 30-homer season in Arizona, then, of course, came and played here.
Have you ever had Chad Tracy, the manager of the Pawtucket Red Sox, on your show, but nobody told you that's who it was? So then you started the interview thinking they were Chad Tracy, the longtime major leaguer.
Come on.
And then he said, hey, this happens all the time, but that's a different guy?
Did you get beer lined?
I got Steve Berline.
No way!
That was rough. I mean, also, what are the chances?
Not great.
Oh, no.
I mean, there's another Chad Tracy who's a manager at AAA who's not the former big leaguer. But yeah, they didn't tell me, like, hey, this is the manager of the AAA. They're like, you're having Chad Tracy on. And I was like, he's been helping to, doing a lot of coaching or whatever. And I'm
That's
like, okay.
great.
That happened.
That's
great. No.
Is that better or worse than asking Steve Berline about special team stuff?
Thinking you was Steve Tasker? All of our football talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You cannot count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. Today, it is time for our double play.
We couldn't do it yesterday. We were very busy. A lot of stuff was going on. So Operation Less Fat. Workout Wednesday was pushed to Thursday. Long-anticipated sequel, Part 2. Old Rainy Douye. Old Tobias Funke Altizer III. We worked out today before the show. Toby, I turn it to you. What happened? Any dramatics? The people are wondering, was there a Part 2?
No, there was no dramatics. Working with Danny, understood what the workout plan was. I monitored myself and made sure that there wasn't overexertion. We weren't working with absurd weights. We were working with what was manageable and things that I could repeat. And I thought it was a good workout plan, something that was repeatable, something that was did the job without overexertion.
How much scaled back from last week when you got sick was it? Or was it comparable?
I think it was comparable. The intensity, because we didn't really do a clock as much, we just kind of went by feel and kind of went with a consistent rhythm. So there wasn't like the element of like, oh, hurry up, get this set and do this, because we were trying to do it every minute last time. But there was still an understanding if we were doing it with a good pace. So yeah, well, it was, I would say, comparable.
Toby did great.
Good.
Toby did great.
What did Kerrigan say? He was like, oh, that's a little aggressive.
Yeah, I was like, well, I thought it would be a good thing to do, an every minute on the minute kind of thing. And he went, oh, yeah, that might be a little aggressive.
Let's go to JC, who's in Ashburn on Grant and Danny. What's up, JC? How are you?
Hey, how you guys doing? I don't mean to bring a downer. I just wanted to do a shout out to Rick Snyder that I just heard passed away. And he always called into the show. And, he's one of those old guys that would always know about the Redskins and everything. And I just wanted to give him a little shout out. And I was really sad to hear about that.
Yeah, we talked for sure about Rick at the end of the show yesterday. Little tribute to him. He's someone I've known for 26 years and has been really, really supportive and good to me since I was a 10-year-old kid getting credentialed to cover the then Redskins. And he's a one-of-a-kind personality. By the way, he wrote a book that he had just finished that is coming out called Jaden Daniels' Smooth Operator. It was a project he'd been working on. He was telling me about. I didn't know that he'd finished because he was trying to get it done in time for the season. But they're going to print the book. The release date is September 23rd, about a month from now. And it's about last year and the rise of Jaden Daniels. So I think it'd be really cool for his family if people went and ordered that book and a bunch of them flew off the shelves. It's going to be found at Amazon or wherever you get your books, but you can go order it now. Again, it's called Jaden Daniels' Smooth Operator. But glad that you bring him up and someone that we are certainly thinking about his family. Next on the show, we'll get to our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. In the NFL, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt going to be changing his number from 32 to 22 for the Commanders. They have also signed running back Donovan Edwards and cornerback Darius Rush to the practice squad. Big news from Adam Schefter in the division. The Cowboys appear to be willing to listen to offers now for Micah Parsons. Injury updates around the NFL. Wide receiver Tyreek Hill was practicing today in a limited capacity, coming back from an oblique injury. He's on track to play in the season opener for Miami. Their backup running back, though, Jalen Wright, had leg surgery as minor, but he's expected to miss multiple weeks, including the opener. Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed has a Jones fracture in his left foot, but he plans to play through the injury. College football, top 25 action tonight. Number 25, Boise State, going to take on South Florida. That'll kick off in about an hour and a half. The locals, Maryland, going to take on FAU on Saturday at home at noon, and Virginia Tech in Atlanta to take on number 13, South Carolina on Sunday at 3 o'clock. Baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays tomorrow at Nationals Park. Make Meadows Farms your vegetation destination this fall. Now through Monday, our VIP customers get 20% off mums, pansies, perennials, trees, and shrubs. For more information, visit meadowsfarms.com. Meadows Farms Nurseries, planting a little happiness for over 60 years. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Come Monday, it will be a Commanders game week on Grant and Danny. Oh, man. It's here. Got a great college football slate for you this weekend. Texas, Ohio State, Saturday at noon. The fall has arrived. Show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll take care of your last will and testament, a living trust, or a medical power of attorney if that's what you need. Go schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today. KMLawyers.com. Mention us, get a discount. KMLawyers.com. Beltway Blitz time. We'll cover the Commanders, and we'll talk some college football as well. Let's get things started right now. Ugly Nats game yesterday, including one of the worst innings of baseball in recent Major League history. They threw more pitches than any team has thrown in the StatCast era, while they gave up 9 runs to the Yankees in the third. Bobby from the Bronx, literally, over the last few days, Bobby Blanco was at Yankee Stadium. Was it as bad in person as it seemed on television yesterday?
Yes. It was pretty miserable for everyone there supporting the Curly W's and covering the team. And like you said at the top of the hit, how fall is kind of undefeated. The Nationals are winless in New York this year. They are 0-6 at Citi Field and Yankee Stadium with another 3-game set next month. So hopefully the Nationals do better in New York next season. But it was ugly. I mean, they got outscored 26-8 over the course of those 3 games at Yankee Stadium. None of them were particularly close. Yesterday, of course, was just a debacle. The Yankees hit as many home runs in 4 innings as the Nationals had total hits over the course of the entire game in that 11-2 loss. You mentioned that one inning, they scored 9 runs, sent 15 to the plate. I think I saw that entire half inning took like 40-plus minutes just to play. It felt longer than that watching it live. Rough outing, really, really rough outing for Kate Cavalli. He seemed like he had settled in between the end of the first and through the second, and then things completely fell apart in the third. And then Shinosuke Ogasawara, who got to take it at bat because the Nationals had to give up their DH when Drew Millis got hurt, gave up a couple more home runs. So, yes, it was as bad as it looked on TV in person.
Yeah, other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln? So, weekend series here. Actually, let's go to this. Drew Millis, what do we know?
Yeah, he broke his finger and dislocated his index finger on that catcher's interference on his catching hand. So we know that he's going to land on the IL tomorrow, and the Nationals are going to bring up C.J. Stubbs, brother of Phillies catcher Garrett Stubbs from AAA Rochester, to be the backup. This is probably just strictly be the backup to Riley Adams. We're going to see Riley Adams play almost every single day. He has mostly over the past couple months anyways. But yeah, it's unfortunate for Drew, who actually had been playing well since he got called up. When Caber Ruiz landed on the injured list, he doesn't seem like he's anywhere close to returning. So the Nationals are going to have to dig deep into their minor league system to bring up a backup catcher. And rosters expand on Monday, I believe, it's September 1st. So we'll see how they may be trying to use those extra 2 spots to add more catching depth if they need it.
Bobby, excited to see you at Nats Park for the homestand that gets started tomorrow against the Rays. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Thanks.
Absolutely. There's Bobby Blanco of MASNsports.com. Let's talk football. You know Johnny Cakes Allville from his work on the Sports Junkies every single morning from 6 to 10 right here on The Fan. Cakes had not talked to you since. How surprised were you that not only were they disenfranchised with Brian Robinson, but they wanted him not a part of the operation? They were looking to move on.
Well, first and foremost, let me just remind your partner, Danny Kuhey, that the Homies Fantasy Draft is in T-minus 4 hours.
Listen, I'm very aware. Sure. This is going to be courteous. You and I will be talking as colleagues. As soon as it's over, adversaries, mortal enemies, Cakes.
Perfect. As far as B-Rob, I was leading the charge, at least on the junk show, where we all like to try to pat ourselves on the back as much as possible, that B-Rob was coming into the last year of his deal. The team was certainly not enamored with him. They did not draft him. We know that Adam Peters doesn't want to pay above market prices for a replacement level running back, which in my opinion, Brian Robinson is and was. So they also clearly saw something that they really liked in Bill Krosky-Merritt. Hence, Brian Robinson becomes expendable. And look, I've got nothing against Brian Robinson. I hope he does well out in San Francisco. He's landing in a good situation where Christian McCaffrey has a hard time staying healthy at times, and he could get a big opportunity out there. But it just was not, he was not long for the world here playing for the Commanders. So, look, I give Adam Peters credit that he's actually able to flip him for a 6th-round pick. And you're just going to have a running back by committee here with Eckler, Krosky-Merritt, Rodriguez, Debo getting a few carries. So, yeah, I wasn't surprised at all by B-Rob getting shipped out of here.
Flakesy, biggest area of concern for your Washington 53, and where's an area that's got you all tingling excited?
I think my biggest area of concern is lack of linebacker depth behind Louvu and Wagner. I mean, those guys played like 99% and 98% of the snaps last year. If one of those guys goes down, then I'm pretty concerned. What gives me the tinglies? I think just the versatility of the offense. And I know that's kind of a cop-out because that's an overarching answer, but, you know, with Debo being able to take some carries and obviously Jaden Daniels, I think he's going to get scaled back in carries a little bit. I'm just intrigued by that running back room. Like, who's going to take the lead in it? Is it going to be, you know, like a split right down the middle for the carries between Rodriguez and Krosky-Merritt? How big of a role does Eckler play? So I don't know if I'm super excited. I think I'm more intrigued by what that running back room is going to look like and how that pie gets sliced up.
You mentioned Debo. What kind of year are you forecasting?
Well, I mean, he wants that big stack of money. I mean, last year, we all know that Debo, you know, he had a few good games to start, and then he had some nagging injuries and pneumonia that kind of sidetracked his entire season, and he fell out of favor there with the Niners. So I think he's going to be supremely motivated to have a big year. I mean, if he's a guy that can catch, I don't know, what are we looking at, 65, 70 balls as the number 2 receiver in this offense, have about 45, 50 carries as a situational player and gadgety type of guy that we know that Cliff is going to love to deploy. I mean, if he turns in a 12 to 1,300 yard all-purpose season and finds the end zone 7 or 8 times, I feel like that's like a smash pickup for the Commanders.
Flakesy, if I set the over-under for old Von Miller, who's close to our age, I think, in terms of of his actual calendar, at 6.5 sacks, he had 6 last year in Buffalo. Over under 6.5. What is old Flakesy taking?
Well, Danny, you know me. I hate unders. I hate them so much. I just despise unders. They're so gross. They're so unfun to root for. I'm going to have to take the over here because if you look at some of Von Miller's advanced metrics, and I think Buffalo did a pretty good job of managing his snaps, he was amongst the league leaders in, you know, like pressures and per play pressure on the quarterback. Like, he's still effective. And look, I don't see a bunch of elite pass rushers when I scan up and down the Commanders roster. Maybe I'm missing something, but look, I know he's long in the tooth, but I think Quinn and Witt are going to find a way to deploy him. I have to go over, Danny. I'm going to smash that over button, my friend.
Johnny Cakes Allville. Great having you on the Blitz as always, buddy. Thank you.
All right, Danny, don't forget, you're on the clock. Ricky, we'll see you in a few hours.
I love it.
Do you have the number one pick?
I don't think so. Do I?
Oh, I thought he literally meant you're on the clock because you have the number one pick.
Oh, let me see.
But
Is there a way to tell that just yet?
That'd be a big development. Let's talk college football. Our buddy Denton Day, part of the Odyssey DC family here, and works in college sports over at SiriusXM College Sports Radio. Denton, what a weekend. I'm fired up for the big one on Saturday at noon. Texas and Ohio State. How's that game going to go?
Guys, I'm happy to be here. I'm equally as fired up. I think Ohio State's going to win it. I think everyone is looking at Texas with Arch Manning and the hype that the Manning name is going to bring, and they're saying this is Texas's year. He's the savior. He's the Messiah. He's going to win the Heisman. They're going to win a championship. I think they lose week one to Julian Sain and my long-lost uncle, Ryan Day.
Give me some of your Heisman candidates here that you're excited about. I'm all in on Lenore Sellers simply because I watched that SEC documentary, and I love that he has Chris Sabo-style rec specs. That's kind of my level of excitement, but who are the guys that you're watching and tracking?
Well, so I want to point out that he had the rec specs, and then one game he took them off, which happened to be the game against Alabama, and then he oversold the two-point conversion. So I hope he brings back the rec specs. He needs to know the power that those rec specs have. I like Lenore Sellers, Danny. I think that's a good guy to look at. I put money on DJ Lagway at Florida also because I watched the SEC documentary. Yep. But because when he was coming out of high school, he was a very highly touted prospect, and then he basically saved a job at Florida last year. So I think those are two really good options. Cade Klubnik is a good option as well, especially if you think Clemson is going to be really, really good this year. So stick to quarterbacks. I know people are going to see Jeremiah Smith at 10-1 and say, let's go with the wide receiver. I would not do that. Stick to the quarterbacks. If you like a quarterback, bet the quarterback.
You did not mention the favorite, Arch Manning, who's 6-1 to win the Heisman. I'd be curious about that. And then give me a thought on Garrett Nussmeier from LSU, who's right around 10-1. Speaking of that documentary, a big part of episode 1 was, I thought it was interesting that he and his head coach had the same agent. And his coach is, Brian Kelly's on the phone with the agent going, I really need Garrett Nussmeier back. Kind of a conflict of interest there a little bit for the agent.
Yeah, that is a very confusing conflict of interest. I think Garrett Nussmeier right now is probably the best quarterback in the SEC, or at least the one that I trust at the moment. Arch is going to be a good quarterback. I don't have any doubt about that. The favorite to win the Heisman, the preseason favorite to win the Heisman, has not won that award in 20-plus years. So I would not waste your money betting on Arch Manning. But he is going to be a good quarterback. I do think he ends up in New York just based on Texas. He'll put up big numbers in that offense and his last name, but I would not bet money on him. Nussmeier, though, there's a lot of pressure on LSU this year. I don't think that Brian Kelly's on the hot seat, guys, necessarily, but there's a lot of pressure. You got to win this weekend. They don't win opening games when Brian Kelly's the head coach.
Hate
it's very, very odd, so they need to win this weekend.
Yeah, why don't they win opening games ever? Sometimes really good opponents, but whatever reason, they don't seem to play well, and this is a tough one here in Clemson. Walk me through that game.
Yeah, so this game is my favorite, I think, of the weekend outside of Texas and Ohio State. There's a lot of good ones. Like, it's a fire hose of great games. But this one is two teams that are really, really good, but two teams that are built kind of differently. I still think LSU wants to throw the football around. For whatever reason, their offense just doesn't really click in week number 1. Even when Jaden Daniels was the quarterback, it took them a little bit with Brian Kelly, and then eventually the wheels start to move and they become, a buzzsaw. But this Clemson team, guys, this is my national champion. They're 9-1 right now. I got them this offseason at 13-1. This roster is built significantly more like a 2016, 17, 18 version of the Clemson Tigers, through the trenches, great defensive line play, great offensive line play, good wide receivers, a quarterback in Cade Klubnik that's not quite Trevor Lawrence or Deshaun Watson, but the roster construction is way more like these championship teams of Clemson's past and not when Dabo Swinney has had his head in the sand over the past couple of years. So I do think Clemson wins it, but I think that's going to be a headbanger of a game.
All right, give me the most overrated team of these top 5 odds getters to win the whole thing. Texas, Georgia, Penn State, Ohio State, Alabama. Give me the overrated team.
I would say right now it's probably Penn State, just because everyone will not shut up about Penn State. I think they have good talent, but James Franklin has not won the big one yet. I don't think that he can win the big one. I think Penn State right now is severely overrated. They're not I don't consider them a legitimate national championship contender.
And then going to kind of flip side, give me the underrated team. Now this is top 25 powerhouses, but that aren't necessarily in that national title game convo with those other teams. I'm thinking Miami, Florida, Michigan, Texas A&M, Oklahoma. Any of those teams underrated to you?
So I'll give you two. One of them fits the narrative, and one of them is completely outside the top 25, but I think makes the playoff. The first one is Florida. If I have DJ Lagway winning the Heisman, it's only right that Florida then has a successful year. And I have a 5-1 ticket. I should have jumped on it when it was 7-1, but I got it 5-1. I have Nebraska in the playoff this year. I think they go 10-2 in the Big Ten.
Denton, you're the man. Appreciate you, bud.
Appreciate it, fellas.
That there is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny covering the things you care the most about today, the Nationals, the Commanders, and the NFL. By the way, got the Week 1 slate up in front of me here. We open a week from today, Thursday Night Football. That is an NFC East collision.
Yes, it is.
That's the Cowboys and the Eagles. Then on Friday night, we have football. This is the international game for the second time in as many years.
Yes, that's right.
This is going to be Chiefs-Chargers, AFC West clash. So we've got Thursday, we've got Friday, and we don't have a Saturday game, but there will be college football to hold you over. And then the opening Sunday in the NFL season, where if you are not going to be at Northwest Stadium watching the Giants and the Commanders like I am, you will be sitting on your couch at 12:59 with the countdown clock for NFL Red Zone going and that NFL music blaring, and the clock will say 7, 6, 5, and you're waiting, and you're about to see Scott Hansen. One of the most joyous, exuberant feelings man knows.
Will you forgive my ignorance on this one? Last year, that Friday night situation was on a weird broadcast thing that was Eagles Green Bay in a different country.
Was that a Peacock situation?
I don't remember. And I was going to ask you if anybody knows that Friday night situation this year. Was it Kansas City in the Chargers? Yeah. What is it on? Because last year I remember it being really weird, and I tried so hard and I couldn't get it.
For free on YouTube. Local broadcasts available on a local NBC station.
That I will take.
So you've got YouTube stream if you want to do it that way. Locally on NBC. Sounds like, it's going to be available to everybody. I don't remember if that other one was Peacock or not.
That sounds right, because I remember it was something where I have this service. I've paid for this service.
That's true. I remember you complaining
Please
about
let me watch it. And it was some sort of weird, endless login loop. And I eventually just said, I need to go for a walk.
Yeah, it was definitely Peacock.
It was a Peacock situation.
Year,
yeah.
Sunday, we got some good ones, man. You're going to have your prototypical Week 1 games where it's like, it's not that great. Bengals, Browns, or Dolphins, Colts, or whatever. But I think right away we find out Bucks, Falcons, who's the better team in the South? Or is there a gap between Tampa Bay and Atlanta? They play in Georgia, 1 o'clock to kick off the campaign. Cannot wait to see what the new look Patriots look like. They're favored in 10 games this year. Their over-under's nowhere near 10. They're supposed to go 7-10 or something. But they host the Raiders. That's a Pete Carroll-led.
There you go.
Geno Smith improved quarterback room. So that's a good test for Mike Vrabel's bunch right away. Year 2 of Drake May. Steelers, Jets, Aaron Rodgers against the team that he played for a year and 4 plays over 2 seasons. Could not have gone worse. People got fired because they got into the Aaron Rodgers business. And now he makes his Steelers debut back there in New York. That's a great storyline.
That's a really good one. I mean, as you look around it, I like what they're doing now with, we don't want to use all our division games in September, but here's one. So there's a ton of divisional matchups that are pretty essential for who's going to finish first, second, et cetera, that will count a lot. Like think of the NFC North, Detroit and Green Bay. 4:25 kickoff week number 1. Then you look at some other ones. Like if it's not a divisional game, there's a great chance that it's marquee. You can't do much better than that Sunday night foosball situation with Baltimore and Buffalo, 2 of the 5 best teams in the NFL.
Every year, the Sunday night game is normally the best game of the week in week 1. I believe last year that was Chiefs-Ravens and the game that came down to inches in the back of the end zone. Like likely caught the ball, but his toe was on the line.
But his toe was out, yeah.
That Sunday night game is always great, and it's been AFC powers pretty much the last few years. But yeah, that's the marquee game. That's the lead of the weekend. Ravens, Bills, Sunday to wind things down. But the 4 o'clock window is really, really good. You get Bo Nix, game 1, year 2, against Cam Ward and the Titans.
Intriguing, for sure.
Debut of a 1-1 pick and a guy that was a Pro Bowler as a rookie at quarterback last year. And people think the Broncos are going to be a top 5 defense, have a chance to make the playoffs. You mentioned that the best game of that slate is Lions-Packers. Detroit's first game, 2 new coordinators. They lost some starters on defense. Green Bay is a sneaky Super Bowl favorite for a lot of people. I've seen that all of a sudden a lot of the national pundits making their predictions this week. You're seeing more Green Bay than I anticipated. Like, those are two teams that should both be in the playoffs, playing head-to-head to take the lead in the NFC North right off the bat. And then Monday Night Football will be entertaining. It's a better game in terms of interest than I think quality, but you've got the J.J. McCarthy debut for the Minnesota Vikings against a very solid Bears defense. And then what is this Caleb Williams situation going to look like? Game one for Ben Johnson. Do we have the Ben Johnson alert? The Bears and Johnson and Caleb Williams trying to get this offense off the ground in the first game as a group. I cannot wait to watch that.
Well, again, it's an embarrassment of riches because we didn't even mention Texans playoff team with aspirations to take that next step against the Rams with all their intrigue. Two playoff teams, and the Rams gave Philadelphia the toughest test on their way to a Super Bowl last year. In the snow, that was the hardest game that Philadelphia had to play, and the Matt Stafford backdrop and drama and intrigue with his back situation. Just sort of an afterthought. That's like the 8th best game of the weekend. Just tells you how good this opening slate is.
Want to look at the NFC East order of finish and what that's going to look like when it's all said and done this season. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Summer may be wrapping up, but Ted Britt Ford's still going strong right meow during the Summers and Bonanza. Plenty of great deals. Let me tell you about a few of them, all right? How about a 2025 Explorer from Ted Britt? Over $5,000 off, plus no payments for 90 days. And Mustang Mach-E, just like mine. How about over $13,000 off the MSRP with no payments, again, for 90 days? Ted Britt Ford's like, you want to give us money? Nope, not for 3 months. Done. Awesome. And I bet you didn't know this. Your current ride is worth more now than ever. And my pals over at Ted Britt Ford would like to show you just how much. Just bring it in, get top dollar offer, and you can put that towards something brand spanking new. And when you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage. That's peace of mind for life. Includes powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia state inspections, and so much more. They want to give you a great car at a great price, not take your money for 3 months, and then take care of you for life. Can't beat it with a bet. Go see him at Ted Britt Ford and tell him Danny sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. In the NFL, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt going to be changing his number to number 22. The Commanders have also signed running back Donovan Edwards and cornerback Darius Rush to the practice squad. The Cowboys appear to be willing to listen to offers now for Micah Parsons. Injury updates around the league. Wide receiver Tyreek Hill practiced in a limited capacity today as he comes back from an oblique injury. He's on track to play in the season opener, but his teammate, backup running back Jalen Wright, had leg surgery. He's expected to miss multiple weeks, including the season opener. Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed has a Jones fracture in his left foot. He plans to play through the injury, though. Baseball, Nats and Rays, they have the day off today before they begin a 3-game set tomorrow at Nationals Park. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30 on the program this evening. NFC East order of finish. So it goes without saying, here's your odds. Most likely, the Eagles finish 1, Commanders finish 2, and then the Cowboys and Giants in that order round things out. Plus 325 over at FanDuel right now. If Washington overtakes Philly, and then it's chalk the rest of the way, Cowboys, Giants. That's the second most likely thing to happen, and then you'd have the Eagles and Washington with the Giants and Cowboys flip-flopping as the third most likely thing. But I thought we could just go through this right now and see what do we think the order of finish is, and is it going to be chalky? Because it's very rare. It's so hard going into a season with 4 teams to forecast the correct order of finish. If you try at about a 20-some% clip, you're probably going to hit it. Right now, it feels like there's tiers and there's gaps. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is easy in the East. Eagles a little better than Washington. Washington's better than Dallas. Giants are the worst team. But you know, Danny, if they play this thing out 50 times, it goes that way on a computer like 19 times.
Yeah.
There's just so much variance.
This division doesn't have back-to-back winners. Even when Philadelphia's been good consistently, Dallas has jumped up and had a 12-win season to their 11. Again, they didn't win the division back-to-back. Philadelphia didn't. I mean, because Dallas jumped up, I think it was 2023, the years start to run together with a 12-win season, so they won it. I'm telling you, it's not always chalky, to your point.
I believe that both Philly and Washington come back to the pack some. I don't think the Eagles, coming off of a Super Bowl, it's just normal and natural, are going to be as hungry and, that things are going to fall the way that they did to the extent that it happened last year. That's just how it goes. It's really hard to go back-to-back. It's really hard to still have that dog in you when you've been celebrating and having parties all off season long. But I do feel better about Nick Sirianni than I have. I mean, I've joked about him for a while. He's earned it now. This is a good, high-end quality coach. But they have a brand-new offensive coordinator. They have promoted from within. The last time they did this, they went with Brian Johnson, and the bottom fell out offensively. When they've gone and gotten really decent, formidable, proven OCs from outside the building, like Kellen Clemens, they've actually been great. Shane Steichen, it went really, really well. Those guys get head coaching jobs, and then they go to Brian Johnson. Now it's this Kevin Patullo guy that they're promoting. What if you have another year where Sirianni's got to step in and start helping you, like happened with Brian Johnson? That was a very, very different operation on offense. I love Vic Fangio on defense. I think they've got overall a good coaching staff. But that's one area where nobody's really talking about them losing something. Could the Kellen Clemens OC loss now in New Orleans as the head coach be a big deal? The other thing is they lost way more on defense than we've talked about.
That's right.
There's just a lot of starters that are gone. This is a very, very, very different team. So we just go, oh, well, they still have the great offensive line. It's not as good as it was last year. Oh, well, they still got the great skill group. True, but the defense, the O-line, they have taken steps back.
Yeah, and some of the names that you've gotten used to that are really good, that are still there. I mean, we saw how good Quinyon Mitchell was firsthand. Cooper DeJean was there, and he was outstanding. And, Jordan Davis is a absolute house up front. Jalen Carter's a grown man. They still have a bunch of pieces that are problems for you. But again, defensively, as you said, there's been a lot of turnover. Zach Bond, who had a great year last year, is back. But there is a bunch of turnover. You look at the offensive coordinator position, et cetera. A couple times they probably got away with things where, again, it just naturally you come back to the pack. They're still the best team on paper. This isn't knocking them. The schedule, I think, for a Super Bowl champion works in their favor. They're going to play the Rams in week number 3, for example. Who knows what Matt Stafford is like, if he'll be healthier as the season goes, if not. I mean, how could you sort of account for some of those things? But Cowboys, Chiefs, Rams, Buccaneers, Broncos, a bunch of playoff teams out of the gate there.
Who do you think they missed the most of the departures this year?
Milton Williams is the first name that jumped to mind for me.
Gotta be him.
That's that's the first one.
To me, he's the best player they lost. They got $26 million a year, I think it was, from New England. And it's a big list, by the way. I don't know if we rattled off all the names yet, but Josh Sweat on the D-line has been very good at times for them. Milton Williams was hugely impactful. Darius Slay in the secondary. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is one of my least favorite players in the league.
But he's so fun.
I'd imagine he's one of those guys, if he's on your team, that you like him, but he is just a awful dude to have to play against, and just seems like a guy that I don't have a whole lot in common with. Brandon Graham, defensive lineman, retired. Oren Burks, Kenneth Gainwell, all gone as well. Offensive tackle Mekhi Becton, a little bit of a liability in pass pro at times, but he's a road grader in the run game that they used some last year. Like, that's a lot. We just went through how many names? Offensive coordinator Kellen Moore to the Saints. Safety James Bradbury, now gone, had been in the mix for them the last couple of years. So it's a huge turnover. And you just hear, well, the Eagles, they're really good. This is a different team.
Yeah, I still think they're very good. I mean, you two bookend tackles that are as good as anybody's combo in the league. You're still centered around Barkley with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and old pal Jahan Dotson, a juggernaut there. I'm, of course, kidding about the last one.
Go back, though. You just talked about Barkley. Here's another thing we should bring up. There's no chance he repeats last year.
No.
0. It's irreplicable. It cannot happen. He's not going for 2,000 yards. He's not touching the ball 400 times again. There's a better chance he plays in like 7 games after the workload last season. What if he does miss a lot of time? Will Shipley and A.J. Dillon, the quad father? That's the running back room? I'm just saying there's a path to the Eagles being more of a 9-win team than like a 12 or 13-win team that I think is a much better possibility than people think. I think they're the best team in the East. I'm picking them to win the division. But this idea that they're head and shoulders better than everybody else, or there's just no way they come back to the pack, I don't believe it. And a lot of that just comes from, I think, Barkley, after last year, will not play more than probably a dozen or so games.
Yeah, and last year they were incredible, is the other part. Like, they were 14-3, a buzzsaw from wire to wire. At their worst, what were they? The second or third best team in the league, played their best football in January, had the extra lumber they had to lay in the playoffs, et cetera. It's not unreasonable that if you drop off 3 games, you're still excellent, right? An 11-6 team. Is that crazy that they could do that this year? 12-5, et cetera. So, yeah, I mean, we talk about them in Kansas City in the same breath. You could, quote, fall back to the pack a little bit, still be the first place team in the division, still be really good, still be a top 2 or 3 seed come to the postseason.
So you have Philly 1.
Yep.
You have Washington 2.
I do. It's boring, but I do.
I do too. I mean, I'm chalk. I have the Cowboys 3rd and then the Giants 4th. If something happens that is not that predicted for in that order, what changes? Is it Washington winning? Is it Dallas overtaking the Commanders?
What's the most likely?
The Giants not being in last place and maybe Dallas is?
The most likely thing to me would be Dallas sneaking up and maybe being ahead of Washington, whether it's via tiebreaker or, maybe a game ahead.
They better get Micah Parsons on
and
the field.
that's of course the variable. That's the variable. Is that one? But again, like this George Pickens thing eventually is incendiary and blows up. But it's also, I like their schedule. I mean, they got Giants, they got the Bears, they got the Jets, they've got the Cardinals, they've got the Raiders. They've got enough cupcakes on their schedule where you could see them harvesting a couple nuts, go 3-3 in the division. Next thing you know, that's 9 or 10 wins.
I mean, almost all the teams you said are the divisional opponents that everyone in the East plays, in fairness. So, the Eagles and the Commanders get a lot of those teams too, because that's the one cupcake in the West, the one cupcake in the North, or whatever. But I get your point. Like, there are soft games there. You got to win the games you're supposed to win, and now you find a way to get them to 9 or 10 wins. The thing that I am not picking to happen, but if you told me right now, with the 4 that we think in the order that we have them, we get one thing wrong, I'll say the Giants finished 3rd. and the Cowboys finished last. And the way this would happen is they trade Micah Parsons, which is both literally and figuratively
on the table as of today.
Well, not just that, but them kind of admitting it's not about this season right now. And if they were to do that between now and Thursday Night Football when they open against the Eagles, I could see that meaning they're a game or two worse, and a 9-win team just became like 7-10, or an 8-win team, if that's what it was going to be, is now 6. And I think the Giants are not as bad as everybody thinks.
This is my running thing.
Eventually, we're going to see Jackson Dart, and based on the preseason, I can't wait for that. He looks like he can play. But Malik Neighbors is a star at wide receiver. They brought back Darius Slayton on a new deal. They still have Wan'Dale Robinson. Even if Jalen Hyatt is a bust and never does anything, the former third-round pick a couple years ago, that's still a receiver room that's got enough talent for Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston early this season to put up some points. I love Tyrone Tracy. He fumbled too much last year. That was kind of the knock. But he's an athletic dual threat. He can catch the ball as well. Remember, Devin Singletary's there, the former Texan. They drafted Cam Scatterbo in the 4th round. That's a good running back room. And I now pivot to the defense, where they might have the best defense in the division. In fact, I'd be surprised if they didn't. It'd be a problem for them if they didn't. Abdul Carter added to a defensive front of pass rushers with the best D tackle in the league, not named Chris Jones, Dexter Lawrence, with Brian Burns on the edge, with still even other talent, that can get to the quarterback. They drafted a 3rd-rounder on the D-line in Darius Alexander. They've got another 2, 6, 7 sack guys probably. I think the Giants' defense will be good enough to be a floor raiser.
So even if it's not Jackson Dart at some point, which is kind of the other, the lever that can be pulled or thing to dangle if the season isn't going particularly well for Brian Dable and company, everyone loves to beat up on Russell Wilson, which I understand, right? He's corny. He's kind of a punchline at this point. Everyone thinks that time in Denver was such a disaster that he can't even tie his own shoes. Last year, I remember he started 11 games. He was basically on pace for 3,800 yards, 25 touchdowns, and 9 picks. I'm not telling you that's numbers to write home about. What I am telling you
Indianapolis Colts Carson Wentz numbers.
Yeah, what I am telling you is a little stability right there with a defense that's pretty good, a couple really good receivers. Again, I'm not telling you that that's the division champion, or they're going to the postseason, or they're doing anything special this year. I'm telling you that doesn't stink. And they stunk. They have stunk and been stinky for a long time. They're now in the, I'm not sure I'm excited to play them range. Like, they could jump up and get me that day, a Russell Wilson moon ball to a Malik Neighbors late or something, right? You think of a play or two to be made. He is not the guy that he was. He's not Lamar Jackson. He's not the guy that was on his way to the Hall of Fame with his start in Seattle, quite frankly. I know he ain't. He's now kind of a little bit Alex Smithian, a little bit of check down, a little bit take care of the football, a little bit just okay. That's good for what this group is right now.
See, I'm in team Russell Wilson's not good camp. I'm the people you're talking to. I think if he improved this year, he could be Alex Smith.
Oh.
Last year, seriously, the numbers you read off, that is a defense, run the ball, special teams, don't beat us, build this thing out of trading cards operation. This, I joked, but this is Carson Wentz leaving Indianapolis, which was a pretty good insulated situation. Remember, he was like 4-1 touchdown to pick?
Yeah.
I think it was like 27 tutties and 7 picks. Like, people were citing his numbers all offseason. Like, he almost threw for 4,000 yards and only threw 7 interceptions. That was him with the Steelers. And now he came to Washington in a much worse situation, and you get exposed. That is what I think is going to happen with Russell Wilson. I would be playing Jackson Dart against Washington. I would just play that guy. He showed that the lights aren't too bright. I'm not telling you that the preseason means a ton, but there's just a bar you have to clear for me to feel like you're athletic enough and can process quickly enough for me to throw you out there in the regular season and know it's not going to do damage to your development. And he cleared that bar with ease in the preseason.
As a quick side, I would too, because I don't do this. I don't do the Carson Wentz tier. I don't do the leftover on your 4th or 5th team caretaker thing. I go all in. Am I young or am I not? I don't care what my record is, but these guys that are trying to survive and keep their jobs, they do. And NFL teams love trotting out journeymen at quarterback. See Joe Flacco.
Broadcaster Tom Brady's back in the news, Danny.
Here we go.
Wait till you guys hear what the newest development is on Tom Brady, the broadcaster. This is The Fan. Guys, it's Grant. You know I am a FanDuel Sportsbook guy, and FanDuel is giving you a reason to lock in to the college football season early right here, right now. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right. Bet $5 on any bet, and if you win, you walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. You can use the bonus bets on Week 1 lines, Heisman futures, over-unders, player props, the whole deal. Whatever you've got circled on your college football calendar, now's the time to bet. You got a team, a take, a gut feel? Get it in before kickoff or do it during the game. Now's the time to back your feel. FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. The promo code is GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. First online money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Occasionally on the show, we talk about things that we can't fathom other people not seeing the world through the same way, in the same lens that we do. And this is one of those times where I know there are a lot of people that are going to disagree with me, and man, do I have a hard time understanding how. I saw this report via, initially, The Athletic. I think Front Office Sports did a good write-up on it, though, if you want to check it out. But the NFL is loosening its rules on Tom Brady as he gets ready to embark on his second year as a broadcaster. Tom Brady also happens to be a minority owner in the NFL. He is the minority owner with Mark Davis, who's got the funny haircut, for the Las Vegas Raiders. Okay? What we found out this offseason was actually, though, Tom Brady was like a de facto team president, essentially, if you buy the reporting. He was the guy that was heavily involved in the coaching search and Geno Smith coming over and trying to put some pieces together. So, like, there's such a thing as a minority owner. Mitch Rales, who I love as a dude, is a minority owner here. And he's done some really cool, good things, and he's important to the operation. He's not choosing the head coach or saying which quarterback he wants to work out or possibly consult about the opening in D.C. So it's going to be a very unique minority owner role for Tom Brady. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
In being a minority owner and the A broadcaster on the A team as the number one color commentator on Fox with Kevin Burkhardt, he gets this unbelievable access unfettered into every organization. For people that don't know how it works, if you're broadcasting a game, you fly in, generally on a Thursday night or first thing Friday morning, to the city where you're going to be calling the game. So let's just say he's calling a Chiefs-Broncos game on Fox, okay? He will go in and he will watch practice for one of those teams. In this case, by the way, teams that compete against his Las Vegas Raiders, okay? But if you want to make the hypothetical not within his division, the Commanders and the Cowboys. And then he watches practice, and he picks the brain of the coaching staff on why they run the offenses they do and how that play is working. And, hey, I noticed this thing from his, 700-level NFL knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you guys do the jet action that way? And what are you thinking about having the 5-tech do this on this play? Then he gets all the meetings because you get to have an entire day's worth, what we call a car wash of access. So you talk to the GM about how the season's going, and then the head coach, and then the assistants and coordinators, and this hot shot. You won't believe this linebacker coach we have, who's the next great defensive coordinator in the league. The old Sean McVay thing when he was a 24-year-old tight ends coach who I met with Washington on the 2010 staff. And Tom Brady gets to pick that guy's brain and talk to him, and then he's talking to the quarterback. Just basically access for this minority owner to build up. I'm not saying he doesn't have these guys in a Rolodex or can't get a hold of them, but rapport and relationships and intel. It is an unbelievable perk. And I don't understand why it's allowed. Last year, they said you can't take part in these meetings.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was correct. This year, they've loosened their belt, and they said now he can be involved in the meetings with players and coaches this season.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody threw a tantrum, right? I'm sure somebody with the network was like, come on, we're paying you all this money. And the NFL finally went, okay. That's my bet, honestly.
It sounds like, based on the front office report, now I saw conflicting stories on if it's all going to be virtual or not. He may have to do it, be zoomed into these meetings and not in person. I don't know if that's just to keep him out of the facilities or so he can't actually watch practice. But again, there were different outlets that were kind of not in agreement on exactly the specifics of that. But this is not something I'm going to lose sleep over. I'm not screaming about this. I'm not angry about this. I do just think it's ridiculous. I think it shouldn't happen. A minority owner who is heavily involved in the hiring processes for his team when it comes to coaches and players getting unfettered access into other teams' staffs and buildings and state secrets and designs and schemes. I mean, these are all things that are divulged quite literally. They're going to, here's my first 15 script if you want to look at that. If you have the right relationship with Cliff Kingsbury. I'm not saying that's every person is doing that, but Greg Olsen just talking shop as an offensive guy with a buddy of his in the league, they're going to go over, hey, wait till you see this trick play we got. This is really detailed stuff. Maybe it'll be different because Brady's in these meetings. But if there's 1 ounce of him strengthening a relationship or finding out about a young coach in somebody's building that he writes down on a list to come back to in the offseason, This is just a ridiculous conflict of interest. I don't understand why this is complicated. If you want to be a minority owner, awesome. You don't need to be getting this access as a broadcaster. Or if you want to be a great broadcaster, then the ownership thing can wait.
We have, what is the right way to say this? Jump the shark isn't exactly the right thing, but this is now long gone. Like the toothpaste is way out of the tube on conflict of interest stuff. Like sports fans don't care. And a couple people would toe the line, and I can't think of all the historical examples, but a couple folks would, get up close and dab one over and then put the, two puddles over, and then it was like, hey, let's our own website's going to cover this event for you and tell you how it really went. People don't want the truth. People don't necessarily want to hear the good thing or the bad thing, etc. They want the rah-rah for their team. And so once we sort of push the envelope enough as a society, it now isn't the thing that it used to be anymore. That sort of deal that you're talking about would have been unfathomable 20-some years ago. Or maybe 30 years ago, whatever.
Why did we stop caring? And by we, I mean, because I think you're right. I think
the consumer does not care.
Yeah, the average listener does not care.
Yeah, the consumer doesn't care.
Why?
Because they want Homer takes. Because they want the Homer truth, and they want to hear the rah-rah. They want pom-poms, and that's the way I consume it because I want to feel optimistic and I love my teams. So once conflict of interest became something that's not on their radar, they don't care anymore as long as you're delivering me the news, that sort of became the norm with all facets of everything.
But what you're saying makes sense from the state-run, like local element of a market, where you're going, that broadcaster who's calling my team's game is getting paid by, this team or whatever. I get that. This is not that, though.
No, but I understand. My point is that was the slippery, so that was the gateway.
Understood. But why don't people care about this? That the owner of the Raiders, and really, I'm going to use air quotes because we're talking about, I could be a little bit, overstated here, but the way it was described to me by football people this offseason is that he was immensely involved. I believe their GM now with the Raiders is a guy named John Spytek, who is a Brady guy. Brady was with him in Tampa. He's a 45-year-old dude. I'm sure they're peers and buddies. And Brady brought him in to be the GM, and I think they kind of work hand in hand in a sense. But, this is not Adam Peters calling games for Fox, but it is closer to that, in my opinion, than it is Josh Harris calling games for Fox, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. Again, people don't care because it's away from prying eyes, and no one cares about conflict of interest. In other words, nobody sees the meetings. Nobody sees the behind the scenes of, hey, I ran into this one coach in Jacksonville who's a genius. My God, we got to remember him. Or this player could really help us when he's a free agent in 2 months. Nobody cares. Because, again, once any conflict of interest sort of passes the floodgates, people just shrug their shoulders and don't care.
I'll be curious to see if this rears its head as a problem as the season goes on. If there's any teams that either opt out. I didn't see any rules.
How would you handle it as a team?
As a team, if I'm in his division specifically, and I haven't seen any rules, is it possible that he's not allowed to do games? Of can
he not do Broncos games?
Yeah,
or
AFC
whatever?
West games or something like that. But if I was the Chiefs or the Broncos, I would absolutely say no. Respectfully,
yeah,
you're one of the greatest players to ever live. You're not getting a credential to practice. Guy who runs the Raiders, and we're not going to have you sit in on these meetings and talk to our coaches and players. You can call the game all you want to, just like you did last year. But I'm not helping you build up intel on my organization.
Yeah, I would say NFL, come after me. You want to make it a thing? Let's make it a thing. That's if they were on my schedule this year or the next year, basically, I'm going. He can call the game. He can't come in.
Marcus Grant, NFL Network fantasy expert, Fantasy at 5. We've just got 2 days left to preview the fantasy football season. We'll talk tight ends with him. I want to get his thoughts on Washington's skill group going into the year, his statistical projections for some of those guys. What kind of second season does he envision for Jaden Daniels? That's next on The Fan.
Massive news in the National Football League. Micah Parsons has been traded from the Dallas Cowboys. He is going to the Green Bay Packers. He's already agreed to a 4-year deal worth $188 million at $47 million per year. Micah Parsons is the highest paid non-QB in history. He'll get 2 first-rounders, the Dallas Cowboys will, from the Green Bay Packers. Micah Parsons on the way from the Dallas Cowboys to the Green Bay Packers and already agreed to a 4-year extension with the Green Bay Packers. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Also around the NFL, the Commanders have signed running back Donovan Edwards and cornerback Darius Rush to the practice squad. Updates on the Dolphins' injuries. Tyreek Hill practiced at a limited capacity today with an oblique injury. He's coming back from that. He's on track to play in Week 1. Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed has a Jones fracture in his left foot, but plans to play through that injury. But again, the biggest news right now, Micah Parsons traded from the Dallas Cowboys to the Green Bay Packers. The Dallas Cowboys getting back 2 first-rounders. Parsons signing a 4-year, $188 million deal with Green Bay. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Wow, an absolute blockbuster of a trade in the NFL. Unfortunately, Marcus Grant will not be coming on the show today. Fantasy expert, NFL Network. Hopefully we'll catch up with him soon enough. But this is a tear up the rundown moment as one of the biggest stars in the NFL just got traded. And it's the arch rival Dallas Cowboys moving on from a generational talent in his prime over a utterly bungled negotiation by an incompetent owner. Can you imagine?
Are there any documentaries about that guy?
Being a Dallas Cowboys fan. You might want to update your documentary, Netflix.
Yeah.
You might
include that.
Put this one. Put a little scene in there about when Jerry completely botched his negotiation with a player that should have had absolutely no chance of ever getting out of his building.
Should have been a Ring of Fame player, a Hall of Fame player. And he's gone. Are there any more? Do some more slow-mo shots of him walking, talking about Double J. Idiot.
$188 million over 4 years. The new deal for Micah Parsons with the Green Bay Packers. That's $47 million per year. So the initial numbers, as we talked about with Terry, is always going to be kind of that huge, crazy agent put out number. But it includes $120 million fully guaranteed at signing. Terry McLaurin, as an example, just got $44 million guaranteed. Different worlds, right? But this is 3 times that almost. $120 million in full guarantees. The Packers were in a great cap spot. The Packers had a need for a stellar pass rusher, and they just landed a gigantic fish. Green Bay is going to need a bigger boat, people. Wow. So, a couple of things. First of all, in the division, this is awesome news for Washington, for Philadelphia, and even for a bad New York Giants team. You don't have to deal with Micah Parsons. So to that I say, enjoy Lambeau.
Bye.
See you later. Hope you like the NFC North. Hope you like brats and cheese.
And by the way, take your time getting ready. We're going to see them in week 2. Let's build this thing up. Slow play it a little bit.
You know, I got to say, I'll take one game when you've been there for like 9 hours over the 2 games every single year where he's a game wrecker. But yeah, Washington in like 2 weeks from tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it is?
Pretty much, right?
Yeah. Thursday Night Football, week 2. So 2 weeks from today, Micah Parsons in Green Bay against the Commanders. But this is an all-time ownership botch.
Wow.
The Cowboys are so terribly run at this point. They've become a joke. I wonder if their fans today talk themselves into this in some way where, you know, they are going, well, it's 2 first-round picks, and I'm sure it's more than that. We know of the 2 first.
That's all I've seen so far.
I'd be shocked if it's just 2 1s for Micah Parsons and that's it. Especially because 2 1s from the Packers, That could be the 29th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
I mean, in the next 2 years, do we know if it's a 26 and a 27?
I haven't seen yet. I just see 2 first-rounders.
I mean, those are mid-20s picks probably. Where does Green Bay rank in the NFC right now after this trade? In terms of chances to go all the way?
Pretty damn high, you'd think, right? Wouldn't you?
Does this make them the favorite in the North? Does this make them the closest team to Philadelphia on paper in the conference? Probably so.
Yeah, they're certainly going for it. I mean, there's no pretending now because Green Bay doesn't break glass in case of emergency. They're like, free agency? Not us. We're drafting, and we'll draft tomorrow. We'll draft another. We'll keep drafting and maybe resign a couple of guys. What are you, 27? Get out of here. This is their first swing for the fences moment in how long? I mean, seriously, how long? How long? They haven't done anything like this because that's not who they are. It's not what they do. But to the frustration of people at times, by the way, Aaron Rodgers is going, please draft me a receiver. Like 6 years ago, he's begging them to add a little bit of help and something like that. And they're like, nah, we have a couple bruising running backs who want to make part of a tandem backfield and maybe a linebacker. They just don't do this. And they did it this year because they think they're pretty good.
Winners from this trade, the Packers and the NFC East, not named Dallas. The Commanders were winners in this trade.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Peters didn't have to leave his office today to feel good about the beer he'll sip on tonight. Toby, can you do another update where you announce that the Giants have traded Dexter Lawrence and Malik Neighbors for me?
You won't do it.
Would you mind? Toby, you won't do the update where you say Saquon Barkley just got shipped to the Raiders with Ashton Genty? Let's just get rid of... Let's Jeremy Maclin this thing, Danny. Let's get rid of all the players in the division.
Tobes, if you have a second, would you let me know that A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Lane Johnston are all gone, are all on the move?
Oh.
They're shipped out west to Arizona for some reason?
Let's go to Toby Altizer for the breaking news on the Eagles trading their entire offensive line to the Buffalo Bills. That kind of day?
I would love that.
Toby, do the update. Let me just see. This is a fake update.
This is fake!
But this would be what it would sound like. Some poor bastard is about to get into their car right now, by the way, and be like, oh, my God.
No, Parsons is the real one for people who are just joining us.
We're playing with fire here, okay? Yeah. I understand. We're going to play the music, and Toby's going to use his update voice. I want an update, if you could work all these in. Barkley out of Philadelphia, Lawrence and Neighbors out of New York. And let's say that the Eagles also have just put out a statement that Howie Roseman's retiring. Can we do all of that? Just a good day to be a Commanders fan.
Breaking news on the Fan, not really breaking, but yes, breaking. Saquon Barkley has been traded from the Philadelphia Eagles to join Ashton Genty in a power duo in Vegas, and in turn, Howie Roseman has turned in his retirement papers. Dexter Lawrence and Malik Neighbors have been traded as a duo to the Miami Dolphins for Tyreek Hill. Crazy news, but Tyreek Hill, who is injured with an oblique injury and may miss the year. Dexter Lawrence and Malik Neighbors now out of the division.
Add real quick. Sorry, I know I'm not supposed to talk during the update. Add that they decided they're not going to play this season. The Commanders get the Lombardi Trophy. Throw that in there.
And
this
after
just in.
Fake.
Breaking news. Just confirm. Roger Goodell has said there's not going to be a 2025 season because it's a given that the Commanders are hoisting the Lombardi.
There it is.
There it is.
That's the update. That's again. One
good
person
energy.
got in their car. Right. It was like, oh my God. So now, because we did play with fire there.
Okay.
This is a credible radio program.
Okay.
Let me be clear.
Bring it back.
Obama
Bring it back
style.
in.
Here's what didn't happen.
Okay.
Any of that stuff about the Eagles and the Giants, the teams that aren't stupid. Here's what did happen. Jerry Jones ruined the relationship so badly with Micah Parsons that the Cowboys have traded their generational pass rusher and the future multi-time likely defensive player of the year to the Green Bay Packers for what we're hearing right now is 2 first-round picks for a team that is likely to be picking at the end of the first round for the next several seasons. By the way, they have the Packers have 4 players on their entire roster that are 29 or older. 4. Washington has 25 players. The Packers are legit. They need Jordan Love to make a leap. I've always been enamored with him and just fixated on the athleticism and the mobility and the arm strength. He is a quarterback you design in a laboratory, but so far it's a little bit Justin Herbert-ish, where like the tools and the traits have been better than the production. So he needs to make a leap if they're going to be a Super Bowl contender. But a good defense just got a lot better, Danny Houtier.
Well, it's understandable because Parsons is getting up there in age. He's almost 26. And that's, what's that? That's prime. Oh, well, 2 first rounders, please. What? How could you let it get here?
I actually have an idea. You just gave me an idea.
Oh, what's that?
Let's do a press conference with Jerry Jones about the trade right now.
I love me some Jerry Jones cameras.
If you guys have any questions that you have for Jerry Jones about trading Micah Parsons, you can call us at 800-636-1067. We've got Jerry here. So, I'll start right here.
Yes.
Grant Paulson, 1067 The Fan in D.C. Does any part of you regret anything that you've done in the last month as you ruined a relationship with a great player and had to trade him for a team that's picking at the back of the first round?
That's no. Regrets are like hedgehogs in the sense that they're difficult to spot and they smell like faults. So no, this is something I would have done months ago, but I was talked out of it. But I decided to do it because when I decide to do something, it's right in my brain.
Oh, Grant Paulson, 1067 The Fan.
Is there anyone else at this press conference? Fine,
It
Grant, go
seems
ahead.
like they'll walk in any moment now, but for the moment, I have one more question, sir.
Yes.
Brian Schottenheimer is your head coach. Is that still a thing you're going to do this year?
Yeah, that's something we'll show. Coaches are like the red PF Flyers, the wagons that you used to pull, and you'd pull one, and sometimes it don't pull, and you got to go back there and fix the wheel on it, and then it gets worse. And so we're going to go with that.
Yeah, Darius Dameron here, CGI Madden League. I just want to know, you had a deal on the table with Micah Parsons without involving his agent. How did you think that was actually going to work?
Well, what I'd like to do is talk enough, and when people hear my S's, you see, there's a hiss, there's a little a whistle on the S's, and if you do enough whistle S's, people start to believe what you're saying. It's like pouring honey potion in someone's ear, and even though it violates every league rule and it's basic day one stuff, I kind of make the league. I sort of am the league, as it were. So I thought I could get away with it if I submitted the paperwork via facsimile to Roger Goodell before other people caught on.
If you're just jumping into your car, you're listening to our press conference. This is what we imagine it sounding like. Jerry Jones taking your questions here on The Fan. 800-636-1067. I guess it's Danny Jerry Jones. But you get the gist. Toby, do you have a question?
Yes, Toby Altizer with Fake Breaking News. Curious, have you ever heard of the name David Mulligetta?
That's he's one of the guys that takes other people's music and adds a beat to it, and he's like a disc jockey, a DJ.
I think that's Guetta. This is the agent he's referencing, sir. David Mulligetta.
No. I know my pop music because I'm a Swiftie, and he's got that song Titanium, which is a substance that is hard to destruct. That's him.
Let's go to Ali in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. What's up, Ali? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, Grant. I got a question for Jerry here, if he'll be so kind.
Yeah, big day for him.
When you wake up, Jerry, when you wake up in the morning, do you first put the white face paint on before you put on the big red nose and get in the small car, or is it like a different order?
That's a very fair question. What I found is if you put on that makeup too early, you smudge. You smudge the makeup as you get inside the clown vehicle. It's better to come to a complete stop and then put the makeup on. It makes sense to you? Because I've smudged too many suits and too many types of strange and odd hats and wigs with my own clown makeup.
I need a Netflix documentary on him screwing up this relationship.
It would be something. I would watch that.
I mean, it's just so amazing. Right now, this documentary about him is out. And there was a time where he was the bee's knees in this sport. But they are an unserious outfit at this juncture. By the way, the terms on the deal, so I assumed there had to be more than just 2 ones. Kind of. It's Kenny Clark, who is the 29-year-old defensive tackle who used to be really, really good. In fact, he was a Pro
Bowler. Out of Louisville, I think, right?
2023 player from Louisville. Three-time Pro Bowler as recently as 2 seasons ago. He's played at an elite level. There was 6-7 sack seasons from the D-tackle position, but he's gotten a little bit older now, so he'll start for Dallas and help them for sure. So Clark and 2 first-rounders. But I can't come back to the fact that they're going to be late first-round picks almost certainly. I believe Bargov in Gaithersburg has a question for Jerry Jones, who traded Micah Parsons today, one of the best players in football. You don't see this. This is a 4-time Pro Bowler in 4 seasons who's been traded by the team that drafted him. What's up, Bargov?
Hey, Jerry, I'm truly, truly grateful for this opportunity.
I believe you're an icon much beyond the realm of what sports could even imagine. I just really look up to you as a man. So, could you just give me some advice as a new husband? What can I do to just be a great, amazing, loving husband to my wife? Just man to man, I'd really appreciate this. Thanks a lot, Jerry.
Very fair question. Cheat all the time. Look for opportunities to stray. Engage in dalliances and get yourself photographed illicitly.
That is not nice.
No, this is how I've done it. Make sure that people take pictures of you and have recordings of you doing things that are completely inappropriate. That
Allegedly.
that we just forget about sometimes, even though it's out there and it's obvious, but we just gloss over it as a people in a society. And everything's fine. I'm just a legitimate person that gets interviewed on the radio. Yes.
Is the fixer for the Cowboys players, does he work for Jerry or just the players? Remember that guy that there was a big feature story in the Post about that no one cared
Pausing the
about?
Jerry. I cared so much. It was my pinned tweet for years. The dude was the professional crime enabler. That's what he did for Dallas. Right. You committed a crime. He's like bragging, like, I make it go away. Not the preventing of crime, the preventing people finding out about the crime. It was amazing.
Travis from the Daily News has a question. Hello, Travis.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jerry, I appreciate you listening in here. Let's get back to football because that's what really matters down here in the South. I wanted to ask you, what do you plan on doing with those 2 first-round picks?
Well, that's
Squandering
a great
them.
question.
That's a squander situation. It's somebody where I have scouts. I've got my son. But to me, football players are like boogers on a cold day. You got to pick one. And I'm just going to decide I'm going to see somebody. Maybe someone went to Arkansas. I'll draft like 2 different Arkansas running backs. I've done that before. But I'll just pick somebody at random.
Andre in Temple Hills, what's up?
Jerry Jones, nice to talk to you. Since you traded away the future of the franchise, is it safe to say that Dallas is in complete tank mode? And if you're a Dallas fan, what do we have to look forward to in the future?
Perhaps a trip to Dallas might be in order for some of y'all because you've never been there. You're front-running bandwagon sons of bitches. I'm only being serious. But in terms of this year, we're going to use those picks. Both of them. They're going to play for us. Yeah, this year.
How's that?
I will rewrite the rules of this league as I see fit.
Very good. Steve in Maryland, you want to talk to Jared?
Yes, sir, Mr. Jerry. I just got one question. How good is that purple uncle you smoking down there? Because it must be pretty strong for you to be doing something stupid like this, sir.
Well, here's the thing. When you have an ego of this size, you don't have to smoke anything but your own ego. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
I put that in my own pipe and smoke it. My arrogance is my drug.
Jock in Woodbridge, what's up?
Hey, Jared, what's going on, man? Hey, look, I know you feel 42, but you are 82. And I just want to know how long you plan on actually being the GM.
Oh, I hope forever.
Because, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, we hope forever, but I'm just trying to see if there's any...
Right. You just want to know Jerry's plan. I like that question.
That's a very fair question, and I'll answer it for myself. Thank you. If you saw the Disney Star Wars films, they brought back Palpatine. And it wasn't actually him, it was a clone of him. In reality, I'm 247 years old as it is. I was prospecting in the 1800s, and y'all don't even know about it. This is Jared Jones, the 4th version of myself. I have mastered the art of they started with sheep and moved on to Jerry. So I will be inevitable and perpetual.
Jerry Jones ruins his relationship with Micah Parsons.
I sabotaged it.
To the extent that he has to be traded today to the Green Bay Packers. It's
right
official.
In the punch bowl, brother.
Micah Parsons for 2 1s and Kenny Clark is now a Green Bay Packer. Unbelievable news in the NFL. Not a bit. Micah Parsons has been traded.
No, I seriously did that.
Tony and Dumfries, what's up?
How you doing, Jerry? Thank you for taking my question. I just want to say, how does it feel to be the new Dan Snyder?
Well, I admired Dan from afar for so many years, and I said to myself, Self, you can do better. Get yourself a mustache and a yacht. That's how to pronounce it properly. Go into the south of France and cause turmoil, cause villainy, make people very upset. That's what I aspired to do, and I've done that today.
I want to get into Jerry can stay or Danny can come back.
It doesn't matter.
Whatever you prefer.
Yeah, what's good?
What this means for Washington. You got 2 easier games in the division. The Cowboys' chances in the East take a hit at being a fly in the ointment. But Green Bay was a team right there with the Commanders in the conference, right? And the conference structure just changed negatively, while the division structure changes positively. Let's get into that. 800-636-1067. Micah Parsons, one of the 2 or 3 best players on defense in the entire NFL, is leaving the division. He's not going to be hunting down Jaden Daniels multiple times a year. He's got a chance to play Washington in week 2, short week at Lambeau Field because he's a Packer, but you won't see him very often anymore. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. I think there's a little happiness in Green Bay today as the Cowboys have traded Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers, and he agreed to a 4-year deal with the Green Bay Packers. 4 years, $188 million, $136 million guaranteed. Becomes the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The Cowboys get back 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark. Again, Micah Parsons headed to Green Bay to become a Packer. Dallas gets back 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark. For the Commanders, they signed running back Donovan Edwards and cornerback Darius Rush to the practice squad today. And Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt going to be changing his number from 32 to 22. Make Meadows Farms your vegetation destination this fall. Now through Monday, our VIP customers get 20% off mums, pansies, perennials, trees, and shrubs. For more information, visit meadowsfarms.com. Meadows Farms Nurseries, planting a little happiness for over 60 years. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Micah Parsons traded to the Packers for what is an aging rotational defensive tackle and 2 late first-round picks. Jerry Jones, ladies and gentlemen, Jerry Jones. Isn't it nice to not be the team that's terribly run? Isn't it nice to have an ownership group you feel good about? Did you hear it yesterday when Adam Peters in his press conference talking about Terry McLaurin said that Harris wanted to keep getting updates on what was happening, but that at no point did he give any takes or how he would do it. He said he just kind of let me operate.
Couldn't be me, right?
That is the opposite of how things go in Dallas, where the owner is the GM. And the story behind this, for people that have missed out on this the last couple of weeks, I mean, it really is stunning. The whole falling out between the two sides was that Jones and Micah, apparently behind closed doors, worked out a deal together, cutting the agent, who's the most powerful agent in football right now, David Mulligetta. The most, number one, powerful agent there is. There's no such thing as a Scott Boras in the National Football League, but if there was, this is him. And Jerry, who I guess has done this, like Tony Romo in a video I saw online, said, yeah, they did this with me. Like, this is just kind of what he does. He talks to the player, and he kind of tries to get them to agree to a deal. Supposedly, that is what happened here. Is that there was this deal where Micah, 5 years and a little over $40 million, said, yeah, no problem, let's do it. And then, when he and his agent conferred, it wasn't a deal anymore. Now, people could say, oh, how dare you backed out of a verbal commitment. You have an agent for a reason. The team knows that I'm not supposed to be striking this deal with the player. But that's how this all happened. Then Micah goes to the Notes app, don't want to play here, lost trust with them, not going to talk to Jerry anymore. The animosity grew and festered, and it was obvious that he wanted nothing to do with the Cowboys. I think a lot of people just assumed that's too bad. He's going to have to play eventually, like we talked about with Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, like the CBA doesn't favor you.
But as of a couple hours ago, the story comes out that Dallas is willing to listen to trades. And you fast forward to about a half hour ago.
It escalated quickly.
Green Bay Packers, you just got yourself a potential defensive player of the year.
Well, I mean, it wasn't even just, there were beats along the way, right? I mean, you still kind of go, okay, yeah, but the CBA, yeah, but he'll play there. I mean, during their preseason game, he was laying down on the training table and, not participating. Not that he was going to play anyway, but you know what I mean? Just clearly was demonstrating he wasn't really that excited about being there, et cetera. And you go, okay, this is just bluster. I mean, Trey Hendrickson said, I'll never play there again. Myles Garrett says, I want to leave here, no disrespect, before signing contracts. Now, they were of different styles, but this is a 26-year-old defensive player of the year candidate, one of the most dominant players in the sport, one of the best players at any position. Incredible. Superstar. Again, entering his age 26 season. And they went, enough, and moved on. How you let it get there is pretty crazy.
How do I send Jerry to Neverland? How do we make sure that there's no epiphany here where somebody else starts to run this thing at any point? As long as you want to, pal, you just keep calling the shots. It's getting worse and worse for the Cowboys. All right, so here's the question, and let's localize this now to you guys as Commanders fans. In the division, Dallas gets worse. You play them twice a year. That is an obvious bonus. You don't have to deal with their best football player overall, probably. CeeDee Lamb being maybe a second on that list. But within the conference, the Packers were already one of the top teams going in on paper. This changes that algorithm too. I would say Green Bay moves ahead of Washington in pecking orders in terms of power players in the NFC here. Agree or disagree? I was picking the Detroit Lions to win the division this morning. I'm going to pick the Packers to win the division right now. That's how big of a difference I think Micah Parsons is going to make as the year goes along. Particularly in those head-to-head matchups with Detroit, where you've got a quarterback where you know exactly where he's going to be in the pocket. You get pressure on a couple of plays. You hit Jared Goff. Potential for turnovers. I mean, if he makes one huge play in either of the games, straight up, with the Detroit Lions, including week 1, by the way. If he makes a huge play in either of the games against Minnesota, within that division, a power team, double-digit wins that the Lions were competing with in the final week for the divisional crown last year, that could be the difference in winning the division or not. I go from Green Bay as a 10-11 win team to Green Bay as an 11-12 win team, and I'm going to have them winning the NFC North now, a game better than Detroit.
So Detroit's over-under, just for reference, is 10.5. Depends on your book, but that's pretty much the standard. One of the few teams that's gotten that double-digit treatment. Green Bay's before this was 9.5, telling you they're knocking on the door. They're right there. This is, if you think they overtake Detroit, it means you think two things. One, Detroit comes back to the pack a little bit post their coordinators leaving. Very reasonable, not crazy. Hard to sustain some of the success of being a 15-win team. And that Green Bay kind of makes a move forward. So that before now was Jordan Love is healthy. Now, remember, he was banged up last year, and that's kind of why his play was a little bit disappointing. Fine, but not what we thought we were getting from the year before, where he finished as one of the best quarterbacks in the league, et cetera, et cetera. Now you add this to the mix. Again, it's hard. I mean, this is such a team game that one player can't make that much of a difference. I don't know. To a defense that was already pretty good, now you add one of the 3 or 4 best pass rushers we got. That's a pretty significant jump there.
All right, rank the NFC right now. I go Eagles 1. This is likeliness to win the Super Bowl. Best team in the conference.
Mm-hmm.
Philly is still 1 for me. Kind of a be the king, beat the king thing. Number 2 is where the debate starts, and I would have had Detroit second. I'm going to put Green Bay second on this list. Now, I'd like a little more intel. Toby, you were saying before the show that Jaden Reed, their wide receiver from Michigan State, who is actually their volume guy who I really like, is dealing with a pretty serious injury. Do we know yet the timeline on his recovery? How long he's out for?
So it looks like he's going to try to play through it. From what
playing?
I was reading, yeah. So no surgery. He's going to try to play with a Jones fracture in his left foot.
So he's going to, even with the Jones fracture, he's going to play games.
That's the idea. That's what it says, yeah.
All right, so if that's the case, and assuming he can be himself, they drafted Matthew Golden round 1, and they still have some version of like Romeo Dobbs and the other guys. I mean, Wicks drops 1 million balls, but it's a deep enough receiver core. Josh Jacobs in the backfield. I think adding Micah Parsons, they are capable of winning 12 games. If Love makes a real leap, you could be the number 1 team in the conference and overtake Philly. But I'm going to say right now, as we talk today, in the NFC, Eagles 1, Lions go behind Green Bay, so Packers 2, Lions 3. And then at 4, I'll put the winner of the NFC West. And I've gone back and forth for a week and a half on if that's the Niners or the Rams.
I have no idea.
The only reason I don't know is the Stafford back thing.
Right.
If you told me Stafford plays all 17 games, the Rams. If you tell me Stafford's going to play 9 games, then the 49ers win 11 games and they're the 4th team in the NFC. Washington competes for 5th with Tampa, Minnesota, everybody else. But I think Dallas just falls out of the wild card spot probably, or whatever chances they had dropped. But this, to me, makes Green Bay the number 2 team in the conference.
I've still got Detroit there, but it's real close now. Because to me, if Detroit doesn't experience astounding record-level numbers of injuries of otherwise in their prime players on defense, it's a different story for their year last year. But when you lost Anzalone and Hutchinson and on down the line, they added the DJ Reader, I think, this offseason, drafted another defensive tackle. So this, to me, is still the class of the NFC North. One of those, again, kind of the same thing you just said about Philadelphia. hard for me to unsee that 15-win team that was just beating the brakes off of people before things got closer with all their injuries on defense. I know they're lost both coordinators, so I think they come back to the pack a little bit, but that's still a 12.5 win looking team to me. And I think that's right where Green Bay is going to be. I don't trust Jordan Love to take that ascent that everybody may be counting on. Maybe it's my own bias that he burned me last year in a fantasy league, but to me, I think there's still a breath behind, especially with maybe a Reed nagging injury offensively. But man, oh man, that Green Bay team, that's a different dynamic now. I don't want to play them.
All right, let's. This is fun. This is live radio with breaking news. This is why we do it. This is good stuff here. So let's hit the phones on this and let's touch the people. 800-636-1067. Where are the Packers right now in your mind among the best teams in the NFC after trading for Micah Parsons as a team that was already projected to win around 10 games? And how does this affect Washington's pecking order? How does this affect where you have the Commanders on that list? Because I think a lot of people, like those two teams were close, might have had the Commanders right ahead of the Packers,
right,
let's say, as two wild card type teams. 800-636-1067. Micah Parsons traded from the Cowboys to the Packers for defensive tackle Kenny Clark and 2 first-round picks that will presumably be not just in the back half of the first round, but maybe in the bottom 7-8 picks in the first round. Take a bow, Jerry Jones. Cowboys fans. You're listening to The Fan.
Parsons coming again, and he got him again! Micah Parsons is unblockable. Ball from the 25 now. Heineke under pressure once again, and this time it's Micah Parsons.
Come on, Jerry. Piss off CD Lamb next. Come on. Tell Dak you don't like his cologne. Let's get him out of there, too. Bring back Cooper Rush. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Micah Parsons traded to the Packers. Players as good as Micah Parsons do not get traded. It does not happen. When you have a player like Myles Garrett, only played for one team ever. He wasn't happy, wanted a new contract, demanded a trade. Oh, cool. Here's your money. Line up for this terrible team and pretend like you can win here. Because that's what he's had to do since, Danny. Think about TJ Watt. Whoever the guys are that you would say are his comps.
Sure. That's the bucket he's in.
Bet you Aiden Hutchinson, if he wins DPOY this year or gets close, is not going to play somewhere else in a couple of years. This is 4 seasons. Pro Bowls are not a great metric anymore because like Tyler Huntley was one that one time. But it's 2 first-team All-Pros and a second-team All-Pro. This is a runner-up for DPOY twice, a third-place finisher for DPOY among 4 seasons in the NFL. Hall of Fame trajectory, elite player, arguably the best in the league at his position, and probably one of the top 5 players on his side of the ball. So for a defensive player conversation, this is an MVP type perennially, and you're trading the player. It does not happen. Is it possible that they just came to the realization? Because he got $47 million from the Packers.
Yep.
Doesn't mean that's what he would have signed for in Dallas. Maybe 42, 43 if he didn't hate Jerry
Because there's a
Jones.
premium that has to happen when you trade for a player that's in a disgruntled situation. In
Sure.
order for that to go through, see the Pittsburgh Steelers and DK Metcalf.
But if it's 43 or 44 million or whatever it would have landed on, that would have been more than we thought. Is it possible that they just said, we've already paid Dak. He's got one of the biggest cap numbers in the league. We've already paid CeeDee Lamb, top of the market money at receiver. We can't have $47 million to Micah Parsons. We basically have no money left. Like that is going to take up, I haven't done the math, but let's just say it's 35% of the salary cap. How do you possibly functionally build the rest of a team? And so they just worked back from that reality when it got over 45 million. It's possible. To that, I would say you should have signed him a year ago. And I get it takes 2 to tango, right? But this is not baseball where Scott Boras is going to drag his guy kicking and screaming to the market one way or the other. In a salary cap league, you just break the record as early as possible. If they would have broken every record and given him all the money last year, it's down closer to 40 million, upper 30s, low 40s, whatever. You cost yourself 7 to 10 million by waiting. So maybe they felt like we can't possibly pay him. That's also their fault.
Yeah. I mean, looking at this year's cap situation, I know it's not relevant because we're talking extension. They got some space, $20 million in space. So maybe you could have converted some or done something a little bit different. In 2026, right now, they're listed as only having $7 million in cap space. That's among the smallest in the league. That's already committed. Now, you'll tweak, you'll cut, you'll maneuver, but you still got to have some room to sign your own draft picks or whatever. So they were going to be tight looking at it. And then in 2027, that's when Dak Prescott's $68 million cap hit is an albatross. And, we'll sort of see going forward there. CeeDee Lamb's making 41.6 against the cap in 2027. But so you may be looking ahead, they go, we can't do some of these things. And we're not going to be able to get this done in this way. And now the acrimony is so real that, to me, they looked motivated to trade him. Like, that's again, it's easy to say. They obviously had to be motivated enough to pull the trigger on the deal. But just thinking about, it's not as if they got the Herschel Walker deal back. It's not as if they got the all-time reset the market haul, the Ricky Williams deal or something like that to that effect. This isn't really what it was. This is, it's, hey, that's okay value for him. A couple first rounders and a nice player that's going to start for you, late first round picks for a team that's going to have to sign him to that mega extension. It looks like this was sort of their idea. You know what I mean? Like, again, it's hard to read the tea leaves there, but man, oh man, what a seismic shift.
I just can't get over how little they're getting back also. And someone will say it's 2 first, dude. What are you talking about? The difference in value between a late first, and we don't know for sure. It's very possible Jordan Love goes down, the Packers go 5-12, the Cowboys could have the 8th or 9th pick. And if that happens, I will tell you I'm a boob, and I'll stand corrected, and I'll do a mea culpa. But you're betting on a lottery ticket, essentially. What is very likely is that this team that is the youngest in the league and one of the most talented and deep in the league at various positions is probably going to be a playoff caliber team again. As a floor, they're going to be picking, like best case scenario, I would imagine you might have the 18th to the 20th pick this year if you get really lucky and the Packers are disappointing. More than likely than not, you're picking in the mid-20s. That's been the case 5 of the last 6 years. And possibly, we're talking about, I just said I think they're the second best team in the NFC. If they're playing in an NFC championship game, welcome to the Washington 29th overall pick last year.
Mm-hmm.
If they got like picks 29 and 27, the difference of which between that and pick 35 to 38 or something is not that big of a deal. For Micah Parsons, I mean, that is laughable return. It's a terrible return. They didn't trade him to the Titans for picks 4 and 6 the next 2 years, or the Browns for picks 3 and 9 or something. They probably are going to pick 25th or later 2 times. And Kenny Clark, he's getting beat up here, shrapnel. And
Nice player.
He was awesome at one point. He's almost 30, and he's now just a rotational piece.
Yeah.
But this is wild. You know, you and I talked about this when the news came out this morning, or this afternoon when we were on, I guess it was. They're listening, and I said, you can listen all you want. Do we really think? And we both said, it's the first time I've thought it's a possibility, but minimally.
Yeah.
Within an hour, it's over.
Well, listening to me, I usually think of it this way, where a GM goes, okay, fine. Go on and solicit some offers. Go see what your market is. Well, and just to let you know that you guys are full of it, that you can't get the thing that you're thinking of. That's how you find out that you're quote unquote listening or allowing guys to seek a trade. To have it go from that to, all right, fine, signed, sealed, and delivered. Anybody else? Final bid? Nope, that's fine. He's going to Green Bay.
Packers at the Cowboys in week 4.
Hello there.
Coming very quickly. In fact, 1 month from today.
Here we go.
In prime time.
This
Packers
league, man.
at Cowboys. The NFL is undefeated. By the way, the tweets coming out of players in the Dallas locker room are unbelievable. You just got dudes like doing eye roll emojis and crying emojis. I mean, they are so salty. Kevontae Turpin says, yeah, this league bleep crazy, LOL. This is one of the bigger, blockbuster, most amazing things that's happened before a season I've ever seen. Honestly. This late. Sometimes you'll get like a quarterback injury where like who was the guy a few years ago? Sam Bradford gets traded last minute and starts a game for the Eagles early or whatever. You get some of those.
Mm-hmm.
But this is how many guys, if we're doing a ranking of NFL players, do you list before Micah? He could be somewhere, non-quarterbacks. I think he could be in the, I don't know, top 10? Is that fair?
Of course it is.
I mean, maybe
absolutely
top 5?
it's fair.
And by the way, Dallas, I'm just thinking about this. Mavericks and Cowboys fans.
Yeah,
Although if you're a Cowboys fan, you're probably a Yankees fan and a Lakers fan.
Right, you love Duke.
But in a hypothetical where you're a Dallas fan, for both sports, which we know would never happen, Luka and Micah, both traded away in the middle of their careers.
They're both so old. Nope. Unbelievable, the discord. Yeah, I mean, ESPN, when they did their ranking, for example, had Micah Parsons 9th. You know, I mean, he's in the club
Who's
with guys
ahead
like
of him?
Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson.
Are these all non-quarterbacks?
Burrow, Jackson, Garrett, Josh Allen, and Pat Mahomes are ahead of him. I mean, that's the list.
So take quarterbacks out.
Yeah.
That was my point. How many non-QBs do they have ahead of them? So that means they had him 5th or 6th in football.
4.
Dude.
Or 3. 3.
3? So they had him the number 4 non-quarterback in the entire league.
Yeah,
He just
Garrett,
got traded for Kenny Clark and 2 late first-round picks.
Pat Surtain, and Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. So I guess 5, whatever. Point is, Mike, I can't count. Micah Parsons is great. He's in his prime great. This isn't like used to be great. This isn't like he's 29 and it's a name we all recognize. This is a 26-year-old superstar.
All right, we'll get you a statement from Micah Parsons as soon as we come back, and then we're going to hit the phones hard. So if you're there, line them up. We're getting to you next. 800-636-1067. What's this mean for the Commanders in the NFC? A really good Packers team adds Micah Parsons, but closer to home in the neighborhood here. Don't have to deal with him in the division twice a year. We're Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. Cowboys traded Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers today. 4 years, $188 million. $136 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The Cowboys get back 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark. But one of the best young pass rushers in the league, Micah Parsons, heads to the Green Bay Packers. Other news in the NFL, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is changing his number from 32 to 22. For those looking for a Bill jersey, make sure to get number 22. Commanders signed running back Donovan Edwards and cornerback Darius Rush to the practice squad. Injury news around the league for the Packers. Wide receiver Jaden Reed has a Jones fracture in his left foot. He plans to play through the injury, though. Updates for the Dolphins. Wide receiver Tyreek Hill practiced in a limited capacity today with an oblique injury he's coming back from. He's on track to play in the season opener. Their backup running back, though, Jalen Wright, going to miss some time. He had a minor leg surgery. He's expected to miss multiple weeks, including their opener. Make Meadows Farms your vegetation destination this fall. Now through Monday, our VIP customers get 20% off mums, pansies, perennials, trees, and shrubs. For more information, visit meadowsfarms.com. Meadows Farms Nurseries, planting a little happiness for over 60 years. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
G&D will take you up to 6:30 on The Fan. Tomorrow on the show, we'll be joined by Nats lefty, ace Mackenzie Gore will be back with us on Grant and Danny. We'll also continue our Fantasy at 5 series, which we blew out today because that's exactly when the Micah Parsons news broke 1 hour ago. Assuming Jerry Jones doesn't trade any of his best players, or nobody in the NFC East who's an MVP candidate on offense or a DPOY candidate on defense is on the move, then we'll get to the Fantasy at 5 series tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's your normal plan. You don't expect a generation type trade to happen that just did?
You're okay with the word generational for him, right?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
With Chase Young, you got very upset about that word, and just generally the word itself, you were like, I never want to hear that again. But this is what generational means.
Yes. So someone that's excellent all the time. Not like, but he got double teamed that time, and then everybody, still decides that it's generational. This is the appropriate label after he's done what he's done. People don't do what he's doing. Does that make sense?
Let's go to the phones. Want to hear from you guys as Commanders fans. Andy's in Bethesda. Andy, bad day to be a Cowboys fan.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm just thinking the best thing, coming out of the situation is the morale, not only in the defense for the Cowboys, but the offense as well. Like, what does that say for their season this year? Are they just giving up on it? You arguably let go of the number one defensive player in the NFL. You let him walk for not a bag of cats, but what you guys said, late-round picks, right? And it's only going to make the Packers better, so they're going to be even later-round picks. I mean, it's laughable, right? It's almost as bad. It's worse than when the Redskins traded away their left tackle, their perennial Pro Bowler, to the San Francisco 49ers, right?
For nothing.
Yeah, that's the closest version recently we've had here is where you just punted on Trent Williams. But at least in that case, it felt like he had some leverage because medically speaking, him and the team were at legal odds almost at the end of the road. But the animus was very similar. Trent versus Bruce and Dan, and in the end, Micah versus Jerry and Dallas. By the way, Washington plays the Cowboys on October 19th in Dallas, 425. So that is week 7 of the football season. And then they play again at the very end of the year. I'd love to open with them instead of the Giants. I know that sounds weird, but especially after this, because I agree with him. I think in the locker room, this news will go over like a fart in church. Imagine being the guys getting off the practice field, hopping on their phones or whatever happened, or however they found out. Just seeing all the tweets of the dudes with the broken heart emojis and stuff. This is one of those where, good luck, Brian Schottenheimer. Good thing they've got such an awesome head coach to keep the boys together.
Yeah, rally the troops. Here we go, week 1.
Eric in Bristow, how are you?
Hey, guys, I'm doing good. First and foremost, I want to say I love the show. I listen every day. Go Nats. But first and foremost, I'm a Packers fan, right? And I just wanted to share with you guys a surprise Packers insider that we found last night during all the buzz about the trade. The Kay Adams tweet. Everyone's being
So can
cryptic.
you help me with that? Because everyone keeps talking about Kay Adams. What did Kay Adams do?
Well, okay. So basically, Packers Twitter was just a buzz. We all knew something was coming because we're always in the mix, but we never get the guy. But last night, or maybe it was 2 days ago, I don't remember. My heart's racing right now. But she just tweeted, "You guys," period, or like ... And then everyone's like, "Oh, what does that mean? What does that mean?" But no, she just tweeted, "You guys."
But we don't know what that meant, though, right? Nobody knows what that meant.
No. Nobody knew what that meant, but we were all speculating, right? Like, Kay Adams, she's friendly with Jordan Love, she's friendly with the Packers. So we were all like, oh my God, she knows something. But last night, there's this guy on Twitter. We're all familiar with the art of breast enhancements, right? This guy is a breast enhancement doctor. His Twitter at boobdoc01.
I just can't. I'm respectfully. I don't know what to do.
All right, so so what does Boob
This is
Doc?
so wild.
What does Boob Doc 01 have to do with this?
All right, guys, you got to stick with me here, okay? Boob Doc 01 last night said, "So, ... The breast enhancement community is rather close knit. My Dallas-Fort Worth colleagues are texting the bleep out of me right now, saying the Micah Parsons to Green Bay deal is cemented. And both teams are playing it up for all the PR they can get. Take it for what it's worth, but the wives can't keep a secret at all." Eyeball emoji. Last night, 8:30 p.m., 8/27/25.
All right, so the boob doctor, and he's from where is he from?
I don't know. I don't know who this guy is.
So he's just saying that there were doctors who have done breast enhancements. It sounds like he's talking
in
about
the
wives.
Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Right, but is he saying like wives of players
He's
then?
a crypto enthusiast,
Apparently,
a Porsche geek, and
what? I mean, I wouldn't trust this guy to watch anybody's
and
kids.
that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. All of us on Packers Twitter last night were like, all right, time to log off. Like, all of us, like,
Right,
what
the
are we
boob
doing?
doctor's telling us what's happening.
Which one, 01 or 02?
Yeah. Well, here's what Eric sleeps
01.
on, too, by the way. Thank you for telling
Appreciate
us
you, dude.
about Boob Doc 01 or whatever that guy's name
what
was. But
is my life right now?
What
What does this come to?
2025, this is it. Are you familiar with this guy, Ricky Scoops?
I wasn't until moments ago.
So this dude, Ricky Scoops. Now, the problem is, from what I can gather, Strober was telling me like he's missed on a few things too. But he has had a few significant stories first. My guess is sometimes with these guys, when there's no ramifications for being wrong, like they're hearing some of the same rumblings as the real reporters somehow, some way. I don't know how. And they're just more willing to go out on a limb and say, this is what I'm hearing. Because if you get it, it's awesome. And if you don't, nobody cares. But like this guy tweeted on August 26th, 2 days ago, the Packers have a trade on the table with the Cowboys for Micah Parsons with a new contract worth $45 a year. Go Pack, go. So not exactly correct, I guess, because it ended up being over that, $47 million a year. But he didn't tweet that any other team had a deal on the table with Micah Parsons. And this is the same guy, I guess, that somebody told me, I don't remember if it was Ryan or Toby or somebody, said like he had the Terry McLaurin stuff like a few days before it happened, that they were about to sign a deal and that they'd made a bunch of progress or whatever. So my point is, just know, I'm never going to just go with non-reputable people or random accounts or outlets. If you've got no real skin in the game in terms of if you're wrong, it's a problem and you answer to somebody, that's kind of my threshold. And there's also just a credibility of whether it's like credentialed or someone that can get information by way of like respectable, normal journalistic means or whatever. But it doesn't mean that random people don't sometimes find things out. I don't know if the boob doc was onto something or if he lucked out or Ricky what was it? Ricky Scoops?
Ricky Weeks, the second baseman for the Brewers.
I'm not going to start going Schefter, Rap Sheet, Ricky Scoops. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
But this guy had this thing 2 days ago, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's happened before where like someone will tell me, hey, I know the mechanic of this, my mechanic also works on the cars for, John Allen, and John Allen's about to sign an extension for X amount because they talked.
Right.
And he's sort of like, thank you for that information. I can't go with that other than to say, hey, here's what I heard, or isn't this funny? I heard somebody told me this.
Well,
that's not what a report is.
Totally true. And again, the important thing to me is like, is there something to be lost if you're not right? Because if the answer is no, if it's just like people saying, oh, you were wrong, that doesn't help me a whole lot. If reporters get something wrong, they really pay for that in way of their credibility, and they're answering to people in their office. What happened? How did that happen? If I was on the beat and I screwed something up, I'm getting a call from CK going, you made us look stupid. What are you doing? What are you thinking? Walk me through this. What was your source? What did they say? If there's no checks and balances like that, then I'm sorry, you're just not in the club, so to speak. But it doesn't mean that the information isn't occasionally out there in hilarious ways. Let's go to Anna in Fairfax on the day that Micah Parsons is no longer a thorn in the divisional side day.
Hi. I'm a Packers fan, shareholder. I'm ecstatic about this news, and especially because we got him really cheap. I am also eating up all the hype about it, but again, it's a lot of hype. And I'm worried that Jordan Love doesn't up his game because he has thrown interceptions a lot last year, and also he's prone to injuries more than we like. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed, but don't buy into all of that hype either.
Appreciate you. They need more out of Jordan Love. There's no doubt about it.
They just do, yeah.
I do think he is the best example right now. Like everyone talks about Justin Herbert in this way of designed in a lab, should be amazing. It hasn't happened yet. Last year, he was fine. 25 touchdowns, 11 picks in 15 games, but it was sub 3,400 yards. They are a sneaky run-heavy team under Matt LaFleur with a lot of play action. I'd like to see them open it up a little bit more for him. Maybe they will now that they drafted Matthew Golden at wide receiver in the first round. But she's 100% right. Love's got to give them more. No doubt.
He finished 2023 on a run of 18 touchdowns to 1 pick, throwing almost for 4,200 yards. People thought the ascension was happening in real time. I mean, he started off pretty well that season, too, but kind of went through a struggle in the middle. But the end of 2023, Grant, his last, 7, 8, 9, 10 games, you're going, oh, my God, this guy's an MVP candidate going for it. Last year was disappointing. A lot of people were pointing to the injuries and kind of the nagging stuff to kind of stay with him. The proof will be in the pudding.
Let's go to Kendall and Brandywine. Kendall, do the Packers become one of the favorites in the NFC? I've only got Philly over them after this trade.
Yeah, long live Jerry Jones, first of all. He must be protected at all costs. That's number one. Number two, let me back up. Grant, you are a purist. When I say purist, I mean you are a journalist. This guy boomed out 0-1. Do you understand how funny this is? That
it's incredible.
People, you all guys are missing it, man. This is amazing. Now, the other guy, he's trying to do it. His name is, what you say, Ricky
Scoops.
Ricky Scoops is actually out there trying to scoop. This guy's a random guy who found out information.
Who does breast enhancement surgery?
By the way, like I'm treading lightly on this, but I'm just going to speak the facts that we were told. He heard from a guy who enhances the breasts of players' wives in Dallas that this is happening. Like, that's pretty amazing.
What is going on?
That's amazing. So, getting back to the trade, I mean, pure malpractice on Jerry. I mean, I just can't believe Jerry, man, I don't know. I'm happy. Micah is a beast. I don't know. I'm not all that excited about Green Bay. I'm sorry. I'm not scared of them.
Let me ask you this. Are you like hoops or no? Are you a big basketball guy?
Yes, big hoops.
All right, what is crazier? Maybe this is something for tomorrow on the show. The Luka deal or this deal?
Ooh. This deal. Because the Luka deal, as crazy as that was, at least they got something in return. Nowhere near what they should have. But Green Bay gave up 2 late first-round picks for a generational talent. When you get a generational talent, not every team has it. But when you do actually have one, you don't let him ever get out of the building until he's no longer generational.
It does not happen.
There's no Anthony Davis in this trade. Yeah. That's Kenny Clark. You know what I mean?
Kenny Clark.
With all due respect, Kenny Clark, by the way, minding his business, just catching shrapnel.
Poor guy. I can't believe this. I'm borderline giddy, though, because it's someone else, finally, who is the fool. forever it was me having to explain away, well, whoopsie daisy, that's my fault. Now it's the Cowboys. God, it feels good to be on the other side of it.
It's nice.
Ian Rappaport, tell the people what happened.
A blockbuster trade for the Green Bay Packers and the Dallas Cowboys, landing the Packers, maybe the best defensive player in the NFL. Micah Parsons gets a 4-year, $188 million deal.
So I thought we could play some famous laughs and just have just get the reactions of some famous people.
What laugh fits this one the best?
So, as an example, I wonder when Seth Rogen hears that Jerry Jones screwed this thing up so badly that he had to trade Micah Parsons for a bag of peanuts. What is Seth Rogen's reaction to that? That makes sense.
That's pretty good.
But what about, I can just imagine Scar in The Lion King.
Oh.
Is just minding his business, trying to eat a gazelle.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone's like, Scar, did you hear what happened? He's like, no, what? Jerry did what? What about the Joker? Mark Hamill playing the Joker? When Mark Hamill as the Joker found out that Jerry Jones got Kenny Clark back with a couple of late firsts for one of the best defensive players of his generation. The Cowboys.
Yeah.
Have this happen today. Like, you're a fan of the team.
That's today.
But you wake up tomorrow and Jerry's still running the show.
Still here.
He's not going anywhere. And when Bruce Willis finds that out at the top of a tall tower while trying to get even with some bad guys, this would be what he would think. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. It's exactly what you're saying. This is starting to make it's coming crystal here. Like that Mark Hamill is the Joker. You sleep on that, by the way, animated Joker. That sinister, like I'm taking over the world kind of laugh.
You're more of a Heath Ledger Joker guy.
Either's great, but what would Heath Ledger sound like? Is my question.
Heath Ledger as a Joker think about this trade from the Dallas perspective. By the way, hairs on the back of my neck stand up just at that.
Nothing to threaten me with all your strength. Yeah.
I'm sure that performance wasn't just chilling.
That was a 10.
Danny, you'll have to do this one. I don't want to step on your toes here as the resident Star Wars guy.
Oh, yeah.
Jabba the Hutt, I've got for you.
Jabba the Hutt it's a very important laugh. It lets you know that he's in a position of authority. He is a Hutt after all. He's a gangster, controls the underworld, the crime there in his home principal area. And when something's funny to him, that's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Eddie Murphy.
The iconic laugh, Eddie Murphy.
Eddie Murphy just found out that a two-time All-Pro at the age of 23, 4 Pro Bowls in 4 seasons, 3 times he's already been in the top 3 in DPOY, got traded because he hates the Cowboys so much because of how they handled this. Eddie Murphy's is iconic. Rogan's is the first one I think of now. That's just because of the era.
But it's so goofy. Like,
it is.
He's also an easy laugh. Like, he just breaks into the like at the drop of a hat.
Seth, seriously though, I do want to say, I know we're having a fun time. This could actually end up going really well for the Cowboys, this trade.
I'm making fun of Seth Rogen like that. You calling him Jabba?
Right. That's not Seth Rogen.
Oh.
That sounded like Jabba the Hutt there. I got one more for you, Danny.
Uh-huh.
The reaction of Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker.
Oh.
When he found out, poor Kenny Clark, he's about to get one more. Man, oh man. You almost feel bad for Cowboys fans.
Nope.
Don't you?
Nope.
Almost.
Nope. They brought this on themselves. You see, when you've never been to Dallas and you became a fan in the 90s when they were good, just like you turn that Duke hat around backwards when they were good. Just like you turned that Lakers hat on. Just like you became a fan of the Heat all of a sudden when LeBron James went there. It's what you deserve. This is your bed. Now go to sleep.
Let's go to Drew, who's in Maryland. What's up, Drew? How are you?
Hey, I'm good. I'm all Commanders all the time, and I'm thinking that we play Green Bay in week 2 on Thursday night, which is 2 weeks from today. So my question to you guys is Micah ready? Or are we going to get a season without him? There's no Dallas, and maybe he misses that Green Bay game against Washington.
So I think he'll play.
Yeah, I think he'll be ready to go.
But is it a pitch count? Is it a Von Miller situation, end of his career, where you're our closer, you're coming in the fourth quarter at full strength because you only played 14 snaps leading up to that? By the way, I'm getting now requests for different types of laughs. Unfortunately, it's the end of the show, but somebody said it would have been good to hear De Niro and Cape Fear reacting.
I should have pulled that. That's a great one.
I don't even, that's not coming to mind.
So I can't.
It looks like he's sitting in a movie theater.
Yeah, I can't do it myself, but that's a crazy role where he played a killer who was convicted and wanted to go back and get revenge on the prosecutor that put him away. He gained 20 pounds of muscle and had a dentist grind his teeth down. He was unbelievable in that movie.
We got it? Let's hear it.
Excuse me. You can
That's
hear
pretty good.
Just a maniac.
Mr. De Niro, sir. Jerry Jones just called. He just pulled off a trade with the Packers. Don't worry. Micah Parsons is going to Green Bay, but he got a couple of 28th overall picks and Kenny Clark back. That's a good one.
Let's go. Good.
Kristen Hyattsville's upset at me that I question the journalistic integrity and bona fides of Boob Doc 01.
Of the Boob Doc 01?
I will never do that again, I can assure you. Probably because he'll never come up on the show again, but I will never again, as long as this show exists, I will never question Boob Doc 01's integrity.
4:59 and about 50-some seconds. Okay? We're getting ready to come back from break. Toby's going to do an update. At no time before that moment did I ever think, you know what we're going to reference here in the next hour and a half? A doctor that performs plastic surgery that's part of a fraternity of other plastic surgeon doctors that heard some gossip through wives that broke this news beforehand, that Micah Parsons has been traded to the Green Bay Packers. What planet is this?
I wonder if the lines move. I'm going to look at it. Cowboys, Eagles, Thursday Night Football, 1 week from tonight. And then, as we talked about a couple segments ago, and a caller just mentioned, 2 weeks from tonight in Lambeau, the Commanders and the Packers, Micah Parsons, now a member of the Green Bay organization, going to be playing against Washington, but he's no longer in the division. Unbelievable blockbuster. One of the biggest late August trades in league history going down today. And it's right in our backyard in the NFC East. Pretty amazing. On the show tomorrow, Mackenzie Gore of the Nationals, plus our Fantasy at 5 series reignites, barring any crazy breaking news. Overtime, deep into the evening with Linnell. Keep it right here for continuing coverage of Jerry Jones, operating a bit of a silly goose network over there in Dallas.
We prefer the term yard sale.
What a shabingus.
It's your pettings you want still string a tornado.
Should teach a class on how to ruin a relationship with a player that plans on spending his entire career with you. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Commanders fans. One fewer amazing player in the division to deal with twice a year. Overtime's next.
Thank you for coming.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. Cowboys and Micah Parsons no longer riding together as Micah has been traded to the Green Bay Packers. 4 years, $188 million. He signs a 4-year extension now with the Green Bay Packers, $136 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Dallas getting back 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark, but Micah Parsons no longer in the NFC East. He joins the Green Bay Packers. Kendrick Bourne was released by the Patriots. He's now going to be visiting the 49ers on Monday, and he'll be visiting your Washington Commanders on Tuesday. The Commanders also signed running back Donovan Edwards and cornerback Darius Rush to the practice squad today. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas. Each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
going on, DMV? You know who it is. Youngest in charge movement. Linnell Willingham here with you live and local on 106.7 The Fan. And always streaming live nationally on the always free Odyssey app. Ride with me. It'll take you up to 10 o'clock here on this Thursday night edition of Overtime. Look, obviously there has been massive news that we had. We'll get to the Micah Parsons stuff. We'll talk about it all throughout the show here. But I'm going to give it a little bit. I know it's been like 90 minutes probably, an hour and a half maybe. I don't believe it's even real.
Not even.
I don't even believe it's real. We are watching. There's so many different ways to spin this.
You're so ready for this show.
I tore the rundown up.
You walked into this building fired up about it, and then you went over there across the hall with Doc, and now you can't even control yourself.
I literally still don't know if it's real or not.
For everyone listening right now, this dude was walking around the studio going, why would they do that? What are they doing? Why would they do that?
I feel like we're in a world where nothing currently makes sense.
Just chill. Life goes on, right? Life goes on.
I was going to say something that may have.
I know you can't chill.
I
know
can't.
you can't.
I literally, if you're watching on the YouTube stream, I literally cannot stop moving my body. Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys pulling off, from my vantage point at least, and maybe I'm hyperbolizing it, you can let me know at 1-800-636-1067. And to keep the convo going on social media, it is at NELL_BTP. This may go down as maybe one of the dumbest moves in the history of the National Football League. Micah Parsons, argue with somebody you care about. Argue with a loved one. This is the best non-quarterback in the entire sport. In his prime. In his prime. And they traded him to the Green Bay Packers. You couldn't even get him out of the damn conference. You traded him to the Packers, who you play in Week 4 on Sunday Night Football, by the way. Popcorn emoji. Literally. Quote tweet it wherever you find it. Quote tweet it with a damn popcorn emoji. This is nuts. Nothing makes sense right now. Nothing makes sense right now. I'm going to try to get myself together as we roll throughout the program here tonight. We're going to talk about a lot, but we are going to hit on this Micah Parsons thing pretty hard because the more and more I think about it, like, there's nothing about it that makes sense. I don't know what's worse, the decision to trade him or the return that you got. Like, what's worse here?
Well, can I ask you a question?
Sure. I don't know if I'm going to have an answer. No, my brain feels like someone has taken it out of my head and has put it on the concrete. It's just baking in the sun.
When they overpaid Dak and they paid CeeDee Lamb and they paid all these guys, was this not always the end result that was going to happen?
No, I didn't think he was that stupid. I'm going to call a spade in real time, and I'm not trying to make fun of anything. This is Lawrence Jones asking you to talk about the Giants.
Last year I kept saying Dallas will have to trade Micah Parsons.
This is the thing, because it's deeper than rap, as I'm gonna put it. Have we ever witnessed a sports owner go senile on the job in real time? Like, that is what this is giving. It's like he doesn't understand the magnitude of what he's doing.
So there's idiocy and then there's being senile. That's what you claim right here.
I genuinely think like he's losing it up top. There's no way in hell. Who do you consult with? Like, when you go to Steven, because I know him and Stephen Jones, this is one of them decisions where his son probably cussed him out. Imagine the ability, and we all have people that raise us out there. Imagine the ability to get to cuss them out. That's what Stephen Jones should have been able to do tonight. And they're hosting a press conference tonight at, was it 9:30 Central Time? Now, I'm terrible with time zones. I just host radio. I don't worry about other things. We have to play that. We have to get audio of that at some point, whether it's today, tomorrow. This is going to go down as probably one of the dumbest trades in NFL history. But I know there are a lot of Cowboy fans out there that listen in here to the Fan, even though we are a Commander Station, quote unquote, right? We all love the burgundy and gold here. If you were a Cowboys fan, I am begging you, please call me. 1-800-636-1067. Please call me. Because for years, right, we were the laughing stock of the National Football League, on the field, off the field, so on and so forth. Now it's the Cowboys. And I was actually saying it in the car because this is how it happened for me. I saw that Schefter put out that, okay, they're now open to listening to deals. But it's one of them things where it's like, I didn't think that Jerry would actually do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like if a lot of you out there are in a relationship, your loved one makes baseless threats all the time to you. It's just the way it goes in relationships. But you don't actually think that your loved one's going to, go through it with the baseless threat. With Jerry, like, the way, how quickly that this is all soured to me. And I saw that. Ben just pulled it up for us. Michael Irvin, who has been first team all lunatic this offseason for some of the stuff that he said, and he's definitely lost his fastball. I don't know how credible Michael Irvin is, but he's a Super Bowl champion. You know what I'm saying? But damn, he guaranteed this earlier this afternoon that this wouldn't happen, that it wouldn't happen. We're talking about a franchise great. Here's Michael Irvin earlier this afternoon, about an hour and a half, 2 hours for the trade.
Micah Parsons, hey, look, you can report all you want. There's no way they're allowing Michael Parsons to go anywhere. All of it, all of this is part of the negotiations.
Yeah, sure, Mike. It's all part of the negotiations, pal. You got to be kidding me. For just now joining, just getting off of work, you're picking the kiddies up from the after-school program. Dude, the Dallas Cowboys have traded star edge rusher Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for 2 first-round picks in Kenny Clark. And this is what's going to suck about this. Kenny Clark is a fine player. Right? Kenny Clark is a game wrecker at the defensive tackle spot. But he's 30. And his best football clearly is behind him. So now we've got he's going to get dragged through the dirt just naturally because that's the guy that they traded for Micah Parsons. And it's not fair to Kenny Clark because Kenny Clark is a hooper. But damn. All you got was 2 first-round picks? I don't know what I'm more disgusted in. Well, first of all, I'm thrilled, if I'm being honest. That freak show, Micah Parsons, is now out of the division. We'll only have to see him once a year, or once this year, and then once every 4 years from here on out. So I am totally thrilled about that. Cowboys fans, if you're out there, I know you're out there and your skin is crawling right now as you're doing whatever you're doing on this Thursday night. Please call us. 1-800-636-1067. I've never wanted to hear from a Cowboys fan so bad in my life. I am literally scratching and itching to hear from Cowboy fans tonight.
I think from the response I've gotten from my friends that are Cowboys fans, I reached out to some of them.
Yeah.
And, the rationale for them to get over this is say, I don't care. We suck anyway. A direct quote I got from one of my buddies, Cowboys fan, he said, great, we're going from 8 wins to 7.
And that's what's even funnier about this. See, and I mean what I'm saying here. Y'all are a low IQ fan base, talking about the Cowboys. Let's just call a spade, right? Y'all are a low IQ fan base. So, of course, I expect you to react this way. But there are some real Cowboy lifers out there that wear that star loud and proud on their chest, on their hats. They got the flags. They got license plates. You Cowboy fans are nuts. Some of you out there are real ball knowers. Those are who I feel for. Those are the Cowboy fans that I feel for. My brother Jalen Hextall. Brother, I feel for you, man. My brother Kevin Thomas, I feel for you. My aunt and my uncle. My uncle is a diehard Cowboys fan. I have not heard his reaction yet because I've been on the way to work. But holy cannoli. What felt more unbelievable, this or the Luka trade?
I feel like this felt more inevitable given the circumstances of this whole, because I feel like
get where you're coming
the
from
Luka
with that.
trade came out of nowhere.
Right. This was kind of premeditated.
Everyone said, no way, that's got to be fake. How did the Mavericks just trade Luka? Like, people thought this could happen, and it did. It's just surprising that it actually happened.
1-800-636-1067. I want to get to a couple of folks before we take a time out here. Seriously, Cowboy fans, I'm real live begging to hear from you. There's nobody I want to hear from more right now. Alex in Silver Spring to kick us off here. Alex, did you even believe this when it came across your ticker?
Here we go. Let me tell you, my brother. I'm a Commanders fan, diehard Redskins all my life and everything else. I ain't going nowhere. So here's the thing. Hold on. Swagoo and Michael Irvin 2-3 weeks ago, they were like, look, this is what Jerry deserves. For this guy to for real to make this move. Now let me go a little bit more steps up. Can you imagine Stephen A? Man, what's it?
Tomorrow morning,
come on you. Oh,
tomorrow
brother.
morning, Stephen, and they're doing the HBCU tour right now, so they're live on somebody's campus tomorrow. I would pay to be there.
Something. Look, wait. It gets better. It gets even better. Then I was when I seen that, my nephew. I just texted my nephew. I said, look, they were getting offers. Then he texted me seconds later. They just traded him to Green Bay. I was like,
so
what?
your nephew's a Cowboys fan, Alex?
No. Oh, no. We were raised right.
Okay, no, my fault, brother. Hey, look. Hey, my fault, brother. Hey, look. I ain't trying to question how your household running. Okay, you got him steered in the right direction.
Right. So check this out. So then, let's go a little bit farther. Let me take you back to, way back. All right. The Bengals got the quarterback,
Carson
the
Palmer,
2 wide receivers, right?
For sure.
All right, but I'm not gonna compare Burrow with Dak. You already know, but I'm not gonna get there. I'm gonna leave that alone. But you see what I'm saying? And then Hendrickson was out there. Same thing with Micah. But they were able to get Hendrickson in.
But the price for Alex, I appreciate you. The Hendrickson language in the contract, the money is not even comparable, I don't think. Micah is getting $47 million per. Our guy Al Catone types in the chat, my brother-in-law is sick. This is what I want to hear. I want to hear from distraught Cowboy fans. Please, 1-800-636-1067. We'll take our first time out when we come back. We'll start the run through these calls. Plus, I'm going to look at what it means for 2025 and beyond for the Washington Commanders. The best pass rusher, the best non-quarterback in the National Football League, no longer in the NFC East. It is a celebration here on The Fan. Just getting rolling here on this Thursday night edition of Overtime. We're tapped in to the youngest in charge, Noah Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock. Number to call us, 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. Breaking news, if you're just getting off for work, if you're just picking up the kids from football practice, if you're on the way to a high school football game, because I know that kicks off tonight in the area as well, we got big news. The Dallas Cowboys have traded Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for Kenny Clark in a 2026 and 2027 first-round pick. And then Micah Parsons agreeing to a 4-year, $188 million contract with the Packers that includes $120 million fully guaranteed at signing, $136 million in total guarantees, making him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Some numbers here real quick, because I think based off of some conversation that I've had with folks on social media, you all don't understand just how good Micah Parsons is. This is every player to record 10-plus sacks in each of his first 4 seasons. Reggie White, Hall of Famer. Derek Thomas, Hall of Famer. Dwight Freeney, Hall of Famer. Only Micah Parsons and Reggie White hit 12-plus sacks in each of those years. This is a dude that gets 12 sacks in his sleep. Death, taxes, and Micah Parsons getting 12 sacks per, at least. He is, to me, the most dominant defender in the National Football League. And I know what folks are going to say, because you all are biased, because he's a Cowboy, so you don't want to really give him his flowers. Brother is nasty. He is a game wrecker. He keeps coordinators up at night, can rush over all 5 offensive linemen, can check running backs, tight ends. Hell, they run him up the seam with the number 2 slot guy. He's got that type of athleticism. He may arguably be the best athlete in the NFL. He is 260 pounds and moves like a gazelle. I cannot believe. If you're a Cowboys fan out there, I genuinely feel sorry for you. No, I don't. I can't. How can I possibly feel sorry for you? But you pick up what I'm putting down here. This is a trade of epic proportion. Oh, my gosh. Drew and Alexandria, my condolences, brother.
What's going on, my man? I don't need the condolences.
You even sound doom and gloom, brother. Look, go get yourself something nice to eat tonight. Seriously.
Love the show.
Appreciate
Long
you,
time
man.
listener. Love the network. Hey, I don't see that this trade is going to add or subtract any wins.
Hold on, brother.
I think most Cowboy fans are delusional. I consider myself a realist. I think Jerry did good.
Hold on, Drew. You're still mourning. So, you're not giving honesty right now. You're grieving.
I'll mourn tomorrow. Okay. I'll mourn tomorrow. Factually, Dak and Lamb have majority of the cap. Micah would have just destroyed our team. That's just factual. Hall of Famer, I wish the best for him and his family, himself. It'll be nice. We had some good times together, but I don't know that we won games or lost games because of him. I've been to many Cowboy games, and he takes some breaks out there. But when he's in there, yes, he's a game wrecker. I don't know if we're adding or subtracting anything. We won the division most of the times in the last 10 years.
Hey, buddy.
So it's a good team.
Hey, Drew. Are you serious right now?
Listen, man.
Are you serious?
From this Cowboys standpoint, I don't know if we're winning or losing games. It's a competitive division. We got 2 firsts.
Oh, my God.
Now we can finally stop the run.
With Kenny Clark? Him and Oso Digizua are a good pairing.
I think we're going to be able to stop the run. And from a pass running standpoint, man, I think we're going to be okay.
Good luck setting
We're not going to be able to put up Micah's numbers.
Good luck setting the edge. Good luck setting the edge with Dante Fowler.
No, watch.
Micah Parsons is the only good thing about that organization. Nice man. Drew, I'm sorry, brother. That's tough. And I said, I pre-warned you all about guys like Drew. Because it is a low IQ fan base. I will continue to say it.
Did he
till I'm
say
blue in
we?
the face.
Did he say we usually win the division anyway?
Come on.
There's been a different division winner every year the last 20 years.
I mean, come on.
That's crazy.
The saving grace for the Cowboys is that Dakota Rain Prescott is going to be on the field this year. I think he's a pretty good quarterback. But outside, are you kidding? His name was Drew?
Yep.
Drew, brother, I know you're still listening. I'm sorry. This is tough. But I said this earlier, did I not? It's a low IQ fan base, so there are going to be certain members of the fan base that are like Drew. And Drew even claimed to be a high IQ individual. But you let somebody talk long enough, they'll tell you exactly who the hell they are. I mean, good gracious. And I give y'all heard how I played him, right? I actually think I did a hell of a job with that. He's grieving. He's mourning. So I let him roll. He's emotional. I would be, look, let's just say that Washington, we woke up and tomorrow Washington traded Jaden Daniels. How would you react? That is how the Cowboy fans should be reacting right now. This dude is your whole organization. And I get he's a non-quarterback. I totally understand that. But damn. I got Marcus Edelin in the chat says, Uncle Jerry struck again. Dak is a good regular season quarterback, but in the postseason he sucks. There are numbers to back that up. Marcus, we appreciate you hopping in on the chat. We're going to take another time out here. We're going to try to get back on schedule here. Overtime rolling with you until 10 o'clock here on The Fan. You're tapped in to the youngest in Charles and L. Willingham. Get at me, 1-800-636-1067. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. Hey! You know it's a special occasion when I'm coming back from break with something different. If you know the song, sing along. I feel like I just hit the lottery. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We're celebrating good times here on The Fan. Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys strike again, pulling off one of the most stunning trades in recent memory in the National Football League. Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for a 2026 and 2027 first-round pick, and they threw Kenny Clark in there as well. I can't believe what's happening. And then Green Bay wasting no time. 4 years, $188 million for old Micah Parsons, making him the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. There's some details leaking out about just how ugly this thing has gotten. Trying to effort right now to get Jane Slater from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. She has been all over this. She's also a reporter for the NFL Network. This is her tweet from 12 minutes ago. Said, I spoke with Micah Parsons this evening. He says, quote, genuinely gonna miss y'all. He says he and his team went back to the Cowboys about an extension with, quote, empathy when the trade interest was leaked this week. The Cowboys' response, according to Parsons, was this: play on the 5th year or leave. Now, this is the Cowboys side of things. Micah told Jane Slater that the Cowboys basically told Micah, you're not getting a new deal, so either play this year out or you're gone. And they made the decision. I can't believe it. It's stunning. It's stunning. And for some folks out there that don't understand the magnitude of a deal like this, he is, for my money, the best non-quarterback in the National Football League. He has led the NFL in pressures since entering the league. His wins above replacement scores, the highest in the NFL amongst non-quarterbacks, further proving my point. And he's missed 5 games. He's always available. He's missed 5 games since entering the National Football League. He and Reggie White are the only players in NFL history to record at least 12 sacks in the first 4 seasons. This is a generational talent, and I know we throw that phrase around all the time. With Micah, it is real. He is all that and more. I would pay, and I'm broke, but I'd pay serious amounts of money if I had it to be a fly on the wall when Jerry and Steven are talking about this. This is the whole dynamic about Dallas that always geeks me out. This is a father and son going back and forth about football. Y'all go back and forth with y'all peoples about football all the time, but there's no real meaning to it, right? We're all just fans at the end of the day. This is their job. How do you look your son in the face and tell him, well, we're trading him? I want to know, I hope, because it's going to come out. Nothing in Dallas stays under wraps. It is going to come out here in the following days, I already know it, that some big blow-up happened at the Star. There's just no way. I trust Stephen Jones. Their draft track record has been pretty damn good. Stephen Jones, Will Clay, and company there. They draft pretty well. Like, Mozzie Smith was a bust. But outside of that, like, they hit on picks. So they're smart football people. As I said to start the show, and I'm not trying to be facetious when I say this. Y'all know I go by the youngest in charge, and I'm 27 years of age. I haven't seen as much things happen in sports as y'all have. Have y'all ever seen a football executive go senile on the job? Because that is what legitimately is happening to me.
You know what I wonder? So obviously we had Drew, who I guess is drinking the Cowboys Kool-Aid from a sense because...
Well, I don't know what he's drinking. He's probably drinking bourbon.
He says it doesn't mean much, but do you wonder if Cowboys fans look at it this way? they had the whole ordeal where he's laying on the trainer's table, disinterested, like a distraction from the team, and then he's always, on his podcast talking about other teams, Jaden Daniels. How many Cowboys fans do you think are out there right now saying, I didn't even want him here. He's always on that damn podcast talking. I don't give a damn that he's gone. I feel like there's a lot of people out there that are probably thinking something like that.
It goes back to what we've been saying. It's not y'all fault either, Cowboys fans. Y'all are a low IQ fan base. Just call it what it is. It just is what it is. But even for y'all, even for the low IQ Cowboy fans out there, you have to understand the magnitude of this. And if you're an older guy out there, have you ever seen a trade like this in the NFL? Because I can't remember one. 1-800-636-1067. Amir is in Ashburn. One to chime in. What's going on, Amir?
Hey, how are you guys?
How you doing, brother? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm elated. Micah Parsons no longer in the NFC East. We all should be partying.
Yep. So my thoughts are, what do you guys?
Amir, you got to go. He must be a Cowboys fan. Another low IQ individual. JD is in Ashburn. What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
I am elated.
Hey, so I wanted to kind of just talk about the magnitude of the situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, because I agree with you. You said that he's the best defensive player in the NFL. I think it's close between him and Myles Garrett. We got to shout out Myles Garrett.
For sure.
Because he's also special as well. But this has just never happened in the NFL where a 26-year-old in the middle of his prime, this is not – and another thing about the situation I don't think a lot of people are talking about is this wasn't really a negotiation. It was more so just, hey, Jerry Jones offered him one contract, and then now he's all of a sudden just gone like that. It wasn't even a contract dispute, so I don't even know what to call this. It's just a really bizarre situation.
I think it goes back to what Ben was saying. Like, they were never really motivated to get this done for whatever reason. And it's terrible. It's organizational malpractice at its finest. Because think about the pecking order here. How does CeeDee Lamb... I don't give a damn if Micah had 2 years left on this deal. I would have tore it up. He's Micah Parsons. How does CeeDee Lamb get the bag before Micah does?
See, the thing, I think they should have got rid of Dak. I think Dak should have been the first move out of there.
Well, he's not,
obviously, a lot of people have those opinions about him. I think he's actually a good quarterback and kind of underrated. But for the price tag that he's going for, and considering that I think CeeDee Lamb's the top 3-4 receiver in the league, I think Mike is the best defensive player in the league. You have to prioritize those two players before you go for a top 10 to 15 quarterback who's proven he's not going to get you over the hump. He's not going to be the determining factor that gets you to the Super Bowl.
Des Bryant just tweeted out an hour ago. Appreciate the call, JD. Have a good night, brother, man. Des Bryant tweeted out, Arch Manning will have a star on his helmet. No one can tell me different.
This screams to me Jerry Jones trying to throw his weight around and assert what kind of power he wants everyone to know that he has in this negotiation or whatever he thinks is going on. Because he probably hears the noise or people tell him that they overpaid Dak, they overpaid CeeDee or whatever. And you know how Jerry Jones has been about asserting his power over the past couple
He's
years.
got pride.
Which is, it's gotten increasingly worse for him as he's gotten older. You just think about what happened last year on 105.3 The Fan, where he threatened to fire the radio host over asking him questions about not going and getting Derrick Henry. And this seems like a situation where he says, I'm still in charge here. I'm going to do things my way or the highway. And Parsons said, all right, I'm gone.
This is the classic meme, F around and find out. There you go. Micah Parsons, now a member of the Green Bay Packers. If you're just getting off of work, you're just picking the kiddies up from school or aftercare, we got breaking news here on The Fan. Earlier this afternoon, Micah Parsons sent from Dallas to Green Bay in exchange for 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark. As a result of that, Parsons finally getting the money he deserves. 4 years, $188 million, $120 million fully guaranteed at signing, making him the highest non-paid quarterback in National Football League history. I am absolutely stunned. I can't believe what I just read, but it is real. Celebration, though, here on The Fan because Micah Parsons is now out of the NFC East. And that's something to celebrate. But I want to flip the angle of this a little bit as we roll throughout the show. You can call us at 1-800-636-1067. In lieu of Jerry Jones' awful decision to move on from Micah Parsons, what decision in DC sports history has made you go, what? I'll give you mine next here on The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Here on this Thursday night edition of Overtime, you're tapped in to the youngest in Charles and O. Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock. Massive, massive breaking news that we got a little bit earlier. Micah Parsons out of Dallas, now a member of the Green Bay Packers, and he's got a brand new 4-year, $188 million contract to go with it. Won $120 million fully guaranteed at signing. Officially the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the National Football League. And in return, the Cowboys get 2 first-round picks in Pro Bowl defensive tackle Kenny Clark. I just tuned into 105.3 The Fan in Dallas during the break. I mean, people are insufferable. I mean, they're literally crying. There's people probably literally crying on the air right now. I cannot believe this has happened. I think this is probably, of my lifetime, 27-year-old. It's probably the stupidest trade in my 27 years of existence. And I'm trying to spin it and give the Cowboys the benefit of the doubt here. Because one way to look at this is to say, well, at least you're not going to have a large percentage of your cap tied up to just 3 guys, Dak, CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons. But damn, we're talking about the best non-quarterback in the NFL. I think he's clearly the best defensive player in the NFL. And it's a guy that is on a gold jacket pace right now. He is 26 years of age. He is in the midst of his prime. The only guy with 12-plus sacks in his first 4 years in the NFL. Him and Reggie White, one of the greatest defensive players ever. That's the type of player we're talking about here, man. I cannot wrap my head around this, why Dallas would want to do this. But it got me thinking here, and we'll get your reaction on this and then your answer to this question. In lieu of the stupid Micah Parsons deal, what is a move that has been made in DC sports history that made you go, what the hell? What would have you crying and calling into the fan if it happened? What has had you, I guess, crying and calling into the fan when it happened? To me, the worst move that has been made in the history of DC sports in my lifetime wasn't that long ago. And maybe I'm hyperbolizing it, but damn. I know they were able to move off of it, but you almost weren't. Bradley Beal got $250 guaranteed with a no trade clause from Ted Leonsis. And I love Ted. Great guy, always kind and polite whenever, we've crossed paths a few times. But damn, that is the move that I am putting up there as the Micah Parsons type of situation here in the nation's capital.
I've got a Redskin/Commander move, actually.
Okay.
2019, fire Bruce Allen is trending all over the place. The fan base is screaming, crying, pleading for Dan Snyder to rid Bruce Allen from the organization. They gave him a promotion. They promoted Bruce Allen.
Bruce Allen did get a promotion.
Amidst everyone begging for him to be fired, they said, all right, we'll do something about Bruce Allen. We'll promote him.
Dude,
that's actually what happened. I could not believe it when that happened. I was kicking and screaming. I was 15 years old. I was throwing stuff around my house. It was the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen in my life. Bruce Allen got a promotion in 2019.
You know what? Since you've taken me down the commit, Teddy Strongbear on the YouTube chat says Albert Hainsworth. Yeah. The Albert Hainsworth one was bad. But the thing about the Albert Hainsworth deal, you traded, you signed, he was worth the money at the time. Albert was a dog. They just put him in they asked him to do something that he wasn't comfortable with. They brought him here to be a nose tackle. He's been a 3 tech his whole career. I get why Albert was PO'd. But, damn, Micah Parsons out of Dallas at 26 years of age for 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark. And I said this earlier, Kenny Clark is a fine football player, but now he's going to get dragged through the mud because everyone knows he's not Micah Parsons. So I'm talking about our guy Chike Kamara type center. You're talking about overspend or letting someone go. I'm talking about the worst moves in the history of DC sports. That's what this has me thinking of. Bradley Beal getting the $250 guaranteed with the no trade clause is up there for me. You know another one? You know another one that really made no sense and was a desperate move, and suddenly we were saved by Adam Peters and Jaden Daniels. But when Ron Rivera was interviewing for this job, first of all, no one wanted the Washington job because no one wanted to work for Daniel Snyder. Ron Rivera went into the meeting and he's talking to his wife Stephanie in the car, probably, baby, I got an interview with the Commanders. We're going to get back into this thing, and we're going to get to coaching again. And he's probably like, great, Ron, you should go pursue that. That's something that you should do. It's your passion. You love it. Ron goes in the meeting with Dan Snyder, and I can imagine it went something like this. Ron, not only do we want to make you the head coach of the Washington Commanders, we want to give you total autonomy over the organization's decision-making, draft, free agency, etc. Ron probably ran out of the room. Stephanie, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe what Dan Snyder offered me. He offered me the keys. He gave me everything.
Well, you see, the thing is, we'll get to draft Emmanuel Forbes.
Well, the thing about it is,
Emmanuel, I think we're going to have to trade up to get him.
I mean, but here's the thing, too. In the Ron Rivera hiring, I was geeked up about it at the time because that was when we were starving as Washington Commander fans at that point. We were starving.
But we got him fired from Carolina.
That is the crazy part. Darius
we were
Geis,
the team.
Darius Geis
we were
ran
the
a
team
roughshod.
That beat him to get him fired. And we said, dude, right there, that's the guy.
Here's the thing. The Ron Rivera decision to hire him and then give him total autonomy, it's got to be up there. Dude, in his 13-year career as a head coach, he has finished above 500 3 times. He has been a head coach. You want to talk about robbing banks. You want to talk about finessing people. Ron Rivera, this is what happens when you're a nice guy, though. He was a nice guy. 3 times during his 13-year coaching career did he finish with a record above 500. And we gave him complete autonomy over the organization. Ended up with draft picks like Emmanuel Forbes. Come on, Jahan Dotson. So on and so forth. I want to get to the calls here because you all are loaded up here. Let's get to Sunday in D.C. What's going on Sunday?
Hey, Neil, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
All right. I think Micah Parsons got what he got. That's what the market value dictates. And to correct you on one thing, Dexter Manley has both sides.
In his first 4 years?
In the first 4 years of Micah Parsons. So please stop lowballing my man Dexter.
Hold on, I will look it up because I read this. This came from the NFL's official account. Dexter Manley career sacks.
What moves? First 4 years.
First 4 years.
First 4 years.
What moves do you think are comparable here in DC sports history in terms of how egregious this Micah Parsons move was?
When they got rid of Champ Bailey.
The Champ Bailey trade. Someone else said that. So look.
Yeah.
In his first 2 seasons, Dexter had 6 and then 6.5 sacks. He was the defensive player of the year, or had votes, I believe, for defensive player of the year in '83. But no, he did not start off his career with 4 sacks or 12 sacks in each of the first 4. Sunday, we appreciate you as always, though, brother. 1-800-636-1067. I think I want to flip the conversation to this. In light of Micah Parsons being shipped out of Dallas for 2 firsts and Kenny Clark, what is the most egregious move or decision from your vantage point in DC sports history? 1-800-636-1067. Brian is in Greenbelt. Want to chime in? What's going on, Brian?
What up, Linnell? All right, look here, man. Since 1993, we have had to deal with these fake-ass Dallas Cowboy fans that's never been to Dallas that are DMV Cowboy fans because they wasn't here. I was here, dog. They were not present until 1993. You didn't see this. Okay? So we've been dealing with that crap. But the Napoleon of the 90s, Jerry Jones, has had his Waterloo today, dog. He surrendered. He got 2 late firsts and an old-ass D tackle. Look,
For Micah
Dude's gonna be
Parsons,
30 in
Brian?
October.
For Micah Parsons, that's the part where I can't really even get over it. I don't know what's worse, the decision to trade him or the return. It's got to be the return.
The return, and the decision to trade him just seals it that Jerry is done. They're gonna go on a big time losing streak. We're gonna see in 2025 the demise of Jerry Jones and the Cowboys for years to come. And they already started. They've been on a downward spiral. But guess what? And we're on the up. This is a historic moment. They have waved the white flag, right? And now we get to watch their faces crumble. The fans, they haven't accepted it yet. They still got a little hope.
No, did you hear the call earlier? Did you hear the call earlier?
Get him some corn liquor. He needs a drink for sure.
Some corn. Hey, you trying to get his ass toe up? Tell us some.
He needs something strong.
Get some corns there, but appreciate the call as always, man. 1-800-636-1067. I'll go back to the chat here for a second. Our guy, Tony Smith, comes in and says the Chris Webber for Mitch Richmond trade was pretty bad too. So I get it. I'm not old enough to understand the magnitude of that deal. But I tried to ask Grant about that on the way out. He was like, man, I'm too young for that too. It's like, damn. Is that what y'all feel? Talk to me. 1-800-636-1067. Got a bunch of people in the chat active. What? Wow. Cameron, God bless you, brother. Cameron just said, how did we not say this? The Trent Williams joint, that may take the cake. It may be between Trent Williams. It may be between Trent Williams and then the Bradley Beal contract. Like those two, it may be comparable.
Is Trent just based on the return? Because
the return for arguably the great dog, Trent gonna go down as probably the best left tackle ever. Bro.
No, yeah, for sure.
But I think he's got that type of ability.
It's just the return. It's not because he was never going to play for us again, right? He made that pretty clear.
Well, they could have rectified that situation. Money fixes it all. Ron Rivera, another stupid Ron Rivera move was not kissing Trent Williams' ass. He thought Trent had to prove it. You had to prove it. That was the thing. Now you're about to get me going on a Ron Rivera tirade. Think about what Ron Rivera was really preaching. And Cameron, I'm glad you brought it up. Think about what Ron was really preaching. He tried to play tough Tony. With Trent Williams and then let Dwayne Haskins run roughshod pretty much and started him. Maybe that was the owner that came down and did that. God rest Dwayne's soul. Man, Cameron says, God bless you, Linnell. And I'm a 97 guy, so Trent is our best player I saw for you. Me too, brother, man. 100%. 100%. Dog. Oh. We'll go back to the phone. So lines are loaded. If you're getting the busy signal, keep calling us at 1-800. I got to run through some of these. Scott is in Silver Spring. What's up, Scott? Appreciate you holding.
Hey, no problem, Linnell. First of all, God bless Drew and the rest of the Cowboy fans, man. Hey, you gotta love them, man. They're so delusional, man. It's funny to listen to. They can put a good spin on anything, man. And God, I can say this peacefully now, since Daniel Snyder's no longer our owner. Long live Jerry Jones, man. Long live that dude, man. I just can't wait to see him. He's gonna be on the sideline with a headset on soon. You watch. He's headed in that direction, man. But as far as bad moves, the Nationals have made so many. I can't even comment on. But the Trent Williams is one I wanted. I mean, Hainsworth, Adam Archuleta. It goes Ron Rivera. Oh my God, yeah.
No, the Ron Rivera joint is crazy because I almost want to run back what I said. They gave him full autonomy. Oh, Jim Zorn.
Jim Zorn. That's you know how that happened. They hired him as the offensive coordinator before they hired a head coach.
I know. I remember. That's when I was first getting hip to what was going on. But
how do you hire a coordinator before the head coach and say, "Hey, this is going to be your coordinator"? What?
Yeah.
I know. It goes on and on. But man, Micah going to Green Bay is similar to Reggie White going to Green Bay, man. And thank God he's not in our division. But I knew he would never end up here.
Oh man,
I love it.
if we would have went on the air and that trade hadn't happened, I would have said something that would have made a lot of y'all upset. There was nobody outside of Jayden Daniels that I wouldn't have gave up for him.
Oh,
nobody.
I honestly thought when the Terry stuff was going on, and after they got the dude from Pittsburgh, I knew it wasn't going to happen. Pinkins, yeah, I said, man, maybe Terry and a couple first rounders from Micah. That might be, something. But yeah, whatever. I'm happy to have Terry. I'm happy he's not in the NFC East anymore. And I'm happy that Jerry Jones is alive and kicking, man.
Long live Double J. 1-800-636-1067. When we come back, we'll take more of your calls. Plus, we'll look at another angle of this. In lieu of him getting dealt, Micah Parsons traded from Dallas to Green Bay for 2 firsts and Kenny Clark. In honor of that, what is your vote for the worst decision in DC sports history? We'll run through your calls on that next. This is The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_PTP. Somebody just typed in the chat, this Linnell break graphic kills me. And that was actually from the fans account. So who do you think typed that? Or was it you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, man. Call us at 1-800-636-1067. Look, I honestly can't believe that this is happening. Micah Parsons, now a member of the Green Bay Packers. He was traded from Dallas earlier this afternoon around 5 o'clock Eastern time. 4 years, $188 million contract levied out by the Packers for their new all-pro pass rusher. $120 million guaranteed fully at signing, highest non-paid quarterback in NFL history. The return for the Dallas Cowboys. 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark. I don't know if we're ready to move on yet and flip the angle of this because I told you that there's so much to break down with this. What is worse? The trade and the return. Let me backtrack here for a second. What is worse? The idea of trading Micah Parsons or the return that they got back? Take your calls on that at 1-800-636-1067. Also want to take calls on this. We're going to continue this as we roll into the 8 o'clock hour. In lieu of this stupid trade, because I feel like Jerry Jones, and I'm not trying to play around with people that are actually going to see now. That's nothing to joke about. Like dementia, ain't nobody playing about nothing like that. Have we ever seen a sports owner, though, a sports executive, genuinely go senile on the job? It was me. That's crazy. But no, like that to me is what's happening here. Him and Reggie White, the only guys in NFL history to begin their career, the first 4 seasons, with 12-plus sacks. And you dealt him in his prime. And you got 2 first-round picks back. In lieu of that, what is the worst decision from your vantage point in DC sports history? 1-800-636-1067. Athen is in Annapolis wanting to chime in. What's up, Athen?
All right, so 2 things. One, the worst decision I've seen made, well, at least in the last 10 years, was the way the Kirk Cousins situation was handled.
Oh,
you knew
that's a good one.
You knew he wasn't coming back. They could have traded him to San Francisco per Jay Gruden for multiple first-round picks, and because it was the Shanahans, they wouldn't do it, and they ended up getting a compensatory third-round pick. You talk about malpractice and every other name to go with it. That was bad. Now, the other thing I'll say is, you know, this kind of reminds me of Al Davis, the way he ran the Raiders into the ground the last 10 years or whatever he was alive. Because here's the thing, the Raiders haven't been relevant in over 20 years. You think we were a dumpster fire. They haven't won their division, Linnell, in over 20 years. So his son has taken over since and ran him into the ground. But this reminds me because Jerry and Al Davis had their footprints all over all this history with the NFL and doing all these great things. And Al Davis ran the Raiders into the ground with firing coaches left and right and doing stupid things with players. And this is the same thing Jerry Jones is doing. Telling a guy like Micah Parsons, who comes back to you with an olive branch and says to you, hey, listen, let's work it out. You know, you're basically saying I don't want to leave. And they tell him to stick it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy watching the Cowboys go down in flames this year. You talk about dumb of the day. That needs to be on the Chris Russell show tomorrow.
And you know what's crazy, Athen? I knew you'd find a way to mention the varsity. But
of course.
you know what is crazier, or the craziest thing about all this to me is the fact that this is a guy at the premium position in the NFL outside of quarterback. Think about what these past, like, it's not like he was asking for something ridiculous. Green Bay gave him 47. Jerry and company were only willing to go to 40. They're cash strapped in Dallas. That's the other part about all of this. They're poor. That's the only explanation, is that the Cowboys are poor.
Linnell, the Micah Parsons is a game wrecker. That's the guy you need to go against Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar or whoever you're playing. Exactly.
It's crazy.
Exactly. So Dallas is going down in flames, and I'm going to enjoy this and toast a beer to it. And I'll have some Kool-Aid just for you, my friend.
Well, there we go. Appreciate you, as always, man. 1-800-636-1067. 1067. Josh has been waiting the longest from Springfield. Josh, what's going on, man? Appreciate you holding. What are you thinking, man? Because clearly, if you've been listening, brother, I'm on one. I'm celebrating. Look, I hope you eat something good tonight. What do you think, man?
Yeah, me too. Trading with Micah, James doesn't have to run away from the best defensive player anymore. They'd be more happy than that.
So what do you think is, in lieu of this, the worst decision in DC sports history?
I'm pretty young, so from my recollection, I think it got to be the Trent Williams trade. Trading away the best left tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, telling the best left tackle in NFL history to prove himself, you got to be crazy to do that. Hello?
Yeah. What'd you say?
Sorry, yeah. But I might be more concerned about the future. Seeing the way that Josh Harris operates, letting guys like Jimmy Butler go, seeing how long the Terry McLaurin trade took. That's got to be concerned. What's going to happen when Jaden wants a new contract? You think it's going to take forever? Because he's going to want a boatload more than $96 million.
We're gonna take a quick time out. When we come back, Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones speaking live from Dallas. We'll have that next here on The Fan. Jerry Jones is talking right now. We're going to play some of this coming up top of the 8 o'clock hour. I literally, dog, I said it. How many times have I said this throughout the broadcast? Right? I think Jerry is going senile on the job. Wait till y'all hear this presser. We're rolling on it. We're going to play it coming up top of the 8 o'clock hour because I want to get the rest of your calls in.
So you and I started listening to it 5 or 6 minutes ago. There has not been a single question asked to him. He has just been straight talking for 6 minutes. No one's asked him a single question. He just keeps going. I can't believe
he's
it.
Talking about run defense. Like, and he keeps calling him. Thank you, bro. Put that coffee down. Just tweeted at me and says he keeps calling him Michael. That's the craziest part about it. He keeps calling him Michael. Like, stop it, Jerry. I think he's drunk. I know that's a crazy accusation to make. I think he's drunk. And looking at Stephen Jones, if you're watching on the chat, this has been Stephen Jones the entire time. Just watching his father put his foot in his mouth. I cannot believe that this is happening. Nolan Guy in the chat says, Jerry stays drunk. If y'all in the chat, man, turn it on your TV on NFL Network. We're going to play it coming up at 8 o'clock. But this is crazy, young. What do you think Jerry's off of right now? This sounds like Espelon. This sounds like some Reposado to me. Is it dark? It sounds like some Reposado. Because you know how you get that Reposado confidence. This is amazing to me. This is amazing to me, dog.
He's got to be off of perk right now.
I mean, this is crazy.
He's off Percocet.
He has to be. And look at his son, bro. The fact that Steven is just sitting there like, what do you want me to do?
So this is a field day for a ton of America, if you think about it, because nobody is neutral on the Cowboys. People either love them or hate them. So there are people that are distraught right now, and then there's the other 50% that are celebrating like crazy right now because this is a downright disaster in Dallas.
Alex Gomez in the chat said his son looks confused. No. His son looked like he want to whoop his ass. Seriously. I just can't believe this, man. You know what Jerry said? Those draft picks could get us top Pro Bowl players. They're going to be the 28th and 29th pick. Good luck, pal. Some of the quotes are coming out right now from Mike Garafolo. So here we go. Jones has only been asked one question so far. I can't believe this. I think he's drunk. I think he's drunk. And I'm telling you what I think he's sipping. It sounds like Luna Zoo. If you know about Luna Zoo, you know about Luna Zoo. This sounds like some sort of reposado. I don't know what alcoholic beverage I want to claim him with, but holy hell. Let's go to Marcus in La Plata. What's chiming? What's up, Marcus?
Yo, what's good? What's good, Linnell, man? I'm relishing this. I'm loving this. This is such a great day. Long live Jerry Jones.
This presser is golden, bro.
Indeed. I would have to go back to the mid-'90s with regard to ridiculous Washington franchise moves. I don't believe anybody has mentioned at the time they were the Bullets trading Chris Webber to the Sacramento Kings for Mitch Richmond and Otis Thorpe.
Yeah, so someone typed that in the chat earlier. How old are you, Marcus? Because you're probably somebody that was. How old were you when that happened? I guess.
Gosh, man, I was in. Sheesh, I was in my mid-20s, early to mid-20s.
So you knew what was going on.
I knew what was going on, but still,
is that worse than? So that's. I wanted someone's answer who was older, and it hits different because you've seen more than I've seen. I didn't, and then y'all know I'm a diehard Wizards fan. I love the Wizards almost as much as I love the Commanders. I still, as a 27-year-old, probably don't understand the depth of that trade. So the fact that a couple of people have said that, it really is making me scratch my head like, damn. And I know how good Chris Webber was, obviously.
Absolutely. And over the hill, Otis Thorpe and Mitch Richmond. Mitch Richmond was a solid, serviceable player in in Sacramento who was never going to, I guess, come out of the West and be, that guy. But to trade Chris Webber, and then we backed up the Brinks truck for Juwan Howard, who was serviceable, but who was never better than Chris.
Teddy Strongbear in the chat says, yes, that Bullets team was stacked with talent at the time and a playoff caliber team. I know that hurts for Wizards fans because we've been god-awful throughout my entire lifetime. And when you talk about – I don't know if this was a real poll, but I saw a post on Instagram the other day, Marcus, that the Wizards are the worst sports organization in the U.S. right now. That's what someone called the Wizards.
So when you look back at that 95-96 team, that 95-96 team had not only Chris Webber, but Juwan Howard, but also Rasheed Wallace. We also have Rasheed Wallace on that squad. We traded Rasheed to Portland. I believe we got Rod Strickland and maybe Tracy Murray or somebody. But we had Rasheed Wallace, Chris Webber,
is it comparable to
and
this
Juwan Howard.
Is it comparable to this Micah deal?
I don't believe we ever recovered from that.
Yeah.
I mean, to have all of those front court studs on our squad, to have all that young talent and not know what to do with it.
That's tough. Man. Marcus, I appreciate you as always. We're up against the clock. 1-800-636-1067. When we come back, we will let you hear from Jerry Jones, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. He is speaking right now on NFL Network, as well as Stephen Jones, the COO and co-owner. He also makes big-time decisions there in Dallas, the son of Jerry Jones. He has called him Michael Parsons 8 or 9 times throughout this presser.
Jerry's definitely said words. He said some words. I'll give him that.
He said words. He hadn't said much. We'll let you hear from the owner of the Cowboys next. Top of the 8 o'clock hour here in our nation's capital. You're tapped in to a Thursday night edition of Overtime with the youngest in Charles and L. Willingham. We'll take you up to 10 o'clock. Taking your calls at 1-800-636-1067. Right now, Jerry Jones is talking live in Dallas at the Star. Stephen Jones to his right. And this has just been, I can't believe what I'm listening to. I'm listening to it during the breaks. We want to continue to take your calls on this at 1-800-636-1067. If you're just now joining us, a massive trade came about 3 hours ago, 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys deciding to part ways with star pass rusher Micah Parsons, sending him to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for 2 first-round picks and Pro Bowl defensive tackle Kenny Clark. I am calling it, as a 27-year-old, probably the stupidest NFL trade of my lifetime. I'm willing to go that far with this. This is a generational pass rusher, and we throw the word generational around all the time in pro sports. It's actually sickening. But Micah Parsons at 26 years of age, we've given you the numbers all throughout the show. Him and Reggie White, the only players in the history of the NFL to have at least 12 sacks in each of their first 4 seasons in the NFL. This is a 26-year-old pass rusher in his prime, and you have shipped him to the Packers, and you only got back 2 first-round picks. That's the thing that I can't get over here. The return is stupid. Jerry Jones is on NFL Network sounding stupid, and he keeps calling the man Michael. It is so ignorant and disrespectful that he's calling him Michael. It's almost like Bruce Allen style when he kept calling Kurt Cousins. This is what it reminds me of. I can't believe what we're watching, though, man. We're going to roll some of this press conference for you as we roll throughout the show here tonight, because I want to let you all hear from him. It is the stupidest thing that I've ever heard in my life. He is trying to justify the decision to trade Micah by saying, well, it's going to improve our run defense. He keeps talking about run defense. Why the hell does he keep talking about run defense, bro? Like, I literally cannot make this up. Jerry Jones keeps talking about the future in run defense and acquiring picks. First of all, the Packers have drafted in the 20s in the first round in 5 of the last 6 years. 5 of the last 6 years, the Packers' first-round pick has been in the 20s. So to only get 2 first-round picks, first of all, is just stupid. But then your run defense has gotten worse. Teams were running on you up the middle because they couldn't run at Micah because he sets a hard edge. Now they're going to be able to run on the inside and on the outside against you. Maybe you do get a little better with your interior run defense because of Kenny Clark. I'm not trying to slight Kenny Clark. Shawty can play. Straight up. But does this really make you better defensively? I don't think so. One other thing that Jerry Jones also said during this presser, don't sleep on the fact that those 2 first-round picks can be used now. Those picks can be used now, he's saying, to go acquire more talent. Come on here. Let's be real, guys. I have no clue. I have no clue what's going on in Dallas. If you are a Cowboys fan out there, we heard from one of y'all tonight, and I get it. I wouldn't call in here either because I'm going to be on your ass. Seriously. This is tough. This is tough. We're also taking your calls on this. In lieu of this Micah trade, from your vantage point, what is the worst decision? Trade, release, acquisition? From your vantage point, the worst decision in DC sports history. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Michael in Vienna, who's been holding the line.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate you waiting for us, Michael. What's going on, man?
No problem. This has been a fun night. I got to tell you, man. And I can go. Can I give you 2? I'm going to go one that you won't even know the name of, and that is the Washington Senators trading Joe Coleman and Ken McMullen for Denny McLain and Aurelio Rodriguez. Now, Denny McLain is one name you might hear because he was the last pitcher to win 30 games, but he was also the only pitcher and the last pitcher to lose 30 games a season.
Jeez.
And he lost those 30 with, yes, our Washington Senators.
That's tough.
Well,
that's tough.
The second one, and I don't think you've mentioned this one yet, is a decision that set back a franchise for half a decade so far, and that is the contract extension on Steven Strasburg.
Wow, that's a good one. Paying for damaged goods. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and not even that. It's like they said, if they wanted to say, hey, thank you for the World Series run, then give the dude a $10 million bonus. Give him a $20 million bonus. Say thank you.
Yeah.
You don't sign. He was a thoroughbred. He wasn't a mutter. He wasn't going to get down and muck it up. He wasn't Jordan Zimmerman.
Yeah.
He was a thoroughbred. If it got a little sticky, a little heat, he broke down. And that contract has hamstrung them. That contract led to them trading away all their talent.
Yep.
Because the money that was tied up between that and Corbin. And so it led to the demise of that team, one of the fastest demises you've ever seen of a World Series team.
And look, I want to give them more credit than that, Michael, because I think you're bringing up a good point. Not only were they a World Series team, but outside of the Dodgers, I mean, we ran the 2010s, it felt like.
Yeah.
That's
right.
Yeah, it's tough, man. I appreciate the call as always, man. Hope you have a good rest
All
of your
right,
night, man. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. We're going to let you hear from Jerry Jones a little bit later on in this 8 o'clock hour. I want to let the presser finish. We're rolling on it, and we'll play you some of the best of it. But, this is like gold for me. Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. The quote right now that's up on the TV on NFL Network, it says, it was in the best interest for our organization to trade Micah Parsons. I cannot believe it. I can't believe it. I wanted him here. I would have given up anything not named Jayden Daniels to get Micah Parsons to D.C. And I know there were people tweeting at me earlier saying all types of snarky stuff. So this is a quote from Adam Schefter from Jerry Jones on this during this presser. The quote from Jerry says, "This gives us a chance to be a better team than we've been in recent years." You can't make this up. This is a real human that's getting paid to do the job. Well, he owns the team, so I guess nobody's paying him. But you get what I'm saying. Do you think this is like all a part of is this like a marketing ploy for Jerry? Because he told y'all, what was this, a couple weeks ago, that winning the headline is important to him. The Netflix documentary on the Dallas Cowboys has come out, and now you trade Micah. So, they're ruling the sports world right now. But this is crazy. Micah Parsons, and I keep saying it, he's the best non-quarterback in football. If you want to call in with your answer on that as well, we'll take your calls too. Lines are full, so if you're getting the busy signal, continue to try us. Let's go to Kevin, who wants to chime in. What's up, Kevin?
What's up, Linnell?
I can't believe this is happening.
I am a lifelong Packers fan. I'm a shareholder.
Okay.
I am on the waiting list for season tickets. And let's go. You know what? Jerry Jones, you worry about stopping the run, brother. You know what? You guys, stop the run.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Let's go. This is a day. The Packers just got a new president of operations at the beginning of July. Mark Murphy had to retire because of his age. Ed Policy came in. Our GM, Brian Gutekunst, is cooking.
And think about the way people were talking about Gutekunst with the Devontae Adams stuff and the Rodgers stuff.
Oh, dude.
Now you guys got to love him. He is cooking right now. You're damn right. And they keep drafting
Matthew Golden in the first round. Now we got Micah Parsons. Let's go, boys.
Dude, look at some of the picks here recently, man, of the Green Bay Packers. If we're going to go back a little while. Jordan Morgan last year, loved him. They drafted two good tight ends in Tucker Kraft and Luke Musgrave on defense. Edric Cooper. I mean, they got dudes, man.
Absolutely. And we already have Rashawn Gary and Luke Van Ness on the edge.
Come on.
Kenny Colleckett's great, but you know what? You worry about it, Dallas. You stop the run. Let me know how that goes for you.
I can't believe it, man. Y'all defensive coordinator, who I love, is going to be in heaven. Think about all the. This is the thing about Micah, Kevin, and why I think he is the best defensive player. People say Myles Garrett. You're not dropping Myles Garrett into coverage and asking him to run up the middle hash in Tampa 2 against slot wideouts. Micah is really a do-it-all dude. So, congratulations,
Dude,
Kevin.
I'm living life. I mean, it's literally like Reggie White 2.0. Like, let's go. Let's
awesome.
go. Let's do it.
Appreciate you as always, man. 1-800-636-1067. Saeed is in Upper Marlboro. Wants to chime in. Saeed, what's going on, man?
Well, no. This is you can't write this.
No,
you can't write this. Like, you can't write this. Like the crazy thing to me is, did he really say in the press conference that he's thinking about drafting Cooper Flagg? Did I hear that right?
Right. Look.
Did I hear that? Did I hear that right?
That's a good one. Yeah.
Like, did he just say, I'm trading in my new iPhone because I think it gives us opportunity to write more letters?
Yeah.
Did he just say that?
Pretty much, right?
Like, this guy is just crazy. I think he watched his documentary, and he saw the trade about Herschel Walker, and people are like, "Man, that was kind of smart." And I think, he probably looks a little bit like Michael, and then just went through and went with the trade. This guy is crazy. But just to chime in on worst decisions, for me, they're all I gotta say is Vinny Serrato.
Yeah,
Vinny Serrato, by the way, was fired by Marty Schottenheimer. And Daniel Snyder said, I don't argue with a legend. And then proceeded to fire the legend and rehire Vinny Serrato, who rolled out the red carpet for, you guessed it, Albert Hainsworth.
Yep.
That's all I got to say. Mic drop.
Yeah, appreciate the call as always, Saeed. Enjoy the rest of your night, brother. 1-800-636-1067. We're going to take another timeout, get us back on schedule here. When we come back, we'll continue to take your calls. Micah Parsons dealt out of Dallas to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for 2 first-round picks and Pro Bowl pass rusher, Pro Bowl defensive tackle, Kenny Clark. In lieu of that, what is your worst decision in DC sports history? That's next here on The Fan. Man, I don't know how we got to start rolling on this Jerry thing. We got to start playing it for you all. I can't believe what he is up there saying. He said it was actually pretty clever on our part. Look, Zin's World Times, IL pass up. Yeah, come on, man. He is on one. This sounds like Perk 30s. Like, this is crazy. I can't believe what we are getting here. We're gonna wait a little bit. We're gonna run through some more of these calls before we give you all the gold that is Jerry Jones, because there are certain parts in this that, like, this is a Emmy Award-winning presser, is the way that I would describe it. Stream. This is a Emmy Award-winning presser to me. This is a Emmy Award-winning presser. It's the best way that I can put it. So, there's a quote from Jerry Jones on whether he'll continue to negotiate with players over an agent. I don't think that there's any question. Once you are together, I've had hundreds of times and instances, literally hundreds over the last 35 years, where the kinds of relationships I have with the players and the things we do, and that goes both ways. That's a natural thing to happen when you work together. Says agents aren't often to be found 10 years later, but the team and the player relationship changes. So this is the thing. This is the thing with this. Jerry and Micah were negotiating without David Mulugheta, who has become the most powerful agent in the National Football League. They were only trying to give Micah $40 million per. He goes to Green Bay and gets $47 per. So over the course of 4 years, that's $28 million more. Good on Micah, good on Mulugheta. That doesn't happen, though, if that deal and Micah only getting 40, that doesn't happen if Mulugheta is involved in these negotiations. Like, that's the big picture point to me here, too. And my whole thing is like, and this is a quote, wow. This last quote is crazy, Ben. Jerry Jones on whether or not he felt Micah Parsons truly didn't want to be a Cowboy anymore. I didn't give that any thought, quote. I never felt it. This is incredible. I am totally flabbergasted here as to, yeah. 1-800-636-1067. How we were spitting this to give it a local tie, because I know what some folks are out there saying, why are they talking about the Cowboys so much? This is the biggest story in the world of sports right now. We just had the best non-quarterback in the sport get traded for 2 firsts in Kenny Clark. Yuck. 26 years of age. In lieu of this trade, though, the worst decision that you can remember in DC sports history. 1-800-636-1067. Steve is in New York. Wanting to chime in. What's up, Steve?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I am elated. I'm hysterical. This is crazy. Like, Jerry Jones is going senile on the job, and I think it's fascinating.
I'm calling to nominate my roommate, Ralph Friedgen, who should have received a contract extension by the University of Maryland following being voted ACC Coach of the Year.
Yeah. I think that's a good one. Fridge, look, he brought stability to this program here at Maryland, and they haven't had it since.
Look at the record since they didn't rehire him.
Yeah. Honestly.
Look who they replaced him with.
Edsall,
right?
Yeah, Randy Edsall, I think, was the immediate replacement, right?
My
That's
God.
right.
He was one of the worst coaches I've ever seen.
Couldn't recruit, couldn't coach. That's the thing about being a college football coach. If you can't recruit and you can't coach, at least Locks can recruit, because he can't coach worth a damn, but he can recruit. Yeah, I feel you, Steve. That's a good one, brother. No one said that one all night. 1-800-636-1067. Anthony is in D.C. Anthony, what you got for us?
Hey, what's up, Emil? Thanks for taking my call, my man. Long time listener, long time caller.
For sure, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, you already know. Hey, I'm happy you ain't got to play Micah twice a year. But listen, as far as Jerry is concerned, everybody calling him crazy, saying he's see now. Man, Jerry know exactly what he doing and know what's going on. He didn't trade Micah. he got rid of Micah.
Anthony, you a Cowboys fan? You a Cowboys fan?
Man, I would drive this car off the bridge right now if you say that to me again, Linnell. What are you talking about?
Because you sound like a Cowboys fan for a second. I'm just making sure, brother. That's it. I'm
I'm just talking about.
Look, I'm just checking temp, brother. I'm just checking your temperature, man.
Hey, all right, I got you. But Jerry, like you said, he had a verbal agreement with Micah, and Micah went back to the agent, just like you said. All of that's true. Jerry said it. It was reported.
Yep.
But the thing is, like, Jerry felt disrespected, and Jerry felt like, oh, he not a man of his word. He said he gonna do it for this number, and now the agent is involved,
and the number went up.
So, yeah, but at the same time, Jerry, I mean, he's rich. He's a billionaire. So I hate to make it about race, and I don't want to bring that to the fan because I know we only be talking football. We don't be bringing politics.
If you're gonna try to pull that card, I get where you're maybe going with it, but we won't do it here. I appreciate the call, though. 1-800-636-1067. I'm honestly feel like I wish I could text CK right now. I honestly wish I can't even believe that the presser is happening like this, dog. He's talking about run defense as to why he's really up there trying to justify it, saying that the run defense got better. And we're going to play you some clips of this because I'm trying to figure out how I can get this all to you, because this is just literally right now. If you have a smartphone and you're got the X app, type in your search bar Jerry Jones. You know what this feels like? You know what's like are you hip, Ben, to what's going viral right now on TikTok? The sound. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. You can get 50 pounds per person. That is what this feels like. Wow. That should be the backdrop of this press conference, man. I cannot believe that this is really happening. And he keeps, since what I know, he keeps calling him Michael.
Look at you with your brain rot knowledge.
I know, right? Look at that. But this is how this feels.
In a 2-week span, Linnell, we got Brian Dable saying 6'7", and then we got Jerry Jones, Jet 2 holiday, pretty much. This should be the background music.
Happening in real time. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. I'm getting ready to DM you something, Ben. Have I not DM'd you something in that long? It feels like I couldn't find your name. There we go. It's a 2-minute bite. We'll let you hear a majority of it because this is that good. You never want to play audio that long on a radio program, but this is golden. Let's get to where we going here. Lou is in D.C. He's been on hold the longest. What's up, Lou?
Hey, bro.
What's going on, man?
I ain't know, man. I need to check on you because I feel like you losing your mind over some Jerry Jones shit. That used to be us, so we should be happy.
That was crazy. Glad we were able to dump that. Thank you, Ben. Let's go to Jason and Laurel. What's up, Jason?
Linnell, what's up, my man?
I am elated. I honestly can't believe what I'm reading, what I'm watching in between breaks. Like, this is the craziest thing that I've ever seen in my life. I'm being real.
So I agree with you. It's crazy, but I'm not elated. I got to be honest with you. I want you to start taking picking some butt over this. How come we were not the ones that took advantage of Jerry?
So this is a quote. There's a quote.
Our coach didn't get Micah.
Hold on. There's a quote in this presser. Jerry said he thought hard about trading within the conference inside of the division. He said there was no chance that would have happened. So that was from Jerry himself. So I feel you. Look, that was the first thing I was thinking, Jason. 2 first-round picks? Come on.
I give him 3.
I would give him 4.
Let's call Green Bay and see if Green Bay will do for 3.
Right.
Because I don't want to play Micah on a short week.
Yeah, I know. This is crazy, man. I honestly can't believe. What is worse? The presser, the return that they got for Michael, or the decision to trade him in the first damn place? I don't know what's worse. This is the worst press conference that's ever been conducted. Jason, while we got you, your vote for the worst decision in DC sports?
The gentleman of one or two calls before me said Frigian. I think that's a great one. I'm going to butcher his name, but one of the biggest ones I think, and again, I'm sorry I don't have his name right in the front of my mind, is when we did that nonsense with one of the Fab Five guys we hear. He went to Miami, but we brought him back, and I think that was a charade because that guy stole money from us. Juwan Howard, that's who it was.
Talking about Juwan Howard. Okay.
Yeah. To me, that was that. But Linnell, as always, love the show. Great to talk to you, man.
Yes, indeed, brother. I appreciate it.
I can't believe he's gone.
Can't believe he's gone. Dude. I thought you're good though, Jason, because if those of you that are just now joining us, Jerry Jones did say in this presser that he would not have traded him within the division. So for all of us Commander fans that are like, well, what could we have given up? There was nothing we could have done. But if he was willing to take 2, I would have given him 5 first. I swear to God, I would have. I would have given him 5 first for him. He's that type of player, people. I hope that's not getting lost with this. I honestly can't believe it. This presser is must-see TV. Ben, on the other side of the break, we're actually going to play some of the Jerry Jones audio because I need you all to hear it. And if you're in your car, I need you to pull over because you may crash. This is crazy what we're hearing. Micah Parsons, now a member of the Packers, sent to Green Bay in exchange for 2 first-round picks and Pro Bowl defensive tackle Kenny Clark. He also receives a 4-year, $188 million deal, $120 million guaranteed to signing the highest non-quarterback contract in the National Football League. So this is a big-time deal. Jerry and company weren't willing to pay the money. Some of the quotes coming out of this thing are ridiculous. If you're just now joining us, he talked about stopping the run as one of the big reasons why he wanted to make this deal. I don't know, though. Todd McShay giving some interesting thoughts here. He said, keep this in mind. The 2027 quarterback draft class is shaping up to be epic. Quarterbacks aside, there's Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Williams, Cam Coleman, and other projected to break out. The kid Wingo, you got Colin Simmons coming out, Dylan Stewart. This was actually a smart long-term move for the Cowboys organization. What the hell are they paying Todd McShay? I don't give a damn about what's coming up in the draft. None of those guys are a sure thing. Micah Parsons is a once-in-a-blue-moon type of cat. You don't hit on a guy like Micah. The return on the investment in terms of the draft pick, it's 12 sacks. Death, taxes, and Micah Parsons getting 12 sacks yearly. It's hard for me, and I get what McShay was trying to do. He's trying to spin it to look positive for Dallas, but it's just hard for me to do that, man. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Greg is in La Plata. Greg, what's up, man? What do you think about this Micah Parsons deal, and then what is the worst move in DC sports history from your vantage point?
What's up, Linnell? Glad to see him leave the division. Absolutely.
Me too, first and foremost.
Yeah, the worst Washington tragedy. How about when we had Chris Webber and let him go over a little marijuana charge?
Wow. Is that what it was over? Wow.
That's what it was.
Over some pot?
I mean, this was a long time ago. It was a different
it was a different era. Okay.
Damn. Yeah, we could have been something.
You're like the 3rd or 4th person that's called in and said that. I feel like that's the answer that's gotten. And for me, as a 27-year-old, that whole situation is like kind of foreign to me. But I'm going to have to go dig into that, man. First of all, YouTube is amazing, Greg. If you want to relive history, I always go on YouTube to figure out things like this. I'm doing that tonight. I'll make that my homework to understand how seismic of a deal the Chris Webber thing was. But, Greg, if you're at home, brother, turn on NFL Network. Oh, it just ended. It just ended. So we can stop rolling on it, Ben. Did you? Or you already did. We appreciate you as always, Greg. 1-800-636-1067. When we come back, I'm letting you hear from Jerry Jones. We're letting the cat out of the bag. Warning. The views of Jerry Jones do not express those, the views expressed by Jerry Jones do not reflect the opinions of 106.7 The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You tweet at me as well. It's at NELL_BTP. You're tapped into the youngest in Charles and Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock here on this Thursday night edition of Overtime. No, this is not 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, but we are all over the Micah Parsons news from earlier this afternoon. For just getting off of work, just getting in your car, haven't checked your smartphone recently, Micah Parsons out of Dallas to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for 2 first-round picks and Pro Bowl defensive tackle Kenny Clark. Micah receives a 4-year, $188 million extension, $120 million guaranteed at signing, making him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. So Micah wins. He gets the deal. Some details are starting to come out about why this negotiation went sour. This is from our guy, Sean Sharif of 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. He is all over it. I've been efforting to try to get him on the program here. They are super busy up there, obviously. You can check them out weekdays 6 to 10. But Jerry said in this presser that Micah's side wanted to start the negotiations where Jerry stopped, meaning Jerry offered $40 million per. That was what was on the table for Micah. Offered $40 million per. He's getting $47 per from Green Bay. Micah Parsons wanted a 4-year deal. Jerry Jones offered a 5-year deal. So everything, you understand why the deal didn't get done, right? They were really, really far apart in this thing. That's why Micah was so frustrated. And the thing that, wow. Stephen Jones looks sick to his stomach during this thing too, man. But, it's tough, man. It's tough because being real here, and I know I've dunked on the Cowboys all night, I'm trying to really make sense of it from their angle because Cowboy fans out there have to deal with this. This is their reality. And Jerry Jones, I'm trying to give him credit or the benefit of the doubt because I've made the jokes about I think he's going senile on the job. I meant that. But from Dallas's perspective, you do get 2 first-round picks. I can't. I'm going to stop. I'm trying to justify it. I can't. If you're a Cowboys fan out there, we want to hear from you. 1-800-636-1067. For my D.C. audience, same question that we've had all night here. In lieu of this Micah Parsons deal, what is the worst move to you in D.C. sports history? Here's the one that's been brought up the most. Chris Webber and him getting traded for Mitch Richmond. And the last caller that we had, I think, said it was over weed. Think about what the Wizards have been and how much of a dumpster fire we've been. And Chris Webber was arguably, if Chris Webber would have stayed a Wizard for the entirety of his career, he would be the best Wizard of the 2000s. Not even close. Not even close. So if you're a Wizards fan out there that's distraught about that, I get it. For the folks in the youngest in charge movement, right? I'm talking about my folks from 18 to 30. The Kirk Cousins joint is crazy. When you think about what Washington could have gotten back. And Jay Gruden's come on these airwaves multiple times and said, we could have gotten back multiple first-round picks in exchange for Kirk Cousins. And instead, he walks and you got nothing. That is up there to me with the worst move in D.C. sports history because of the magnitude of the quarterback position.
There's a move that happened in Nationals history that it worked out in the long run because they won a World Series and this player was an integral part of it, in Adam Eaton. When they traded for Adam Eaton, they traded away Lucas Giolito, who was one of the top pitching prospects in baseball, and then he ended up becoming one of the better pitchers in baseball at one point. He's since fallen off. I know he's struggled with injury. But that deal, they got Adam Eaton back, and they were supposed to also get Chris Sale. Part of the return in that deal, and it fell through.
Jeez.
And it's maybe, I wouldn't say it was the worst decision of all time because Adam Eaton was a pretty good player here when he was healthy, and they would not win a World Series without him.
Pretty big
but the fact that they didn't get Sale back in the deal as well is kind of backbreaking when you think about it. But I guess it all worked out in the end.
Yeah. Looking at it, looking at some of the Nats moves over the years. The Strasburg one is tough because it's kind of like the opposite of what's going on with Jerry and Dallas. When you think about it, like they tried to do right by the player by giving Strauss that deal, but he obviously broke down, and we realized that he just had no ability to stay healthy. I know people are going to say that is one of the worst in Nats history. From the Caps perspective, I think I actually got a tweet from someone, a DM from someone, giving us a Caps angle of this. This is from Bill Sullivan. He says, Caps trading for a star young defenseman, Philippe Forsberg, for a washed-up weirdo in Marty Erat attempting to win a cup. Forsberg still a star, and Erat was gone a season after the deal. So getting some Caps love in there as well. Can we talk about – I got another one. The Mystics passing on Angel Reese for Aaliyah Edwards. That's up there for you, boy. 1-800-636-1067. If you're just now joining us, Micah Parsons traded from Dallas to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for 2 first-round picks and Pro Bowl defensive tackle Kenny Clark. The Packers signed Parsons to a 4-year, $188 million contract, $120 million guaranteed at signing, making Parsons the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. In lieu of that terrible decision by Dallas, for your money, the worst decision in D.C. sports history. Jay is in D.C. What's up, Jay?
Yo, how you doing, man?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. This is, I'm not surprised by that Dallas move.
Well,
real quick, did you guys, or any of you watch that documentary about the Cowboys?
I have not started it yet, but I've seen clips, Jay.
It is paramount to understanding the mind of Jerry Jones. They actually give you a good look into some of his thought process with some of the things he did to that team when he got it, how he got it, and why he did some of the things and made some of the moves he did.
Yeah.
One of the most arrogant men ever. And he still thinks that way, that he knows it all and can do it all. And all it has to take is his power and his will to want to win and the money that he has behind him to do it. Incredible. That's why he makes those decisions. Because he doesn't think any one man can make all the decisions for that team. So I wasn't surprised. I was really, really I was amused. I just laughed.
I mean, it's hilarious. The presser, though, yeah. Jay, if you watch the presser, brother, more power to you. I hope you had an adult beverage as you was watching it, because it's that type of sit down and watch event. It's something you may, if you got a wife out there that loves sports, or a girl out there that loves sports, watch it with her. Your girl may even get a good kick out of it.
I'm jabbing, and I will check it out. And let me just chime in on this worst decision thing. Yes. And everybody's been saying the same thing about Chris Webber, and I think that is. I mean, think about what they had at the time. They had God Strickland, John Howard, Calvert Chaney, Legler. They had all these pieces, man. If they had kept that, I'm telling you, when they played Chicago, watch it. Go on YouTube and watch that series. Those 3 games, it was a 5-game series. They lost over 3, but even Chicago, Jordan said, "Hey, they are giving us the business, man. They gave it. That team put together, they are going to be. I mean, the sky's the limit."
For sure, Jay. We appreciate you. Up against the clock. When we come back, we'll run through more of your calls. We'll try to get to the Jerry presser in the 9 o'clock hour, but we're loaded here on the phones, and we want to get to all of you. We'll be right back with more of your calls here on the Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. You're tapped in the youngest in Charles and L. Willingham. I will take you up to 10 o'clock here on this Thursday night edition of Overtime. We will get into some Commanders news in the 9 o'clock hour. There is a wide receiver coming to visit next Tuesday. We will let you know who that is coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But what we're talking about right now is this, the breaking news that has really shocked the sports world. Earlier this afternoon, Micah Parsons traded from the Dallas Cowboys to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for 2 first-round picks and Pro Bowl defensive tackle Kenny Clark. Micah gets a 4-year, $188 million extension. Was the last phone bad? People saying in the chat, dude, that guy's phone was killing me. Was it bad? I didn't even hear it. But yeah, Micah now in Green Bay for 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark. They give him a contract that makes him the highest-paid non-quarterback in the history of the NFL. Jerry Jones's press conference has been the highlight of this entire thing. I've continued to say that the return that Dallas got for Parsons, they honestly should be embarrassed. They honestly should be embarrassed by what they got back in return. This is a generational pass rusher. This is the best non-quarterback in football, and the only thing you can fetch was 2 first-round picks and a washed-up Kenny Clark. Washed is what Kenny Clark is. It's called a spade a spade. I'm going to let you hear from Jerry Jones in this 9 o'clock hour before we get out of here. But I wanted to spin the conversation this way. In lieu of this terrible Jerry Jones decision, what is the worst move from your mind in DC sports history? We've heard a lot about the Chris Webber deal. I've mentioned the Kirk Cousins deal, or lack thereof, the Trent Williams debacle. Is trading the 3 firsts for Robert Griffin III up there as well? We haven't mentioned that yet. I'll never forget where I was when that happened. It was a Saturday morning. I was leaving a bowling alley. And I got the news we saw the news come across the ticker in the bowling alley. And I couldn't believe it. I was geeked up. We about to get a quarterback. Woo! Love me some Robert. And then he turned out to be a complete piece of crap. So isn't that tough? 1-800-636-1067. Another sneaky move is Redskins move that was made during the 2000s that really made me go, what the hell are we doing? And at the time, we actually thought it was going to be a good move. The Josh Norman deal. Think about what Josh Norman was in Carolina. He was awesome. Came here to Washington, it just was not that guy. Now, it always feels like that happens with the Redskins, Commanders football team during my lifetime, but damn.
His first year here wasn't terrible, was it?
He just never turned the football. You don't pay a corner that type of money for him not to get interceptions.
Yeah, that's fair.
That was my thing with Josh Norman. Just not enough ball production. I still keep going back to the decision to give Ron Rivera complete autonomy of this organization. What were we doing? What were we doing? It's another Redskins one that I can think of here. Yeah, the Josh Norman deal wasn't that was tough. Hiring Ron Rivera. Hiring Jim Zorn. Someone brought that up earlier. Yeah, the Jim Zorn thing was awful. And that was a talented team. I think that in Jim Zorn's first year, didn't they get off to like a 6-0 start? And they ended up crashing down the stretch. That's the tough part here. 1-800-636-1067. Let's get to your calls. See if y'all can give us some more. Derek is in Virginia. Wants to chime in. What's up, Derek? We appreciate you waiting, man.
Yes, sir.
What you got?
Man, worst decision in DC sports history, we got to be signing Albert Hainsworth, man. Like, what are you doing?
Fat Albert, but here's the thing about Albert. In hindsight, it ended up being the worst decision. At the time, I was geeked up. Think about it.
Yeah, that's how I felt about RG3.
Yeah, totally. Because Albert was a badass in Tennessee, man. There was no denying how good Albert Hainsworth was as a player before he got to DC. But after coming here, yeah.
Yeah. And that Micah Parsons trade was crazy. I feel like they got pennies for him, you know.
Honestly. You know what they messed up, though, initially to me, man? They should have never paid Dak the contract that they paid Dak. I would have traded Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
If it was gonna mean choosing between Dak or Micah, I would have chose Micah.
Yeah, because Micah's a Pro Bowler every year down there.
Generational, man. We throw that term around a lot, but for him, it's worth it. We appreciate the call as always. David Woodbridge has actually been on hold the longest. Should have got to you before I got to the last guy. Dave, we appreciate you waiting around for us.
Hey, Linnell. Hey, good talking to you again. It's been a minute, buddy.
Yes, indeed. I appreciate you.
Hey, so looking back, I got a couple. Weber was one of the ones. Everybody forgets we had Rasheed Wallace and traded him. I know we got Strickland, but look at the career Wallace ended up having.
He was a
Dana
pain in the
Stubblefield,
ass, though. But yeah, Rasheed was a boss, though.
Dana Stubblefield, he came here and he just found a buffet and he went crazy. Everybody.
I've heard stories about Dana Stubblefield for sure.
Yeah. So before we had the Nats, our hometown baseball team was the Orioles. So in 1990, they traded for Glenn Davis from Houston, and the O's gave up Kurt Schilling, Steve Finley, Pete Harnish. Dude, they gave away a whole bunch of all-stars for a guy that got hurt and really barely ever played for him. So that, to me, that one hurts the most.
Okay.
But, man, so back to this Micah thing. Man, can we get Jerry some vitamins and stuff so he can stick around for 25 years?
I totally agree.
He is my favorite GM right now, brother.
Maybe we'll shift the conversation over to that, David. I appreciate the call. What would you give to have Jerry Jones stay alive forever? 1-800-636-1067. I may give up. The Wizards could never win again. The Wizards could never make the playoffs again. I'd be okay with it if Jerry Jones stayed the owner of the Cowboys forever. Final hour of power coming up on the other side. We'll run through some more of these calls. If you're getting the busy signal, stay there. We are loaded on the phones at 1-800-636-1067. We'll get into some Commanders news. Plus, we'll also flip the conversation to this. We were asking the question of what is the worst decision that's ever been made in DC sports history. We'll shift it to this. Who was the hardest goodbye in DC sports history? That's next here on The Fan. Final hour of power here on this Thursday night edition of Overtime. You're tapped in the youngest in charge, Linnell Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock. Got some Commanders news that we'll get to a little bit later on in the hour before we get out of here. But we're continuing to take your calls at 1-800-636-1067. The Dallas Cowboys parting ways with star pass rusher Micah Parsons. They send him to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for 2 first-round picks and Pro Bowl pass rusher Kenny Clark, who is washed, by the way. In lieu of that, what is the worst decision in your mind that has been made in DC sports history? And then I want to open up to this as well. What's the hardest goodbye you've had to have in DC sports history? Because while we've made fun of the Cowboy fans all night, we've taken a couple of Cowboy fan callers. I do feel for them. Like, your organization has shown just no competency with the decision-making over the past 30 years. I mean, the Cowboys have been irrelevant for a long, long time.
Should we feel bad, though?
I do. Because I'm a nice guy, yes, I do feel a little bad.
I don't feel bad because I had to deal with it my whole life.
I always have said that Eagles fans are more obnoxious than you low IQ Cowboy fans.
Cowboys fans, out of all the opposing fans that try to take over Northwest Stadium or have, I should put it, because they did for the last 15. Cowboys fans are actually the best. They're the least annoying of the fans that take. The Eagles fans are easily the worst.
You know why?
Giants fans are bad too, but they've been bad the past few years, so they haven't been as terrible as they could be in the past couple of years.
It's just because there's low IQ individuals.
Yeah, the Cowboys fans I don't have problems with usually, actually.
I don't. It's those damn Eagle fans. And the fact that they've been to the Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl twice in the span of, and been 3 different times, insufferable. But I want to give my hardest goodbye. And that should be interesting. Our guy, Nolan Guy, types in the chat and says, when Art Monk went to another team to end his run. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, I get that for my older folks out there. For me, man, it's down to the hardest goodbye for me. I think is down to 2 dudes: Kirk Cousins and Ben. I know you have some fire to spit over that. Kirk Cousins. Somebody just typed. Yeah, Kirk Cousins for me. And then the John Wall trade. Man, when John Wall got traded the day before training camp started, I think, I was hurt. He's my favorite Wizard ever.
Mm-hmm.
So when John Wall got dealt, that really crushed me.
I'm with you 100%.
Zin's World typed in Sean Taylor. Yeah, I'll never, man. This is going to sound crazy. Think about in 2007 when Sean T passed, I was 9 turning 10.
Yeah, I wasn't old enough to remember it. I was 4.
Dude, I cried. And I had just started. That was like the first year I really watched football every week and was starting to know what I was talking about. I'll never forget, man. It may have been, who was on Comcast SportsNet at the time? Was it Chick? It may have been Chick who was anchoring the coverage at the time. Or was it Kelly Johnson? I think it may have been Kelly Johnson. But, man, yeah. Someone said B. Mitch going to the Eagles and the Giants to end. Hurt you. Hardest goodbye. I want to take your calls on that, as well as the worst decision in DC sports history. But damn, the hardest goodbye, yeah. For me, I would say if we're going to put Sean T to the side, and it's hard to do. That's clearly probably the number one for a lot of people. But the Kirk Cousins thing and that debacle, and then John Wall getting traded to the Rockets. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, Linnell.
What's
So
going
a
on,
few
buddy?
things. First of all, just to go back to worst trade, Philip Forsberg was a forward, not a defenseman. He was an all-star.
Okay.
And had we not made that trade, you would have had 6 all-stars in our top 6. You would have had Ovi, Backstrom, and Oshie, and then you would have had Forsberg, Kuznetsov, and Wilson. And I'm telling you right now, we would not have lost 2 playoff series before we won the 3rd and then finally won our cup against Pittsburgh. You add Forsberg and what he was capable of. He had just the year before we won it, he got the Predators to the Cup final. So to me, that's Marty Erat was horrible. That was just a terrible trade. I think it ended up getting McPhee fired. Anyway, in terms of the hardest goodbye, I would say Gary Clark. And then those Super Bowl studs, we had to move out because the collective bargaining agreement in '93 put a hard cap in place. And Charlie Gasly, God bless him, but he's saying, judge us on our season. We got Tim McGee from the Bengals. We think he can replace Gary Clark. No, he couldn't. So, that was, to me, a very hard goodbye. One other thing, though, going back to this trade. Now, look, Dallas looks at it, maybe delusionally, as a long-term play. Just like the Herschel Walker trade, which brought back several assets that form the nucleus of their dynasty that's being featured right now on Netflix. Time will tell if that proves right, but
it's just
you
hard,
add those
though,
two
man.
picks. Just think about that.
There was this tweet that just came out from Matt Miller, and he kind of jogged my memory on this. Remember when Treylon Burks was supposed to replace A.J. Brown in Tennessee, or when Javon Kinlaw was going to replace DeForest Buckner in San Francisco? Like, it's just to assume that these draft picks are going to pan out it's a total crapshoot. You have a proven thing that's 26, Kevin. It could have been there the next 10 years.
I hear you, but if Jarrett ends up with Arch Manning because he's got all these number ones, or someone who replaces Dak and is truly a franchise quarterback, it maybe will be worth it. But
when can they get out of the Dak deal? That's interesting.
Yeah. So from a Skins perspective, immediately 2 weeks from tonight, on a short week, we're in Lambeau, and we got to face Micah, who's going to be completely fired up to show what he's got. So, that sucks that we've got to play them and him so quickly. But moving forward, Dallas isn't the same team without Mike. Obviously, we play them twice, and they're a divisional foe. So, if we lose to the Pack, whatever, if Mike is a big reason why, that'll be unfortunate. But I think longer term, it's better for us.
I totally agree, Kevin. I appreciate the call as always. Go to Ken in Germantown. What's up, Ken?
Hey, the worst decision in DC sports history, if you're talking history, was made by Jack Kent Cooke in not leaving the Redskins to his son.
And giving it to
because
Snyder.
that opened up the door.
Yeah.
That opened the door for Dan Snyder to take ownership. That has got to be the worst decision in DC sports history.
That's a really good one, Ken, and we appreciate the call. I'm going to run with that one because, I'm a little younger, so, that's not my wheelhouse for real, but, damn.
I don't really, get the lore from that. Wasn't it that his son actually had to buy the team and he didn't have enough money to do it? So then Snyder
that what happened? I'm not sure.
My dad explained it to me once, but I don't know if I'm remembering it correctly. I think his son had to actually try to buy it, and I don't think he had enough money.
That's tough. Joe is in Fairfax. What's up, Joe?
For 35 years. So here's
Joe.
What's
up, Joe?
Hey, how we doing, guys?
I'm good, man. I haven't talked to you in a minute, man. I hope you're good, man.
I had my Bruin fan here for a second, but I got to start out with Robinson grad, South County dad, and I really hate Lake Braddock. Let me ask you why I couldn't be the first to throw the thunder on the Fat Albert trade. I give your boy who called in 3 or 4 calls ago serious props, because that was the worst trade in Redskins Washington history. I remember Matt Gottlieb from ESPN going through the physical at 55 years old. Former offensive tackle passed the physical, and Fat Albert couldn't do it. Hilarious.
Yeah. The Albert Hainsworth thing was crazy. At the time, though, I remember I was super excited because I remember I was like, were we actually going to be able to get him? And I remember we came out of nowhere in terms of being one of the dark horse teams, and then the next thing you know, it was reported that we finalized it. Yeah, that's a tough one. What was your hardest goodbye?
It's not a Dan Snyder bash, right? We can't bash Dan. He's gone. But that was a classic Dan Snyder.
Yeah. Just throwing money at it. But he was a good player in Tennessee, so I kind of get it. What was your hardest goodbye, Joe, in DC sports history?
I would say Trent, really. Yeah. That's another Dan Snyder debacle. I would say Trent, because Trent's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, for sure. And he may go down as one of the best left tackles ever, Joe. I mean, we haven't seen
easily.
First ballot Hall of Fame guy. Appreciate you as always, Joe. 636-1067. Julian is in Fredericksburg. Wants to chime in. What's up, Julian?
What's up, man? How you doing, man? I love your show, man.
Appreciate you.
I love your passion, the way you talk about things, man. I'm going to go in. I got on late, so I'm going to go with Champ Bailey for Clinton Portis.
Yeah. Even though CP was bad, though, man. That was one. As a younger cat, man, CP is on my short list of, like, dudes you can't get me to say nothing wrong about. And I know he's been tripping off the field. But I love me some CP.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, I loved him even more when he broke off that first touchdown, first play against Tampa Bay.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm an older fan, man. I'm 60 years old. I'm an old Redskins fan, man.
So on this. Okay, bet.
That's right. So let me get one more in.
Yeah, go ahead.
The hardest goodbye, B. Mitch, man.
Yeah. A lot of people have typed that in the chat. For sure.
Yeah,
people
no
said
doubt
B.
about
Mitch.
it.
People talked about Art Monk, Gary Clark.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I went to school with Gary Clark at JMU, man, so I know.
Look
no
at
doubt.
you. So was you a player, Julian? Let me find out, man.
Just a regular student. But look, I can tell you this. I played a lot of basketball in the gym with Gary Clark and Charles Haley. Them dudes were competitive, man.
Man,
no. Look, I'm going to give you one more, man. I'm going to give you one more. I played softball with Gary Clark, and we won the championship, man. It was the intramural softball league, and he was on my softball team.
Well, look at you. Look, from now on, Julian, we're going to address you as a champion, brother. I appreciate you as always, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. 1-800-636-1067. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we're changing the conversation over to this. If you want to give, because I feel like we've gone through all of the worst decisions in DC sports history. Coming back, I want to take your calls on the hardest goodbye in DC sports history, and then we'll let you hear from the senile owner of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones. All that and more coming up next here on The Fan. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP. It's tapped into the youngest in Charles and O. Willingham, taking you up to 10 o'clock. We got some Commanders news that we'll get to before we get out of here, but if you're just now joining us, massive, massive trade that went down earlier this afternoon. Micah Parsons shipped out of Dallas to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for 2 first-round picks and Pro Bowl defensive tackle Kenny Clark. Parsons, as a result of getting dealt to Green Bay, now the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. 4 years, $188 million, $120 million guaranteed at signing. We're going to let you hear from Jerry Jones, the senile owner of the Cowboys, coming up here momentarily. But we've spun this conversation a couple of different ways tonight. We appreciate all the love that we've gotten on the phone. We've taken over, I feel like we've taken something like 30, 40 calls tonight. I mean, it's just been a bleep ton all throughout the show. Definitely appreciate the support. If you want to keep the conversation going with me off air, it is at NELL_BTP. So here's how we're spinning it. If you want to chime in on the earlier question, you can as well. The worst decision in DC sports history. But now I want to spin it to what is the most difficult goodbye in DC sports history. Mine was toss up between John Wall and Kirk Cousins. Ben, what do you have?
This one doesn't hit as hard as John Wall for me, but just looking back, Kyle Schwarber.
Schwarbs.
When they traded him, because think about it, 2021 was the last time this Nats team was remotely competitive. They were at first place in the NL East at one point, and everything fell apart because Schwarber got hurt, a couple other guys as well. They trade Scherzer, Turner, Schwarber at that deadline, and that kickstarted what has been the perpetual rebuild for the Washington Nationals as they probably enter another rebuild right here. But anyways, I bring this up because, Linnell, I'm going to have you do some research right here. Go look up Kyle Schwarber and what he did tonight. Just do it.
Well, I see that the Nats lost by 14 runs.
No. Just look up what Kyle Schwarber did today.
Am I tripping from? Oh no, I'm tripping. Was this yesterday? Did that happen?
Kyle Schwarber did something tonight.
I'm reading in the chat. Okay, Kyle Schwarber did something tonight. I'm looking it up. They're live.
Yeah.
Phillies and Braves still happening. Someone in the chat typed that they're up by 14.
Yes.
So I wasn't totally off. Oh my Jesus. They're beating the snot out of Atlanta. They're up 18-4. And Kyle Schwarber tonight. Oh wow. Damn. He has 9 ribbies. He's
got 4 homers.
4 bombs.
The 21st 4-homer game. Oh my God. He's really made a serious case for himself for the National League MVP this year. He's been insane, ridiculous. And the fact that he's a Philly right now is kind of what makes it even worse for me. Him and Trey Turner, both Phillies, Harper as well. Because Schwarber, the month of June, right before they traded him at the end of July that year, he had like 18 homers in that month. He went on one of the craziest runs in recent memory in baseball. And just like that, a snap, he was gone. The Nationals franchise essentially evaporated into terrible despair, what it is now. And just like, when I think about it, I can't believe Schwarber was a Nat.
That's tough.
For a cup of coffee, and he was really good as a Nat, too.
All right. Wow. How many times has it happened? 4 homers in a
21.
Game? 21st time it's happened? Jesus. 1-800-636-1067. I feel like the Nats have had a lot of tough goodbyes. Soto, Bryce. Damn. Jonathan in Fairfax, your toughest goodbye in DC sports history.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
So I'm gonna take it back. I'm gonna say Chris Samuel.
Wow,
that was tough.
The injury was it?
Yes, the injury bug got him. He retired. I mean, I definitely think he would have went on to be a Hall of Famer, but the injuries were they were too much, and then that last neck injury just kind of put him out.
Damn. Yeah, that's a tough one for me too. He was another one of those respectable skins during my era, man, and love Chris Samuel. I love what he has done since then, though, man. Staying around the game. I know he's definitely coaching some high school football in the area, so I'm glad he's been able to stay around it. But that's another tough one. Speaking of injuries, and I know this guy's career was super short-lived. I'm only bringing him up because I had him on my live show last year. Keyshawn Jarrett, former Redskins safety, was a 7th-round pick, forced to retire due to a neck injury. He was going to be a Pro Bowl caliber player at the safety spot. He was an absolute gem of a find out of Virginia Tech, and unfortunately, his career got cut short due to injury as well. But that's a good one.
Can I get one more?
Go ahead.
So, solid contributor, not necessarily a star, but Fred Smoot. Fred Smoot was solid.
Yes, for sure.
When he got traded, that was tough because he was a solid second cornerback.
Where did we trade Fred Smoot to? Minnesota.
The Love Boat. He went there, got on a Love Boat.
Appreciate the call as always, Jonathan. Enjoy the rest of your night, brother, man. 1-800-636-1067. Kyle is in Bowie. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, Linnell, how's it going? Can you hear me?
I got you, brother, man. What's going on?
All right, so as far as worst trades go, I'm going to go Donovan McNabb and Jason Taylor. Both of them stayed 1 year, didn't do jack, and I'm just leave that at that. Now, the hardest goodbye.
Hey, Kyle, real quick on McNabb, bro, I thought that was the one. Do you remember how bad our offense was in the first game of Donovan McNabb? We won because of a holding penalty. I'll never forget that game. I will never. I think it was Flozell Adams. Held Brian Arakpo.
Yeah, that team was a lot of potential, but didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Now, as far as hardest goodbye, I'm a huge Georgetown Hoya fan.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing Patrick Ewing get let go, it had to happen. It had to happen, but he was our marquee guy who had to get let go, and no one wants to see that. So that was it. Y'all have a good night.
I appreciate you as always, man. 1-800-636-1067. Daryl is in Rockville. What's up, Daryl?
Hey man, sorry actually.
I'm sorry. I can't read. My bad.
Sure, bro. One person as far as we lost was losing Sean Taylor.
Yeah.
That was our one.
I know that's a tough one. You got your worst decision in DC sports history?
Probably after Sean Taylor, probably LeVar Armstrong, probably, bro. Donkey with LeVar. When we let him go, we got traded to the Giants, and then he had a couple good years there, but he retired after that. So that's probably another one.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate the call as always, man. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. When we come back, we will finally let you hear from the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones. It's his presser, appointment television. We'll let you hear from the senile owner of the Cowboys next. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. You can tweet at me as well. It is at NELL_BTP, or tapped into the youngest in charge in L. Willingham. Taking you up to 10 o'clock by 25 minutes left to go. Right now, well, let's hear from Jerry Jones, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. He spoke about an hour ago, fresh off of trading Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for 2 first-round picks and former Pro Bowl defensive tackle Kenny Clark. Here is Jerry and Stephen Jones.
Well, without being too broad, obviously, we did think it was in the best interest of our organization, not only the future, but right now, this season as well. We've gained a Pro Bowl player. We've gained a Pro Bowl player in an area that we had big concerns in on the inside of our defense. Let me go beyond your question. First of all, I want to tell you that I really like Micah. I appreciate the 4 years that we've had him here, and he's a great player. And so we are very appreciative of the fact that he's a great player. There's no question that I could have signed him in April. And so we all know that to have agreements, all parties have to agree. But this was by design. I did make Micah an offer. It wasn't acceptable, and I honor the fact that it wasn't done in the way that he wanted to do it, through an agent. So he was made an offer. There's not an ounce of vindictiveness. There's no bad feelings on my part about the fact that we didn't come together on an agreement. The facts are, and we'll cover it, I'm sure, with many of your questions, but the facts are specifically we need to stop the run. And we haven't been able to stop the run at key times for several years. And when you have the kind of extraordinary pass rush that Michael had, then the way to mitigate that pass rush is to run at you. If the pass rush doesn't get you ahead pretty big time, and you're playing even or behind, then you've really got a problem in stopping the run. And so we have felt, as we embark on changing things, we have a coach that we're mighty proud of in Brian, and we're excited about the changes that we're making, not only in the coaching staff, but in the team. I think out of our 60 players that we would count as the actives and a percent of the practice squad, over 1/3 of those players are new. And so we are doing what I've said many times, that if you are the one that owns, and when you look in the mirror, you've got to change. And so that this was a very deliberate, as it played out, reflection on a key player that could bring us a lot of consideration now, and the player that we got that can help us stop the run, and a lot of consideration in the future, a lot of capital that is required to build a team. It takes many players to be tried to play in the NFL. It takes 11 on the field at the same time. It takes a minimum of 30 or 40 at minimum to have both defense and offense, not including players that are involved in our special teams. So it takes more than one. And so you do have to allocate your resources, whether it be draft picks or whether it be finances. You have to allocate those resources. There was no question in our mind that Michael could bring us a lot of resources on a trade. That has been on my mind since we hired Brian. And so there was no question. As it turns out, all the publicity about the not having a contract, certainly you did your part in making sure that it was known that he was potentially available, and I appreciate that very much. And I say that a little tongue-in-cheek. I'm not really as serious about it. But I will say this, that it was important that we did get, if we could get it, the kind of interest that we got in making a trade for Mike. He was an asset that we got 4 great years out of. But when you are talking about making a contract the kind that he got and for the future, that's quite a commitment. And none of that counts about what he did those first 4 years. It all goes against what he can do for you in the future, the length of that contract and maybe more. Well, then you've got to really weigh how many players. And I'm just going to give you this. Not only do we immediately get a player, but those draft picks could get us, I'm talking top Pro Bowl type players, could. Not necessarily, you're going to be quick to say, you won't necessarily get those players. You got to draft them or acquire them. But they could get us as few as 3 or as many as 5 outstanding players. Now, not only do they contribute in a game that needs a lot of players on the field, not to be elementary, but they also give you better odds that they're going to be a high percentage of those are going to be available, just from the standpoint of attrition or from the standpoint of just sheer limit on how far one player can go. Very few players are Dion playing 100 plays a game out there at the time. So this trade was not just thought about today. This trade has been going on in our minds and our strategies and being talked about. It's been going on all spring. It culminated today, and it came quick, but that's the way things go. It does happen fast when it happens. But you've laid a lot of water. I mean, you've laid a lot of things out there on the water to make it happen. I want to be sure that our fans understand. I think a lot of Micah, and I wish him so much success. I don't want him to have success when they play the Cowboys as much as I do want him to have overall success. But Micah Parsons did an outstanding job for us for 4 years, and a little bit of the way Herschel Walker may have had his greatest contribution to the Cowboys. What he brought to us when he left could be a tremendous thing for our fans and the success of this team. Kenny Clark. We really knew beginning this spring that if we could pick up a top interior defensive lineman just to offset not having a pass rusher, even though it's Micah, but where we're strong is in our pass rushing depth. And we knew if we could get an interior lineman that was at least something that would improve us right there on a top interior lineman. He comes in strong for us, and he comes in accomplished for us. And so we're glad to have him. It was a prerequisite. We went down the teams, and we only picked teams that had room on their cap that could pay Micah, and we only picked teams that had top tackles, interior tackles, that we wanted to have any dialogue with at all about a trade. That was the criteria of trading. Top existing tackle that could come in here and play for us right now, this year, and offset the fact to whatever degree, more or less, that we don't have that excellence that Michael Parsons has there, but we do have the depth to come in here and do that. And then if we could get the picks that we ultimately getting, and we did have several teams that we might have had an opportunity to do something with. We did have that. And so this was no instantaneous happening this afternoon over about a 5-minute period. The other thing that I would like to say is I firmly made a commitment to Micah this spring, and paid him, and to pay him. At that time, I was battling and knew that the other alternative probably was. I had no idea of what we might be able to get. But I knew that it was very likely to be several players that we could use those resources for all the way, draft picks as well as cap space. And so that was on our mind. The minute that we saw that we were quite possibly were going to have an issue about whether or not we could do a contract or not, that gave us time, that gave us imagineering. That coupled with bringing in a new coach and bringing in a new staff, we felt it fit for us to have more players, more excellent players, if we do a good job of acquiring those players, plus have a team this year that would give us a better chance, dare I say that? But absolutely, it's not a zero that we're dealing with as far as how much better that we were trying to be, even not having Micah. I've got several other things that I could answer a question with, but I'll stop and just let you ask questions.
The only other thing. That is Cowboys owner Jerry Jones. I'm in pure disbelief about what we just heard. He really kept calling him. That's got to be a drop. We got to turn. Ben, can you turn that into a drop for me, bro? That him calling him Michael. Well, the thing about with me and Michael, Al Capone says he's setting himself up for Arch Manning. We're going to find out this weekend what Arch is about, man, because Ohio State's not playing with his ass. They're not. We got a lot of college football action this weekend. I'm excited for it. I don't start paying attention to the Terps until week 3 because they load up their schedule with softies to start the year to make their record look better. Locks' ass is on the hottest of hot seats. Do we know who's starting at quarterback for the Terps?
Nah, they're doing this bit again where they act like 3 guys might start. They did the same thing last year. Then we quickly found out that there was never even a question that Billy Edwards Jr. would be because Cam Edge transferred 4 weeks into the season, and then MJ Morris was one of the worst quarterbacks I've ever seen.
Hopefully,
they're really doing it. It's going to be Malik Washington.
Yeah, I hope we get to see Leaky Washington.
I bet so much money it's him.
You don't give any credence to the UCLA transfer?
No,
not at all.
Locke's his job is on the line. He's not starting this transfer that's not even any good.
Leaky Washington's a dog.
They have to showcase everything out of him for him to keep his job.
For sure. One final segment left to go here on this Thursday night edition of Overtime. We'll get some Commanders news in. There's a wide receiver coming to town on Tuesday for a visit. We'll give you the deets on that next. This is The Fan. One final segment to go before we hand things over to Tech Talk Live. That is coming up next, right here on Overtime. Or was that last night? That's embarrassing. If I'm wrong on that, somebody should fire me. It is Tech Talk Live. I knew what I was doing. Tech Talk Live coming up. Hokies in action on Sunday. You can hear the action starting at 3 o'clock right here on the Fan. So we'll get probably a preview of Sunday's action coming up in a couple of minutes here. I've been teasing it all show long. There is a wide receiver that is set to visit the Washington Commanders coming up on Tuesday. That wide receiver is Kendrick Bourne. San Francisco draft pick back. When was Kendrick Bourne drafted? He's the only guy that I'm seeing here in a bio where you don't see where he was drafted at. That's like kind of embarrassing. Kendrick Bourne, though, for former New England Patriot, former San Francisco 49er, going to work out or going to visit Washington, rather, on Tuesday. He is visiting San Francisco on Monday. I don't know. He plans to visit both teams before making a decision. He's visiting Washington second, so you assume that he's going to have the leg up there, or that Washington's going to have the leg up there. His best season as a pro was his first year in New England, 55 balls for 800 yards and 5 touchdowns. My computer's like crashing over. This is very annoying. There we go. Kendrick Bourne would provide you some good depth in your wide receiver room, but not overly confident in him as a football player. He's 30. So there's that. 6'1", 205. Gives you some much-needed depth. If he is your fourth wide receiver over Luke McCaffrey, then I think that is clearly an upgrade. We'll see what happens with it. I'm back tomorrow, 4 to 7 on our sister station, the Team 980, for the Burgundy and Gold today. That's going to do it, though, for the youngest in Charles and L. Willingham. If you want to keep the convo going on social media, it is at NELL_BTP. Thank you to your calls. Thank you to Ben behind the glass. Tech Talk Live is next.